European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. European Cricket League action coming your way. It's the Champions League of European Cricket and we're into Group C already. We won't rest on a Sunday. Last night, Group B finals day. Thrill-a-minute stuff and Hornchurch qualified back in Championship week again. Of course, the English side had to overcome some obstacles and these 5 teams will as well in Group C. Only one can come back. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket League and it starts right now. Buenos dias y bienvenidos. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. It is Group C, day 1, and now we know 2 of our 7 qualifying teams for Championship week 4, as we saw Hornchurch from England coming through last night. So Group C, 5 new teams here to the competition. We're starting the day with the champions of Jersey and Portugal going head-to-head in match 1 as Old Victorians versus Gamblers SC. Let's see, because it's time to roll the dice and toss the giant coin. Ian Ramage has the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Old Victorians, you're the home team, you will toss the coin, yeah? Gamblers, the away team, you will call, yeah? Okay, there you go.
European cricket.
European cricket has been called, it's come to Andalucía, so you've won the toss.
We're going to have a ball.
Okay, toss from Old Victorians, who will bowl first.
So it is Old Victorians that win the toss and elect to bowl first. Seems a bit of a trend with teams that are new to the competition. They just want to get out there and experience it as a whole. Now, Old Victorians, we haven't seen them at an ECL before. In fact, neither of these teams have played at the Cartama Oval. They do have some players that have. And look, I'm watching out for Jonty Jenner from Old Victorians. He looked pretty impressive in the Jersey national side in the Euros of cricket last year. Also watch out for Charlie Brennan, who is likely to open the batting, and Corbell, the keeper bat. I think he's a pretty good player as well. For Gamblers SC, like I said, it's their first trip to the big dance, but they have some players we have seen before and some players that have played pretty well on the network. Watch out for Kuldeep Gollia, the captain and keeper. He was in good form last year at the Euros. And Shaidur Rahman, the left armour, one of just a handful of bowlers to have picked up 4 wickets in 4 balls, a double hat-trick on the network. Well, I can tell you today, plenty of sunshine, few fluffy clouds around, but no worries there, I think, at all. Expecting maximum temperature of 19 degrees currently, about 13 to get this one started. Now, it is Sunday. Corey has got the day off. Rico's got the day off. I need some help, and it doesn't get much better than this because Andrew Ryan is back. And Rhino, great to have you with me today for the first day of Group C action. The news from the toss in match 1 is Old Victorians have won the toss and Jersey, their club, would like to have a bowl first. So Rhino, over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball of Group C.
Mr. Maximo, you are far too generous. It's absolutely my pleasure. Andrew Ryan here with European cricket fans all across the world as we kick off proceedings in Group C here at the Cartama Oval. It is probably one of the big clashes of the day with the Old Victorians representing Jersey. They start their campaign up against Gamblers, a cricket club from Portugal. Probably slightly surprised. Qualifiers from the Portuguese scene. Very, very tight competitive atmosphere in that part of the world, and one we've come to know very well. A key man for the Gamblers, Kuldeep Gollia. He is capable of tearing bowling attacks apart. Fantastic player with the leg side, hits well through the covers in addition, and he is going to be a key wicket for the Jersey boys if they are going to stop this Gamblers outfit today. But I think this should be a very, very tight contest, and well, interestingly, it's Supercomputer suggesting otherwise. They're suggesting that the Old Victorians are the favourites going into this one. I suspect in particular if the Gamblers can put on 130, 140 in this first innings, then the Jersey guys trying to adjust their first game here at Cartama Oval are going to have a very difficult chase. Anyway, man who will try to make things difficult for the opening partnership from Gamblers, it's Scott Simpson standing at the top of his mark, the left arm paceman, and he will be taking up the attack to Darji. Ball outside off stump, and he's gotten the outside edge. First delivery. Wonderful piece of bowling from Simpson. Just in the channel on off stump. A flashing blade from Darji trying to hit through the offside. Easily taken by the wicketkeeper Elliot Corbell. And what a phenomenal start from the Old Victorians. Oh, well, Simpson just doing what all good bowling coaches will tell you. Probably a little bit wider of off than they might have intended, but seam position very good. Actually decked back a touch off the wicket, and isn't he happy? Unique celebration coming from the boys from the bailiwick of Jersey. And Mayank Darji, his tournament has not started well. The team from the animation side of European cricket. Well, Royal Derrick getting some early work here on Sunday morning at Cartama Oval. Well, what a sensational start. Ball's just outside off stump, full length, so Simpson definitely pushing it up there, trying to get some early movement here. Lovely seam position on that first delivery. Gave the ball every opportunity to either do something in the air, deck off the wicket. Cockars joined Galea at the batting crease. Another good delivery. Slight bit of movement away. Excellent start for the Jersey. Well, if the supercomputer had them as strong favourites before the game started, it's been accentuated now. Short of a length. Extracting some lift off this Cartama Oval deck. Big advantage having a left arm paceman to start proceedings. Good line from him so far. Not drifting onto the leg side. He's got some protection over there though. This is a deep square, deep mid wicket. Direction that Pokar goes. Doesn't time the ball. It will get the Gamblers off the mark though. There. Run scoring for the tournament underway, and it brings, we talked about at the start, Kuldeep Galea, captain and wicket keeper, and ultimately the most well-credentialed batsman in this team. Had plenty of experience playing in T10 cricket at various ECS tournaments that we've had in and around Portugal. Lovely length. Timed well, and it slipped through the grasp of Jack Stevens. No excuses on the lush carpet of this Cartama Oval surface, but unfortunately for him, he's cost Simpson a boundary. Lovely shot from Galea though. Just waited for the ball. Full base of the bat. Lovely shot, and that's a good finish to the over. Gamblers 5 for 1 after the first. And with such a luscious shot to the boundary, finishing that first over, an opportunity to introduce to the commentary box a lusciously dressed Vinny Sandhu for Sunday here at Cartama.
Yeah, what a start to Group C. There's such a thing as like a super royal duck at Wood. First of a group, and Darji, the Silver Fox, has to walk back. And Hornchurch add their name to the qualifiers last night in a thrilling final. Huddinge of Sweden were 100 after 5 overs, but only scored 38 off the second half. And Hornchurch ultimately would chase it down as we start a new over, and Duckett gets driven through the gap in 4 runs. First boundary for Coker.
First boundary for Coker. It's also a much better start than the first delivery for the first over, Vinny.
Well, it's 2 boundaries and 2 balls, and it's the old through the Jake the Pegs last ball, the first of Stevens. Left a bit red-faced, but still time for Gamblers SC to turn this around.
It's a quicker ball, straight to the leg side.
Well, let's
a single.
Let's welcome you back, Rhino. haven't had you on the network for a little while. Maybe since Switzerland last year. Would that be the last time we heard you?
No, it would have been ECC last year.
Oh, yeah, ECC
forgetting,
was after
forgetting
that.
the mega event
Yeah,
of September
sorry.
and October.
You're exactly right. That was a couple of months later.
Flighted up by Duckett. Just driven strongly, but no run.
And of course, residing in Switzerland for some time now, I'm sure you'll be very interested to see how the Swiss qualifiers Alton go in this Group C.
Indeed, one of our main rivals within the Swiss setup, but a lovely bunch of boys. Very, very keen to see how Alton progresses through the tournament. There's an appeal. The batter hasn't played a shot.
That's
one
one
probably high and shooting down the leg side, but strange choice.
I think that's one that he's not actually trying to avoid it enough. Yeah, I mean, probably high, but it'll be a dead ball, so that'll basically be a dot ball. If you're trying to genuinely avoid the ball, then you actually are entitled to take a leg bite. But for me, the benefit of that should probably go against the batter, because bat's there for a reason. Hey, I'll tell you something though. I've been saying to a few of the teams around Europe.
Bit of air from Duckett, nicely flighted.
I know that you're a proud member of Cossonay Cricket Club, kind of rivals of Alton who are in this group, but you need to become a big Alton supporter, because if Alton can go maybe to the final in the tournament, it means there's 2 spots for Switzerland next year. So you double your chances, right?
Excellent. Excellent point from Maximo. Unfortunately, not the greatest bit of fielding. Jack Stevens, who had issues in the first over with one slipping through him. His tournament hasn't started particularly well, but good to see his teammates getting around him.
I don't even think he connected 100% on the high five there at the end of that over, but it hasn't been a great start for Stevens. The unwilling ball magnet at the moment, and at the end of 2 overs, it's 11 for 1. Let's have a look at some of these teams we'll see in Group C. Of course, got these 2. Also, Alton, we just mentioned, from Switzerland. Afyon Karasa, SHS, making their first appearance from Turkey, and CC Academic from Bulgaria. So actually, Alton are the only side here in Group C that have played an ECL before. In fact, this is their 3rd time to the big dance.
Indeed, they've got a lot of experience. Very solid T10 team. Simpson coming on for his 2nd over. It's cut, and it's cut well. Behind point, Kulib Galia. Very, very patient batter. Waits for the ball to come to him. Just opens up the angle of the bat. Lovely shot, and that's his 2nd boundary.
Yeah, so, look, Golia's been in some pretty good form here at the Cartama Oval. Played some very good knocks for the Portugal national team back in the Euros of cricket. It's a good shot.
Good ball, Simpson. Just once again tailing the ball away.
Getting it to do enough, isn't he? And I think he's bowling a length where that, because of the pace, the batter's unable to adjust to that sideways movement in time.
There's one knock on Galia. He's a fast starter, just probably doesn't kick on enough to score 50s and 60s for a man who so much is reliant on. This ball speared in. Might have been an opportunity, unfortunately.
I hope he's all right there. That was an awkward. He was in about 3 minds about which way to twist, and I think he actually twisted it all 3. Oh, wow. It's a fun game around the house, but twister in the middle of the Cartama Oval can have some serious consequences, and Simpson's bowled so well. They don't want him to get hurt.
So it might just be an upper thigh strain, or maybe the buttocks just getting into a difficult spot. Have a look here. He probably had a play.
It's actually a little slip on that left foot slips on the heel.
Interesting from there, Vinny. It almost looked like he had his natural left hand in a good position to try to have a crack at the stumps at the strikers there. It actually turned around as though he wanted to spin.
Yeah, I think he changed his mind at the last moment. Anyway, seems fine. It's the main thing.
Well, it hasn't helped him. A little drag down the leg side, called wide.
Yeah, so Rhino, good to have you back. And actually, we're in the box all day together. So if there's any questions for Rhino, please throw them into the comment section. ECN European Cricket Network. I know we've got lots of viewers on Fancode in the subcontinent, various international broadcast partners. I know we're out on Fox Sports in Australia, where you and I both grew up. Kokart to face up Simpson.
Short of a length. Just dropped down for an easy single.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting group, especially when you've got 4 new teams out of 5. And Old Victorians, they've got that whole thing where there's decent cricket infrastructure in Jersey. And, 2 or 3 of these guys we've seen before at the Cartama Oval for the national team, but former cricket, they don't play too much.
That one's down the leg side, swung across, a chance at a catch, and James Duckett rose with the ball well, got 2 hands to it. Unfortunately, couldn't pouch the catch in the end, and Simpson, fielders haven't supported him as much as he's deserved in these first 2 overs.
Well, I feel it in my fingers. I think that's what some of them are thinking early on here. Went for the flying grab, did duck it. That's another dropped opportunity. So I think uncharacteristic.
I thought you were about to launch into a bit of the 4 weddings and a funeral love is all around track there. Feel it in my fingers, feel it in my toes.
Let everyone else fill in the blanks there, but Simpson probably deserves another.
The ball is hit. I don't think... Oh, that's been given by the umpire. I thought it might have been drifting down the leg side. Well, sure, we'll see a replay, but nothing less than Simpson has deserved. 2nd wicket for him, and great end to the power play for the Old Victorians. The Gamblers now 19 for 2.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at it from straight on. I mean, it hits him full, and he's kind of caught on the crease. Does he get this going back? Oh, I think, yeah, it's a tough one for me. This won't really do it too much justice. I mean, from there, it looks like it's hit him outside leg, but this is the one that's straight on. So let's see. I reckon it's a tough call. It is a tough call. There's no other way to say it.
Might have shaved leg stump. Either way, I'm liking seeing a bowler getting rewarded for putting it up in the block hole.
If you didn't know already, Rhino is a bowler, and he would have been happy with that. Kokar, not so happy. Hey, couldn't really do much with the bat, though, to be fair. Had to deal with some tough stuff from Simpson, but he goes for 7. It's 19 for 2. Yeah, here's the thing. Even if it was flicking leg stump, you got to look at where the ball hits him. And if the ball hits him outside leg stump, then it shouldn't really be given. But, I mean, the umpires, they've got to make thousands of decisions a day. So that's one at real speed that the umpire was happy with. End of the over, 19 for 2. As Ankush Kumar comes to the crease at number 4. Have you ever had a rough LB decision, Rhino?
Every single one of my career, Vinny Sandu.
My words, exactly. Anyway.
I think it's about 78% of my dismissals these days, trying to flick across the leg side. But anyway, we've got Edward Giles coming on for his first over. That's caught, and it's straight down the gullet of Matthew Webb. First ball the Galea faces from the new bowler, and the star man is sent back to the pavilion. 3rd wicket down for Gamblers.
Yeah, no real footwork. He just guides it. He guides it straight to the man, though. That was a well-taken catch. We've seen a couple go down already. Haven't really been punished for their sins, have they? Old Victorians here. And Gamblers SC lose a 3rd. It's 19 for 3.
Nice catch. They've had some other opportunities which they haven't taken, but 3 wickets down, and Gamblers already in trouble here today. Good start for Giles. It actually wasn't a great ball, slightly short of a length. Galea probably needed to go full throttle. Fortunately, as you said, Vinny, he's just tried to guide that, and neatly taken catch from Matthew Webb, and everything going right so far for the Old Victorians.
Need someone to stand up here, really. Golia going hurts. He's a guy who's been in good form at the Cartama Oval, albeit it's a few months since he's been here. Giles strikes with his first delivery.
Just outside off stump. It's nicely struck, well fielded. Excellent stop on the boundary.
This is Karambir Singh, so he actually plays cricket for Austria, but he also plays in the Portuguese club competition for GSC. And yeah, he's quite an interesting character. He became the first player to ever score 200s in a day.
That's a good stop, just to interrupt you there, Vinny. Excellent work from the outfielder, just keeping his feet above the rope. Ensuring it wasn't a boundary. Giles finds that outside edge, but it evades the wicket keeper. And helpful boundary. Probably call that an educated edge.
Yeah, I think
being
it was.
generous.
Yeah, that one. IQ off the charts. It's risky as well, because if you don't get as much of it as you want, then it can provide an opportunity for the keeper. Corbell had no chance, though. Handy boundary to Kumar, first ball.
Some good acrobatics from Corbell, though.
He's a lively character behind the stumps.
Giles pushes that down the leg side. Not express pace by any stretch, but stays nice high in his action, and with this still relatively fresh grizzly ball in his hands, getting enough lift off the Cartama turf.
Yeah, it's known as the bouncy end, this one. I was going to say with Karambir, though, he became the first player to score 2 centuries in a day on ECN in the ECS Austria for Vienna Eagles.
Flying high on that day, and That ball's been struck over to the mid-wicket boundary. A couple of bounces, and despite the despairing dive out there from Charlie Brennan, a much-needed boundary for the Gamblers.
Yeah, finds the gap. So it was all about the placement there. Nice shot. Just need a partnership, need to stabilise a bit. The computer's giving them 86 at this stage, the last that I saw. That could be a tough one, but Victorians been far from perfect as well this morning. Both teams still feeling each other out. Magnificent pseudo mullet on the head of Giles as well.
All outside off stump, and Kumar gives himself a little bit more room than was necessary, and at the end of the over, Gamblers 28 for 3.
Yeah, goes to full Damien Martin there, but doesn't really pull it off at the end of 4 overs. Yeah, 7 and over Gamblers. People wonder where the Gamblers name comes from. The club started, the origins were a bunch of friends that would like to sit around and play poker. So I always think of it like the Old West.
I was genuinely hoping that they were massive Kenny Rogers fans,
yeah,
to be honest, but clearly a slightly more practical
one thing about Gamblers SC, who are a relatively new club, I should say, in Portugal, the team song writes itself, doesn't it? You just got to know when to fold them, know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Anyway, wow, this is a flying delivery that's going to fly over point, and I think that's gone for 6. I'm prepared to call it Maximo. As Duckett comes on, he loses his feet. As it's the power you see, and I think this just carries. Yeah, it does. All the way for 6.
Poor Duckett might have been saying something resembling his surname as he went tumbling from that first delivery. As that's pulled to the leg side. Not a great ball, short of a length, and it's dealt with easily by a man of Karamba Singh's quality. And so consecutive balls to the boundary, and that's hopefully pushing the Gamblers total up.
Yeah,
33.
it's good signs from this. I mean, Karamba certainly is the guy that could give him a big knock. I'll tell you one extra little thing about his century. He became the first, I believe, to score a century in a match, but his team actually lost. I think they got 164, top of my head. And at the time, it was the highest chase ever pulled off by pack riders. But still, 2 centuries in a day, not too bad.
Full ball. Not sure whether that got a feather of an outside edge. I suspect the
this.
reaction from the wicketkeeper was that it did.
I heard the distinctive sound of ball on helmet. Have a look at it here. There's the edge, and actually kind of goes into the arm and then up. It just grazes the helmet.
Full ball from Duckett, and it's hit, I was about to say straight down the throat, but that might have swung slightly across the face of, I think it's Giles coming in there. It's long off, catch goes down, this the boundary.
Has a little bit of the old fade on it, this one, I think, and the fielder doesn't read it. Ends up kind of zigging when he needed to zag, really. And to what's worse, goes for 4. That's 3 fairly simple chances gone down so far. Now this one's in the air. Bermuda square will form. And Karambir gets a bit lucky and gets 1.
Karambir ultimately riding his luck very much so at the moment.
The keeper up to the stumps, I can understand with the pace of Duckett, but that's the negative bit, isn't it? Because that was a regulation edge probably if he's back. But I still like the pressure that Corbell brings up to the stumps as we get to the end of the over. The Gamblers finally getting tough going early on, 44 for 3. Let's welcome you into the Dream Box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, on a sunny Sunday morning on the Costa del Sol. Andrew Ryan, the Rhino, is with me for the first time in the series. And welcome back to the ECL.
Thank you very much, Vinny. It's absolutely a pleasure to be back here. Got to see quite a bit of the cricket from the first week, and as you say, we had a fantastic finals day yesterday. I was very pleased, in fact, to see the boys from Huddinge in Sweden, who you and I know well. We were out there for their victory in Stockholm last year. Fought back after a tough start to the tournament, but really could have taken the victory last night, and I think we're in for another close group here.
And really happy to see some of the younger players impacting as well. Now this one is bombed straight, and Karambir, well, he can go Big Daddy. That one's over the sight screen. Maximo! And that one is large from Big Karambir Singh.
Yeah, lovely shot, Vinny. You'll see this on the replay, just how elegant this strike is. The hands coming through straight up, and that's carried the boundary by a good 15 or 20 metres. Lovely strike of the cricket ball, and he's the main threat for the Old Victorians at the moment. Full ball, a little bit of tail away. This is Matthew Webb, who's come to bowl the 6th over of this innings.
Yeah, good areas there from Webb. Young Yassine Khan is probably one, 15-year-old. You know, had a chance with the bat yesterday. whacked a couple of boundaries, took a couple of wickets when he got the chance to bowl.
Full ball. It's actually nicely played.
But, I mean, he's a guy, he's physically pretty distraught, getting so close to coming back. And, it was really nice to see also, some of the Hornchurch players getting around him and supporting him. And he's a guy who's got a bright future. That's really a lot of what we do at ECN is geared towards the next generation. So he's a really good example of someone that could benefit from that. That looks pretty high. It's called a wide.
Yeah, probably a good call from the umpire. The ball looked like it pitched in about the first third of the Cartama decks, and not surprising to see it get above the shoulders of Kumar. The Gamblers have just worked their way back into this innings.
Yeah.
They might have forfeited thoughts of a 140, 150 total, but at least it should be competitive. Lifted, and it's going to hold up in the wind, and a very, very safe catch from Jonty Jenner. And after a bit of a fight back, 4th wicket down for the Gamblers, 52 on the board.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say the breeze is as strong as it has been at some points during this week, but it's still a bit of a factor hitting straight. And Ankush, he just basically mistimes this. And that's why it goes high. It doesn't go too long. I suppose not taking any catches for granted at the moment, Old Victorians. But Jonty Jenner's got a pretty safe pair of hands. And he holds on to that one. Kumar goes for 8. It's 52 for 4.
The ball was genuinely in the slot, wasn't it, Vinny? Really only needed to get a decent piece of the stick on it, and it should have been straight over the head of our cameraman there from Spring Media, but unfortunately didn't time it as nicely as he would have liked, and Webb picks up his first wicket of ECL 2024, and just may put the brakes on that Gamblers fight back a touch. Probably got to look for a total of maybe 110, 115 if they can, based on where they're placed at the moment. Webb continuing to pitch the ball up, and just a little bit of shape.
Yeah, a little bit of a nervous swipe there. First up from Simranjit Singh. Just looking at their batting, though, they've got a few that can still go. Junaid Khan has been used as a wild card by GSC, and so he's available. He's a lower order guy, but has a good record here with the bat.
Full ball, struck nicely over the cover fielder's head. And that's a good start for Singh. His first boundary. And Gamblers up to 56 for 4 at the end of the 6th over.
Yeah, look, I think that's a good example of a nervous shot first up that he gets away with. And then he kind of clonks himself in the head and says, hey, come on, get back to batting. And the next one is a proper cricket shot. And he gets able to get it over the offside for 4. So Karanbir and Simranjit just looking at batting to come. Junaid's listed at 10, but he's pretty decent in the late overs. Narayanan is a specialist bat as well, still to come.
Another one of the Old Victorians have lost their footing. Not sure if there's been a little bit of moisture put on the deck at the bowling end, but Jack Stevens has gone flying as well.
Stevens, just even in the yellow shirt, a bit like a newborn giraffe at the moment that's just been thrown in the deep end. See if he can keep his feet this time.
Bambi on ice skates, manages to stay upright on that occasion. He's just swung across to the leg side. He's had an interesting start to the day.
Yeah.
Young Jack Stevens, hasn't he? A couple of catches going down, gone down first ball that he's bowled.
That's an interesting adjective that you've used. It might be going to the thesaurus, and probably could pick down a couple of others. But anyway, hey, he's got plenty of time to turn things around. But this isn't going to help because that's a huge no ball. And, well, a bit of the old crash into each other down there. It'll be a free hit coming up.
Could have been a lot worse, that collision on the boundary. They managed to spin at the right time.
I thought they might have touched while one was out of the field, but it doesn't matter as long as you're not trying to. It doesn't matter anyway because they've come apart by the time the other fielder goes over the line. But yeah, if you're touching the fielder that's over the line, it's only 4 if they're deliberately trying to assist you. And when you collide accidentally, I don't think it falls in that category. Stevens, welcome to the Cartama Oval.
Well,
delivering a free hit to Big Daddy.
4 of his 1 delivery so far. He's gone for the wrist spinner and has been hit very high. Jenner's underneath it. He may have actually kept that ball in if he has. An outstanding piece of fielding. They're coming back for the extra run. An appeal at the top end, and umpire Tyrone will go to the video. This is going to be close.
Well, the first thing is it 6? And if it's 6, then the run out's irrelevant. So we'll probably look at that one first. But what a stop. I mean, that was so high. And then the run out, I feel like he's in. But, yeah, he just watches it. And the higher it goes, let's have a look. Oh, it's going to be 6.
Foot on the line. Foot on the line, Vinny. So easy call for the umpires. Don't even have to go to the run out.
Yeah, exactly. So he's on the line. And, yeah, that's going to be 6 runs. Just for fun. I'd be curious if he would have been run out. And, yeah, at the end. Well, that won't tell us too much. But we get the right decision in the end. Anyway.
Well, that ball's been hit over the cover. It might spin off the turf and go for a boundary. So this is turning into a costly over from young Jack Stevens. Gamblers up to 70 for 4 halfway through this 7th.
Yeah, well, boundary comes. Interesting option, the old, the confidence to go the old Merv Hughes style fast leg spinner, really. But Curran Beer is giving Gamblers a fighting chance here. Excess up to 112.
Stevens, full ball. It's left in the hope that it's going to be a wide. It's fallen well inside that wide line, Vinny, so miscalculation from Singh.
Yeah, just kind of locks him up. Just thinking, is that going to be a wide? As good look, sees it isn't. Anyway, not the end of the world.
Right on the leg side. I thought that might have clipped pad, but it might have been bat striking the pad as it went through.
I think he might have just hit his own pad in the stroke. Attempted glance there. He got fine leg up in the circle. Aren't we loving the kits? One of the great things about a new group, we get to see 5 new kits today hit the park. Something a bit strange about this matchup as well. In a sec.
Good ball right up in the block hole. Vinny, what's strange?
Well, Old Victorians, typically they play in a black kit with a bit of yellow. But Gamblers, when they play in Portugal, they wear a kit that's exactly what Old Victorians are wearing. So I keep kind of checking myself here. But Gamblers wearing the alternate blue, almost like the Azuri blue.
That one's drilled straight down the ground. Sensational effort from Jenna once again, coming around from long on. Unfortunately, much like the Maximo a few balls ago, can't keep that in the field of play, and that's a good finish to the over from the Gamblers. Yeah, good fielding, bad outcomes for Jenna really here, who gives it a great attempt, but 4 runs to finish, so 75 for 4 after 7. Let's have a look at some of the stats. Now we're almost up to 7,000 runs. We're not even at the end of week 1 yet. We hit 600 Maximos in the final last night. We hit 400 4s. But have a look at these numbers. This is the average of all of the matches so far. So 12.8 Nova tells you that kind of 128 is the past score. Yeah, we're seeing an average of 11.36s per 10 overs. More 6s than 4s as well. We'll wait for this first ball to be bowled, but I'm going to put something to you, Maximo, as a bit of a deeper statistical analysis.
I'll accept it.
James Duckett coming on for his second over of spin. Hasn't started particularly well. Full ball on the leg side, and it's utterly pumped by Singh for a much-needed Maximo.
Gundy ball, really, from Duckett, the skipper. And once again, you see Simran, he can handle himself. So it was a bit of an awkward swipe first ball, but since then he's been pretty well put together.
So, back to that statistical analysis. The wickets per innings surprised me, 5.8, probably a bit lower than I might have expected, but, and we'll just wait for this second ball from Duckett in the block hole, nicely bowled, it's a single. I would like to see the analysis taken out if you remove the innings that are essentially not completed because of a second innings, relatively simple chase.
Well, I can give you a deeper dive then, because that's important.
That's heaved over to the leg side, unfortunately.
So that wickets per innings is actually wickets per 60 deliveries. So it's normalised for 10 overs. So that's saying in every 10 overs of cricket we're getting 5.8 wickets. And that's actually slightly more than the average. It's normally about 5.5. It's about on. It's normally in the 5s. So that's one. It's a statistic that I look at across series as well. So for example, I could go back to Switzerland last year, which was a pretty batting heavy series, and my guess it will be slightly less. I'll have a look.
Coming on. Another attempt to heave him on the leg side. Hasn't come off well, but it's been mishit enough that it will just drop inside 30-metre circle, and they'll scoot through for a single.
Yeah, so last year, Switzerland 5.7, about the same as this.
Full ball, and it's hit nicely, and it's hit from Maximo. Singh taking the low full toss, managing to dispatch it. Duckett goes for 22 off his 2 overs, and the Gamblers just edging their way up to a competitive total here. 91 for 4, 2 overs to go.
Yeah, you get like, going to be ugly 120 on the board here. Obviously, had the worst possible start with Darji going first ball. The Jersey side have missed some opportunities in the field. I wouldn't say they've really been hurt yet. I think the players they dropped, they've gotten out anyway. But look, Currenby is a guy, he's batting 5. For me, it's too low. You know, he's a guy, we've seen him opening up in ECS Austria, which is very strong competition. Obviously, they like Darji up there. Look, they've got strong batting. I think Currenby is a guy, you've got to find a way to get him higher than he's batting at the moment. Anyway, 2 to come, and it all happens in the 9th. There's number 9, Webb to bowl.
And that man Currenby are on strike, hasn't timed that shot well, and it's a good catch. It's Giles coming in from the long off boundary, and a much needed wicket just as the Gamblers had started to reassert themselves in this innings, and Currenby seeing he departs for 40, and the Gamblers 91 for 5.
Picked him up and he has to go now. Good catch that time by Giles. We saw him just have a bit of difficulty with one earlier. I love some of the seam position of these pace bowlers so far from Old Victorians, but yeah, goes the old slide in, gets his head low to the ground, make sure he's got everything under that. He's even got the thighs as a backup kind of option, but safely into the hands. Good knock though from Currenby, 40 off 18, gets this innings back on track, but he has to go at 91 for 5.
Yeah, the Gamblers, 11 balls to go. They have to go hard. Still got a few hitters down the order. Narayan's come out to join Singh at the batting crease. As I said, still got Junaid Khan there, who hits well down the ground. Was just pushed across the leg side, and they'll take the 1. So the more established batter, Singh coming back on strike. He's got 19 off 7, has given the total some impetus.
He
the
can
last few
swing
overs.
away now. I mean, I don't think you're worried about getting bowled out. You've still got hitters to come. Webb 2 for 12. Decent figures from him. Can you just sneak up that 115, 120?
They're doing a good job keeping the ball outside off stump. And the Gamblers put the ball over the mid-wicket boundary.
It's not the odds. There's no one deep point. So throw the hands at it. We've already seen he can hit over cover. I just think that's a little bit premeditated from Simranjit. Wasn't the right option. Shades of the first ball he faced.
Another one outside off stump. Body turns to the leg side. Doesn't get a good piece of it, but they will scoot through for the single.
I'm not saying they need to do it here, but we have seen teams retiring people out more. We saw it yesterday. In fact, we saw Davitsi retired. He was 40 at the time, but they're trying to get the right players to the crease in these last few overs.
Short ball, not dispatched by Narayan. So just dealing in ones here at the moment. It's been a pretty good over from Webb, coming on for his second, managing to get the star bat out at the start of the over with Currenby Singh dismissed, and the rest of his deliveries just put it on the right spot outside off. See if he can complete it. Final ball. 4-1, charges down the track and gets enough bat to take that over for a Maximo backward of point, and the Gamblers with a much needed boost to their total. They reach triple figures into the 9th over.
He just stays a bit side on longer here. I know it's not quite where he intended it, but he just holds his form better, keeps that front shoulder heading in the right direction, and the 100 does come up with 6 balls remaining. Gamblers are 100 for 5.
So Edward Giles being brought back on for his second over, his first one wicket for 9. So easy decision for the captain, I suspect.
Yeah, I think so. Hey, the bonus point's been a bit of an interesting one as well.
Talk me through the bonus
yes,
point.
Bonus point's been an addition. It's come in full time this year. It was trialled in the ECCW last year. There's 4 points on offer in every match. 3 if you win, 1 if you lose in a normal match. Anyway, we'll just pause because here comes Giles.
Didn't make it off stump line. Would have been an opportunity at the wicket. And there was remarkably an opportunity at the bowler's end. Narayan just really going for a Sunday afternoon stroll. And in the end, Giles had shot at the stumps.
Yeah, Corbell with the lob. And then it wasn't a great one. But yeah, I think it still would have been out. Just shows you how tough it is to go from a standing start. Come back to the points in a second. Let's wait for the next ball. Simran on strike.
Big swing across the line. Slaps himself in the thigh. Great start for Giles, 10th
Classic.
over.
Jekyll and Hyde from Simranjit Singh in this innings. Yeah, so you get 3 for a win, 1 for a loss. But if you thrash the other team, you steal their point. So 4 for a win, and they get 0. Now, what's a thrashing? It's if you can chase the score in 7 overs. If you're batting second, that's what all Victorians might be trying to do.
Short ball, bit of pop. And Simranjit Singh, consecutive dot balls in the 10th.
Yeah, so if you're batting first to get all the points, you need to restrict the team batting second to 70% or less of your score. If you're batting second, you need to chase it in 7 overs or less. So it's been pretty interesting. Hootinger, for example, they lost their first 3 games, but did pick up points in each of those 3 games.
Full ball outside off stump. Not the place to bowl with the fielding setup that he had. And Singh makes good connection when he stays still, Vinny.
I can't
he
work
can hit a
out
ball.
this innings from Simran. He's hitting it further when he's not trying to hit it as hard. I think there's a lesson there for some of these players at the Cartama Oval. The ball does fly. Look at that, it's just a stroke. I can guarantee you, though, he's going to try and hit this one into the mountains, and I don't know if he can hit 2 in a row the way things are going.
He could do with a couple of boundaries to finish this innings. Portuguese side.
Here he comes.
Short ball at the off, and of course he goes swinging to leg. Has to think about whether or not he's going to bother getting to the non-striker's end, but his partner Narayan calls him through. Sick of watching from the other end.
Some of these guys playing their first game here in the ECL, they just get drunk with power after hitting the maximum and say, well, if I did that when I didn't try and swing too hard, what if I actually give it everything? Anyway, Narayan is going to face the last ball. Gamblers 108 plus this.
Oh, short of a length, swung hard. Fortunately, not great contact. So think about the second. They've changed their mind about 14 times, and as a result, throw comes in from mid-wicket.
Poor cricket from Ranjit. He had to be going for 2 there. What are you pausing for? You know, red ink doesn't matter in the wash-up, and it probably would have been out anyway. But he kind of leaves Simran high and dry, so he'll have to wear the dismissal. But Gamblers, they didn't always look like they're going to crack the 100 at one stage, but they're going to finish with I suppose a competitive but slightly underwhelming 109 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, excellent adjectives to describe that innings, Vinny. They probably needed at least one of their other big bats, aside from Karambir, to stick around at the crease for a bit longer, but a steady stream of wickets, particularly early in the innings, hindered their ability to get up to that 130, 140 region, and ultimately the Old Victorians from Jersey, I think, will be fairly happy with their start to the tournament. They certainly bowled a fairly disciplined line and length, didn't give away too many extras, and they will be very happy with their work to start off. So, speaking of starting off, what a start to this game.
Yeah.
The left-armer Simpson, wicket first ball.
First ball, first wicket. Well, easy like a Sunday morning for Simpson, who got the regulation edge. He was fired up. He had the dome shining for all to see. Easy catch for Corbell behind the stump. But I've got to say, there were a few missed opportunities for the Jersey side as well.
Yeah, indeed. A couple of their fielding efforts, whether it was catching, whether it was stopping the ball, even Simpson with the opportunity for his run out off his own bowling. This was probably a fairly fortunate dismissal. I think that ball was likely to just miss leg. But in the end, umpire put the finger up, and he had a well-deserved second wicket. The left-arm paceman is going to be a handful at the top of the order for the teams playing Old Victorians. A nice sharp catch there, which got Kalia out. Didn't really go hard at the ball, but they had a few others who were more than happy to go hard at ball. This was probably the shot of the innings from Karambir Singh. He ended up with an innings of 40 off 18 balls. That was a nice little bit of bowling from Matthew Webb. Drew the false shot, and the safe hands of Jonty Jenner. Certainly a man we're looking forward to seeing with the bat for the Old Victorians. That was one of the few error balls from the bowling line of the Old Victorians, as Simranjit Singh joined Karambir for those middle to late overs, and they gave enough of a boost to the Gamblers' total. They've at least put on something mildly competitive. But that was a huge wicket. Karambir would have liked to launch a few in the back end of the innings. Unfortunately, he was a victim, particularly to a sharp take from Edward Giles. And a bit of sharp work from the outfield, and nicely tucked away by the keeper, Elliot Corbell, to create a run out off the final ball. As a result, that has left Gamblers Cricket Club with a score of 109 for 6 off their 10 overs. So certainly probably 15 or 20 less than they would have been aiming at the start of the innings, but given that flurry of early wickets, probably a better position than they might have expected to be. So their score heavily driven by those 2 middle order batters. Karambir Singh, he scored 40 off 18 before eventually being a victim to Matthew Webb, who took 2 wickets, and Simranjit Singh dismissed off the last ball of the innings. Ranjit Rain coming in there, soaking up 4 balls for only 2. Probably needed a boundary or 2 from him in those latter stages. Good all-round bowling performance from the Old Victorians, headlined by Scott Simpson, the left-arm paceman. At the top of the innings, he took 2 for 13. Edward Giles did a pretty good job, particularly coming in the final over. He had 1 for 16, and Matthew Webb 2 for 20. So decent all-round performance from the Old Victorians. They'll certainly be happy to get that fielding innings out of the way, and will feel relatively confident, particularly with their batting lineup featuring the blasting bats of Charlie Brennan and Jonty Jenner, that they are more than capable of chasing down this total. So they have a target of 110 to win off their 10 overs if they're to get their campaign here at ECL 2024 kicked off with a win. Gamblers trying their utmost to stop them, and they've got a few guns with the ball who can certainly work their way through a batting lineup. Plenty of action still to come here at Cartama Oval. Please join us back on the European Cricket Network in a matter of minutes for the chase of Match 1 Group C.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Buenos dias, welcome back. Great to have your company on a sunny Sunday on the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you for ECN. And this is Group C action, the opening match of this group pits the champions of Jersey against the champions of Portugal. It's all Victorians come out to bat against Gamblers SC. 110 for victory in the 10 overs after holding Gamblers to 109 for 6. Vinny Sander with Andrew Ryan for the first time in the series. And Rhino has runs on the board, probably not as many as the Portuguese would have liked. But let's see what they can do with the ball. Also, first chance to see all Victorians with the bats in the competition.
Indeed it is. Vinny Sander, and thank you for all of our viewers for joining us out here. Magnificent Cartama Oval, and big man at the top of his mark for the Gamblers if they are to shut down this Old Victorians batting lineup. Junaid Khan, who we know has a mighty in-swinger to the right-handers. He'll be pushing the ball, or at least trying to, across the face of Charlie Brennan, who's been joined by Jonty Jenner out there. So the two gun bats from the Old Victorians at the top of the order. But Junaid Khan, he will be a test for these two.
Let's get cracking. 110 for Old Victorians to win in their first attempt.
Brennan punches out to point. Fielder sprints in, can't field clearly, and single to get things started.
Classic case of the bottom half running faster than the top half there, but I like the urgency. We say first chance to see Old Victorians, but we do know both Brennan and Jenner from their involvement in the Jersey national team before, and we also know Junaid Khan very well. He played for Awaresh, that's his regular club, but you are allowed to bring in two players for an ECL campaign, and they've decided to bring in Junaid, probably because of his record. He has an incredible record of picking up wickets in the first over on this ground.
Short of length ball, Jenner tries to ride it over the keeper's head. It's called wide. A little bit of a lift from Khan with the new ball.
Yeah, it looks wide to me. It's high. Yeah, good call, but he's really getting some zip there, Junaid Khan.
Good athlete, Junaid Khan. Probably a bit quicker than he might seem on the surface. Probably the breeze here not helping him. Does like to hoop the big in-swinger in, but wind just pushing across out to the offside. That one just swung wide of off stump, and Jenner times it beautifully. Lovely Maximo over cover.
Yeah, classy shot. He's fighting the natural movement, probably straight, to be honest, from Junaid. The funny thing with Junaid, has that big in-swinger, but he does get some balls to leave the right-hander as well. So it's that unpredictability, which is one of his assets. That one went halfway up the jungle, and Jenner's off to a flyer.
Not a bad start to your campaign, Vinny. 6 off the first ball.
That's the dream, isn't it?
Lovely shot, quality top-tier batter, Jonty Jenner.
Gonna get these two, it's game over.
A little bit of lift. Just popped away for a relatively easy single. So this is the key, isn't it, Vinny? These two at the top of the order, because on the one hand, it's giving them the most balls to face. On the other hand, exposing them to the new ball. A couple of wickets early against this Old Victorians team.
Yeah, I still think you need to push your chips to the top of the deck, to use a reference. But, yeah, I still think you see even good players give opportunities in this form of the game.
There's that one that just leaves the left-hander. Good piece of bowling from Khan, and I think particularly the areas of the ground that Brennan likes to hit to, that's a good spot to be bowling. He does tend to say leg side of the ball.
And Gamblers are a fairly new club in the Portuguese setup. They're growing all the time in Portugal. I think they're up to something like 15 to 20 teams there. It's good to see cricket growing.
Another one, big one, swinging away from the left-hander, so consecutive dot balls. Good comeback here for Cardi, just love to get a feather edge through to the keeper.
And I know that you've been to Portugal a little bit, covering cricket for ECN, but a bit of a fun fact, that every single trophy on ECN has been won by Marlow in Portugal, except the night series in 2022, when Gamblers got the win.
Bucking the trend. To represent Portugal here at ECL 2024. Short the leg side, that's exactly what Brennan will swallow up. Didn't need to hit the ball too hard, landed about a foot inside the boundary, and the Old Victorians finished the first over. And what, once it's gone through for review, will be confirmed as 13 for none after one.
Well, there's the rope. We'll have to see which side of the rope the ball lands on here. And it is going to be 4. Well, there you go. They'll have to change that one in the end. But yeah, there you go. So 4 runs to finish the over. Well, put your thing down, flip it and reverse it. And we'll tell you that it is 13 with that loss after 1. Hey, did you see the Golden Ball opening day?
Did I ever?
Crazy stuff. It was Heritage of Luxembourg versus the Cobras of Hungary. That's already 26 matches ago. But I will remind you that it did happen this week. We've already gone through 26 more matches.
Hard to keep on top of the calendar days, Vinny, but 26 matches since Golden Ball. I suspect we'll have another one throughout the course of ECL. Some tight matchups as Cambodge coming in, the left armour for the second over. He hits him on the back pad. That's actually a good shout. Maybe just rising over the top, but a nice piece of bowling.
I think it does. Just takes off. We know this end's bouncy. Good delivery, though, from Cambodge. Check it out here. I think. He looks getting above the pad. It's climbing. And I'm fairly certain that's heading over the stumps.
Nice piece of bowling, though. Yeah. Ball swung late.
Good decision as well, though.
Absolutely.
Joe Foster.
Oh, Joe Foster, he's a good umpire, isn't he?
Gambler's looking for a square up early in this second innings, potentially.
Cambodge gets some more movement. Oh, it's fumbled down there. Junaid Khan, normally a very safe pair of hands. Another excellent delivery.
He runs at it, Junaid Khan. He doesn't need to. He just needs to stand still here. Basically, Hardookins it back into the infield. Have a look at it here. He's on the walk. Needed to be stable there, Junaid. It's a fairly basic error. To be honest, mirroring a bit of what we saw in the first innings.
Yeah, full credit, though, to the bowler, Cambodge. We've talked about Charlie Brennan liking to keep his body weight essentially leg side. The ball tailed back into him. Lost control of the shot. Jenner tries to move down the pitch. This has been an excellent over. A bit of spice from Cambodge.
He's a very good bowler, Cambodge. We've seen him a fair bit on the network. Getting the most out of this pitch. It's got a bit of spice in it. And again, I mean, scientists have not uncovered the reason why this end seems to have a bit of bounce. The other one's fairly benign. I mean, yet to play from the other end. We will from Group D. But still, great contest on our hands right now.
Cambodge too short, and Jenner swallows that hole. Heaved behind square for a Maximo, and after building up some pressure with those first 3 balls, that pressure valve's been released.
Yeah, maybe crosses a line from the consistent into the predictable here, doesn't he? Because Jenner's sweating on this, says, all right, I charge you, that didn't work out too well. I know that you're excited to bang it in, so I'm going to just be looking out for that pull/hook shot. Puts it away nicely. Hey, bit of a first here on ECN today, because this is the first time we've played an ECL on a Sunday. So it's strange, it's the last day of the week, but it's also the first day of a new group. So a bit of ECN history.
It's almost the traditional day down at the Carvery, isn't it, Vinny? So we're sacrificing that for the sake of getting some more cricket action in.
It's 1 week since I was there, because I arrived last Sunday morning, and yeah, straight to the Carvery. It's hard to believe that was a week ago, really. Cambodge, what's his plan now?
Goes back to his lane. Jenner tries to tickle it. Umpire's finger goes up, and that's due reward for what has been an excellent over from the Gamblers. Left arm paceman and the huge wicket of Jonty Jenner.
I got a feeling this is bat onto pad. I feel like he got a piece of it on the way through. I think definitely get some pad on the way through, but Jenner maybe predicting a fuller delivery. Yeah, well, there's a bit of thigh pad in it. Let's have a look. You got any bat in this? Yeah, it's actually straight off the glove. I reckon it's just come off the thumb. And yeah, no problem there at all.
Excellent decision from umpire Joe Foster.
Yeah, because it actually made that paddy sort of sound, but it was actually the padding of the glove, I think. So Jenner just gets that slightly wrong, but still played some nice shots in his 13. But he has to go as the first wicket down, and it's 21 for 1.
You can see from the celebrations, they knew that was a huge wicket. The Gamblers. And Jenner, if he had hung around for a few more overs, could make big inroads into this total. And that one's popped. And Corbell scoots down that on striker's end, so he'll have the strike back at the start.
Have a look at it here. See? Yeah, wasn't near the pad in the end. So I was kind of fooled from behind, just going on the noise. But, yeah, Joe Foster has a very good over there. He had a couple of tough decisions to make. He gets them both right. Anyway, end of 2. And the score 21 for 1 after 2. Look at the sides here in Group C. I've got these two going straight away, but Alton of Switzerland, they're taking on Afyon Karahisar SHS of Turkey in the second match, and then we'll get to see CC Academic from Sofia, which is the capital of Bulgaria. They'll be here for the first time in the third match of the day. Of course, each team will play 2 matches over the first, or 2 matches each in the first 2 days. So 4 matches total, and then we make the cut. The top 4 make it to finals day, which for Group C will be on Tuesday.
Yeah, some tasty matchups coming up later in the day. As Vinny said, Swiss champions Alton against the Turks, Afyon Karahisar. The next match, still plenty to go. This contest between Gamblers and the Old Victorians. That is unfortunate. The keeper standing up, Kuldeep Galea. Ball slightly short of a length from Rahman, who's come on to bowl the third.
Yeah, I mean, on this pitch, and Kuldeep he's experienced at standing up to him, but the extra bounce is going to be a factor. I think already he's going to go back. It costs him 4 though. Likes to put the squeeze on, but I just feel, you know, you're probably more likely to get a little edge or something that flies away. I think the value is to be back there at the moment. Shader Rahman. He's actually one of a pretty exclusive club, you know.
Played away to point. Fielder swoops in. Been lively in the field so far. Ankush Kumar coming in there from his backward point position. Corbell just struggling to get his innings moving at the moment. Fortunately for Old Victorians, the run rate required is not a punishing one at the moment. They're loving this power play to Brennan on strike for a few more balls. Only faced 5 so far. Push down the leg side from the left arm of Rahman.
Yeah, so Rahman actually took 4 wickets in 4 balls, and he did that in the ECI in Spain, in Barcelona, in November last year. And yeah, ripped the heart out of the Spanish middle order. So he's a guy, he's gotten some very good players out. Believe it or not, he's one of only 5 people to ever complete that feat on the network.
He might have a wicket here as Corbell popped it straight up to the safe hands of Mayank Darji. His day's gotten slightly better after a first ball dismissal at the commencement of this game. Gets the wicket, and second one down for the Old Victorians, 27 for 2.
You know, in a funny way, I think the keeper going back, Corbell then feels an obligation to charge because he doesn't have the keeper up. I don't know. And sometimes I think as a keeper, yeah, when you see a batter charging, your instinct, oh, let's go up and stop it. But it's not necessarily a good option for a batter to be on the move. And he gets that contact point wrong. And unfortunately for Corbell, he's not able to score in his first knock of the series. He's the second to fall, 27 for 2. And this game is just kind of just floating into the balance here, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't want to use the tried and tested hanging on a knife edge at the moment, but another wicket for Gamblers, as we see the ECN Hall of Fame.
Well, look at the top name. You'd remember that. That's Dish Baneka back in 2020, and you were doing that series, right?
I'll tell you what, not only remember that one, but the second on that name, Yusuf Sahak, was out there for Sweden in Melbourne for that.
Yeah, so you've got a bit of a habit of him. Oh,
shy at the stumps as
Giles
just takes his time getting up the non-striker's end.
That was a strange one because he never put the bat down. Maybe he was just in so much, but look. Oof. I'd be pretty confident that's missing. Might be a good option to get the bat down.
Not sure the coaching staff of Old Victorians will be too pleased seeing that running between the wickets. Anyway, 2 balls to go in this third. Power play over. Ball outside off stump. Brennan, not a huge amount of footwork. They had a shot at the stumps. I think his foot is back in despite the squeals of excitement from Galea.
I mean, the question is, does he throw it straight away or not? Let's have a look. Is that... Oh, does he wait? Okay, let's have a look here. I mean, I suppose it's quick enough. As he moved at the last moment, he's fine, he's fine. That's a bit of a time waster from
a lot of excitement over absolutely nothing. So final ball, Rahman's been a good over. That's not off stump again. Well, they found Brennan's kryptonite. He's 6 off 7, hasn't got going at all, and pretty good start in the end. 3 over power play, and Old Victorians 28 for 2. Gamblers getting a sniff.
Yeah, they are. It's a very good start. I mean, remember, Junaid dropped that catch. Well, I guess we'll see if that comes back to bite them at all. But hanging in the game. Just those 3 or 4 good overs there. 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, the only overs in double figures. 109. Seen it defended before this week.
Good move, I think, to bring Cambodge back for his second over. Giving the ball when it's as fresh as possible. And another wicket or 2 here, particularly as much as he hasn't fired yet. Brennan, he's a top-class player. Cambodge, not a top-class delivery. That one sprayed wide of off stump.
And Cambodge being brought back. I like this. I think you got to stick with the guys that are doing the job. And Cambodge bowled a pretty dangerous looking first over. Again, just searching for more wickets, trying to open up that middle order.
Wide of off stump, called wide again. So after an excellent first, he lost his radar on this occasion, presumably desperately trying to push the ball wide of off stump.
Yeah, it's not a bad spot to miss though, either. He's going to Deesh back in 2020. That was against Alton. He took those 4 wickets and 4 balls.
Ball that's off stump, Giles whacks it straight into the artificial turf of the Cartama pitch. That was a momentous moment. That was one of the first big ECN moments, wasn't it, Vinny, of Deesh Baneka just absolutely rifling his way through the star-studded Alton batting lineup.
Yeah, it was crazy. Some good catches held in there as well.
Outside edge. Giles tries to give himself some room. Easy catch for Galea, and bringing Cambodge back for his second has worked. And all of a sudden, Old Victorians 30 for 3, and it's not a great start for them.
It's not, and it's the old premeditated back away as well. I just don't know if the odds are there for it. It's like the millionaire's shot, really. Does well to even reach this. Look, goes a long way, almost off the toe of the bat. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, right off the toe of the bat. Healthy deflection, and Golia does the rest. That's why I think keep it back here with the extra bounce. I know he's capable of keeping up, but I think going to be a lot of those little edges flying around, and Giles, unfortunately, only contributes to single. 30 for 3.
Tell you what, Vinny, tactically what I don't understand about that is that the bowler is desperately trying to push the ball wide of off stump, the wide line. Giles does not need to give himself room there if he does want to thrash through the offside. In fact, it's straight into the area where he should be chopping that past the man who's standing there all alone at point.
Yeah, I've got my theories on that. Anyway, as we see Stevens, well, good luck.
He comes charging down the deck.
So,
flirting with the wide line again.
The theory behind backing away and going to the leg side is when the bowler's constantly cramping you for room or bowling at the stumps to then open up that offside. But these guys, they're voluntarily giving you room as a bowler, so you don't need to do that.
Cambodge better ball, late movement, and that's when he's at his most dangerous, just getting the ball on a foolish good length, a little bit of tail away in either direction. Excellent seed. And they're going away to mid-wicket, late movement, and Stevens do well to survive these last few balls. Another decent delivery, not made great contact, and it's the 4th wicket down. And the Gamblers, they are not folding. Stevens has had a fairly ordinary start to his tournament. And Cambodge, he's had a great start. 3rd wicket.
Thought Murray had a shocker the other night for Hornchurch, who ended up whacking over his own stumps. But to be honest, Stevens has probably had something similar. I suppose the beauty of this game is that he's got 3 games to turn it around, and certainly hope he can. That's cricket sometimes, and this form of the game can be brutal. Well taken down there by Simran, and Gamblers, you got to say, they're ahead in the cricket match right now. Stevens goes for a duck, and he's going to be the 4th to fall. It's 31 for 4.
Tell you what, a lot resting on the shoulders of young Charlie Brennan for the Old Victorians. He hasn't got going yet, 6 off 7, but at the moment he can't even get on strike to rectify this situation. Just seeing a succession of his teammates making their way back to the pavilion. There's James Duckett, the skipper.
Yeah.
And boy, do they need a captain's knock.
Sure do.
Again, away to point, and the flying figure of Amandeep Kokar not allowing the single.
Yeah. Gamblers 70-30 now. Good pot odds there.
Good odds, good odds.
Not going up all the time. But hey, how many times have we seen teams at this kind of in the 20s and 1 or 2 overs can change the game?
Full ball, driven into the gap.
I think Prague CC were down to 4% a couple of days ago against Wimbledon and whacked 5 sixes out of the ground and did it with time to spare. Right now, Old Victorians need a turning point. They're 32 for 4 after 4.
A great little spell there from the left armour. Cambodge 3 for 11 off his 2. He's still got 1 over to come from Sinead Khan. Got some other bowlers within his team who are pretty useful. Rahman bowled a pretty decent first over himself. A lot of left arm pace.
Yeah, I know Corey's a huge fan of just, left armers in general. Yes, it is Rahman that comes back.
He's hitting the block hole, driven away, and they'll happily take the single. It does bring Brennan back on the strike. They need him to find the boundary.
Yeah, so that's unbelievable. So you were there for the first 4 wickets and 4 balls. You were there for Yusuf Sahak in Sweden. Then we didn't have one for almost a year. I remember Danu one. That's an amazing one. And then Mike Jones, the other 2 to do it. I'll talk you through the Danu one. 4 wickets and 4 balls. Kent Lanka versus Roma CC. Come back to the action here. 5 players in 5 years essentially have done this feat.
Just drilled down the ground, Brennan. Getting a single despite the misfield.
So Danu one for Kent Lanka, who hadn't won a game. They kept getting close. They hadn't won a game though. And there were 7 required off the last over. And they tossed and turned, and then they decided, okay, we're going to go back to pace. And so 7 off 6 against a strong Roma CC lineup. He's gone wicket, 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 wicket. And there was a set batter at the other end. I think it was Nuttige. And then there was a single. And there was 6 to win off the last ball. And what do you think happened?
I'm suspecting Maximo got launched.
Maximo. So that over where he took 4 wickets and 4 balls actually was a heartbreaking over for Kent Lanka, who then remained winless. And then the other one, Mike Jones, actually in Croatia, did the double hat trick in late 2022. And then we didn't see it at all in 2023, except for Shahid Rahman. It's the only time it happened last season in 1,600 plus matches.
He hasn't got the double hat trick here, but he is bowling very, very well. Once again, getting that ball in the block hole in the left arm, pushing it across the right-hander.
That Yusuf Sahak also was in the 10th over. And do you remember this game?
That was an insane game against Malmo Cricket Club.
Malmo needed 8 off 12, and they had 8 wickets in hand. Anyway, going to last over, they lost wicket, 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 and then 1 and run out. It was actually 5 and 5 in a way.
Good ball. Almost an inside edge onto his stumps. And gamblers feel like they are right on top in this contest, Vinny.
So they should. I mean, they're 80-20 now, really. This one could have easily gone back onto the stumps. Then Lucky turns around just in time, Duckett. Yeah, so Yusuf Sahak. Yeah, that was an insane. And then they were bowled out.
Great action. That was a fantastic
That's probably one of the all-time great finishes.
Once again, pushing it off stump. They're shy at the bowler's end, and Duckett was gone.
Interesting option there. Yeah, I mean, he decides to go underarm, which often is a bit more accurate. Maybe could have waited. It's one of those ones that could he have thrown it to the bowler on his way back to the stumps. I think he does the right option, but just wasn't able to hit the timber. That would have been a clear run out.
Well, ultimately, you've got to have the bowler alive to that situation. I'm not sure Rahman was in position. Final ball of the over. And Brennan lofts it, doesn't make amazing contact, but just carries the head of the fielder at long on. That's a huge turnaround. Brennan going there would have potentially been curtains for this game as it is. Old Victorians squeeze their way a little bit closer, 41 for 4. Yeah, it's gone.
That's pretty impressive attempt as well on the boundary, but it's a forlorn effort, so 41 after 5, so they're about 14 and over. We certainly have seen that done. And there is some quality. Again, I think both these teams Just struggling because it is early in the season, and I don't think the Jersey boys will have had too much of a hit. Maybe some indoor stuff. Portugal, I suppose they are actually have done a bit more training. I think that's kind of showing up a bit right now. But right now, Old Victorians, well, they were ahead at half time, but right now they're not. They're going to have to do something pretty special to get home from here.
Yeah, certainly. And we talked about the fact that the Jersey team have both of their gun batsmen in the opener's spot. Jenna went relatively early. Middle order just struggling to find the boundary at the moment. You can see they're almost trying to force the ball rather than actually think through where the gaps are. This Cartama field, very, very quick. Just use the pace of the bowlers, particularly left armers, pushing across to the offside. That's a good start. This is Ankush Kumar, who has come on to take up the attack in the 6th over.
Yes, I know gamblers have been training sometimes at the Santarem Cricket Ground, which actually will host the Western Shield, the first ever British and Irish Knights versus Team Europe best of 9.
Is there a ground in Europe that gets more action than the Santarem Cricket Ground?
The SCG.
A change of pace. Called wide. It was actually a nice piece of bowling.
Yeah, he's trying to roll the fingers. Well, he does roll the fingers on this. Does it do enough? Suspect it doesn't quite cut back enough to get inside the line. Straight over.
Comes from very wide of the crease too, Kumar. But nice piece of bowling though. Duckett 3 off 7. Struggling. Gets that line just slightly inside the wide. Duckett at least trying to use that space backward of point because they should be able to find some boundaries, but can't make contact.
Never easy away from your body. That's the thing. In ECN cricket, any ball that touches that blue line even will be called a wide. Got to be fully inside. That one was.
Duckett.
He's
got to be a candidate to potentially get retired here. He's just not finding the middle of the bat.
Yeah, well, the captain is out there. Does he pull the pin on himself, or is there some sort of mutiny brewing in the change room? I don't know.
Finds that spot outside offside. That's called wide. That feels like a tough call. I thought that was a nice piece of bowling from Kumar.
Duckett will take him however he can get him. That one might have been a bit harsh, I think. But maybe got a little bit of the blue line.
Joe Foster might have just wanted a bit of a shoulder stretch there. But either way, Duckett 3 off 9. Short ball wide of off stump. He's finally made contact, and he's made good contact. That ball goes flying into the jungle, and that's one way to catch up your runs versus balls.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really, you'd hate to retire the captain so early in the series, because where does that leave his head at for the subsequent matches? So, yeah, he backs himself, he hits that uppercut nicely, gets the Maximo. Victorians, they kind of that 2 boundaries and over keep them competitive. So they get 1 there. Been helped up by a couple of extras, a couple of 50-50 calls going their way.
Rolls the finger over the Grizzly. Ball just holds up in the deck. Duckett, a straight pull for 1. So brings Brennan on to strike. Like him at the batter's end far more frequently, but he's really got to try to push a boundary here. That run rate, it's not looking the healthiest at the moment. Chasing a target of 110, so they're still in the game.
Portuguese sides have been impressive in the ECL last couple of years. And Marlow had a bit of a tough time back in 22, but Werash in 23 were pretty professional. They went the way they went about it, and obviously gamblers here look to be off to a winning start. Well, it's not done yet.
Short ball, Brennan slaps it straight down the ground. It's good contact from the young man. I think that might have just dropped inside the boundary rope, but much needed boundary.
Yeah, I think it's just 4, but again, I want to have a closer look. Let's have a look at it on the replay. And yeah, bouncing just inside. And 4 runs to finish the over. 54 for 4 after 6. Brennan 17 off 10. Duckett does catch up with the Maximo. And 4 overs for Victorians to make a name for themselves here. Don't forget also that there's the bonus point situation. So they need to get to 77 to just get a point out of this game. That's that secondary target you see there. Otherwise, look, with a very good 4 overs here, you never know. Gamblers might be able to steal all 4.
Prakash coming on as the new bowler, so he'll presumably bowl 2 of this last 4. As we said, they've still got Junaid Khan with one up his sleeve as well. Feels like a big over, this one. Parkash short of a length once again. Duckett showing that he quite likes that uppercut. Good timing. The arms go up for a Maximo, and after some early struggles, that was probably just an ordinary ball from Parkash, but Duckett's into his work now.
Yeah, 14 and over. That's what they need at this stage. So see if they can get 14 off this over here. Parkash comes on. He's the 5th bowler. See if they can get after him.
The difficulty here too, Vinny, if Parkash goes for a few here, then the captain might have to look for one of his part-timers to step in. Oh, good ball from Parkash. Some late swing. Cramped Duckett for room. Good comeback after going for a Maximo first ball.
Yeah.
Do you get the feeling that the sense of urgency and the amount of chat on field has increased twofold in the last few overs? The Gamblers really feel like they are on top in this contest and almost feel like trying to crowd and put some pressure on the Jersey team. A little bit of swing away, might be a feather edge, the finger goes up. Huge dismissal. If the old Victorians would have chased this target down, it was young Charlie Brennan who was going to be the man most likely. Massive wicket for Parkash, and after going for 6 first ball, he's come back with a couple of absolute seeds.
Yeah, and once again, Brennan gets a nick, a bit like he did earlier. This one's thinner, and it's a simple catch behind the stumps for Kuldeep Golia. Victorians falling away pretty rapidly. Just can't get that run of boundaries that they need to get back in the contest as Parkash gets his first wicket of the series. And Victorians are up the creek searching for a paddle right now. They're 60 for 5.
And the boys from the Bailiwick, after that bowling innings to start things today, wouldn't have quite put the win straight in the bucket, but they would have been very, very confident. As it is, Gamblers 61 for 5. Their opponents really struggling to chase what should have been a gettable total. It's gone wide. Keeper Galia's actually done pretty well to not have any further damage.
Yeah, did enough. Would you say that the Gamblers are on a hot streak here, Rhino?
I would say. It's certainly not about to fold them anytime soon. They're on top, and it's Gelashan who is coming out to join skipper Duckett. In these tough times, it's always good to have skipper at the crease. Parkash gets some lift. Coming around the wicket, just a little bit of pep off the pitch.
Wow. Reminds me of my home ground, the Wacker here. Some of the bounce we're seeing at the moment.
Dare say a little bit more lift than your typical Jersey surface.
Wow. 15 to get the point. 48 to get the win.
Swinging it both ways. Unfortunately, the 2 times that the ball coming back into the left-hander, he's lost control, and that does enable the skipper Duckett to get back on strike.
Not always the case, but there's a bit of a trend, I think, in our tournaments that scores can start a bit lower, because I think as a batter, you only get the one chance. Well, you should only get the one chance. Whereas bowlers, you can make a mistake and come back. Batters can't. So yeah, it just takes them a while to get the rhythm sometimes.
The wide one. Does get some movement from Parkash. I think it's an underrated aspect of T10 bowling, Vinny. I think pacemen should focus on not just swinging the ball, but trying to move it both ways. It's certainly the easiest way to start drawing some false shots from big hitters.
That's true. Yeah, Parkash does get that sideways, doesn't he? Then gets it again, but it's going to be another wide.
It's mainly been the extras that have been the issue for him.
Look at that rate. It's not out of control. It's actually, well, the average run rate in Group A was 13.2. But yeah, running out of resources and just not looking likely at the moment. But they're just hanging in this game. Not going anywhere yet. In fact, yeah, 1 in 3. They went from here. We predict to say.
That one's dragged over the leg side. Could be a big moment. Safely taken catch, and that is the end of the skipper. It was a short of a length ball from Parkash, and just needed to pull it somewhat squarer. Unfortunately, heaped it straight down the throat of the man there at deep mid-wicket. And, well, the Devils number popping up on screen, 66 for 6. It looks like they could be going down to the depths of the bottom of the table, the Old Victorians.
Yeah, and it was almost one ball away from 6.6 as well. But yeah, didn't have to move. And that just really sums it up. So close yet so far for Old Victorians in this innings. And, well, Narayan didn't have to move. Duckett goes 17 off 14. Had a bit of a rough time out there. 2 Maximos, but not a lot to write home about. 65 for 6. Pardon me, 66 for 6 after 6.5.
Swapping one Duckett for another. Rob on strike, final ball of the over. Another lovely delivery. Parkash continues to try to move the ball. It's a good over from him, end of the 7th, and the Old Victorians 66 for 6.
Well, this is what's coming up. And Alton from Switzerland, their 3rd trip to the Cartama Oval. They will be taking on Afyon Karahisar, SHS of Turkey. Gökhan Altar's a player we know pretty well. We've seen him also for the Turkish national team, but a fair few new names there. For Alton, Thruna Vukarasu, he's a very, very dynamic player. Then you've got the Static Zais in there, Kunamurthy, a good young player as well. And Sakaram Oraridi, the captain, he'll also have the gloves. Dion the Rock Johnson at 7. Pretty good looking lineup. And I can tell you news from the toss is that the Alton side will get a chance to bat first after getting sent in. That match coming up in 35 minutes.
Yeah, we'll get used to saying the name Stanicsi a fair bit during Alton's games. 4 of them in that side. And a couple of key players as well. As seen coming on to bowl his first over. Speared just on off stump. Good start, Galashan. He takes his first runs on the board. Victorian 67 for 6, so that target feels like a long way away. As you said, Vinny, 43 off 17. Depending on the team, plenty of batting lineups could do this relatively comfortably, but 6 wickets down, really into the bottom order now. Shortish ball that pops off the deck. And pretty useful customer with the ball in addition to being a very good batter. And the Jersey team struggling to deal with the pace and bounce of this Cartama deck. Another one, similar length, pulled high. Oh, this one's put down. Well, I guess if you're going to drop one, probably better to catch the skipper and leave Rob Duckett out there, but that could have really closed the game. As it is, just keeping the door open.
Yeah, he just seemed to try to huddle this to his body. It was a Class A goober, really. Ranjit, he'll be disappointed he's dropped that.
Actually had to move for that one. Singh, though, continuing to do a fine display of defensive bowling. Just a wide Yorker. Sean can't get any bat. The percentage really in favour of the Gamblers now. 96. Even straight, not well timed. Could have been a shot at the stumps. The ball was just gotten stuck in the hands of Darji as he came flying in. Good over here from Singh. 3 off it so far. Final ball, Duckett on strike. What off stump. That's gone flying for a much needed Maximo. And I'll tell you what, Vinny, if they didn't have a boundary off that last ball, I'm not sure the Victorians would have found any hope in those last 2. But as it is, Singh just slightly wide of off stump. Duckett tries to thrash it, and boy, did they need that.
Yeah, well, in the words of Kim Wilde, you just keep me hanging on. And still in with a chance. Have to have a big last couple of overs that we've seen it happen before. Can anyone click here? 35 off 2 overs. So it's Parkashu, to be honest, doesn't really know where they're going at the moment. He's got the left-hander, which he sprayed a couple down the leg side. I mean, bad time to bowl the Minimo, for example. Pick 5 wides. All happens in the 9th, we say, and it really does have to all happen for Old Victorians here. Here we go.
Parkash, good line and length. Galashan trying to give himself a little bit of space to get through the offside. Parkash has come on in these middle overs, been very effective. Taking away from the cricket too, speaking of effective, Vinny, very impressed with your use of some 1980s and 1990s music references. I suspect the Sandhu Spotify playlist has been belting out some classic tunes. It's not a classic shot, but it has gone for a Maximo.
Oh, okay.
Galashan just keeping this almost corpse alive for the Old Victorians. 81 for 6, 29 off 10.
Well, I could go a bit more Swedish, a bit older, and I could say that the SOS has gone out. And good response there, carved away. And Luke gets plenty of bat on that. It's his first Maximo of the ECL, and he's, again, you're hoping just to get the fielding team, the bowling team, a bit nervous here. If you can get it down, below 20 last over, then could be in business.
Parkash moved the ball over the wicket to the left-hander now. Spears that into the pads, got away with that delivery.
Needed to take the wide there. Needed to take the wide. Anything down the leg side, anything missing the leg stumps are wide if you can just get out the way. The extra ball would have been so handy. Either way, it's one run.
Tell you what,
Not
leave
easy
the
take
extra
for the
ball,
keeper.
tickle that one down to fine leg. Vacant area, Parkash, dicey stuff.
Yeah, that's the one we were worried about. Left-hand, right-hand combination here. Duckett was dropped, wasn't he? Still there.
Drilled straight down the ground, but it should just be the single. So, Old Victorians, this rate is starting to look very, very difficult, particularly with 2 men at the crease, so you would not say a likely to launch consistent Maximos in the final over. So 27 off 8 balls.
I've got a feeling we hit a big 5 wides here. I've got a feeling. Hopefully wrong for the Portuguese supporters. He gets it right. Credit to him. Down the ground. It'll just be a single. So it just shows that 109. Batting's not as easy as some of these guys make it look. I think sometimes you get a false impression of what it takes to be successful out there. It's fine margins in batting.
I also say it's quite a blustery day today, Vinny. The swing bowlers have got a little bit more to work with. Gash in particular has enjoyed the conditions. Not on that occasion. That could be your 5 wides. That is pushing down to the boundary and just kept in.
Well, they're going to come back. Golly's out of position. They build Golly a statue. I have no idea how he got a hand on that. But yeah, this, I don't know where, it just gets the release completely wrong. And I reckon this is to do with the left-hand, right-hand constantly changing. But this is an acrobatic bit of work from Gollier that saves 2 runs. That'll be 3. Last ball to be re-bowled.
Well, he's managed to get that one on the pegs. Fortunately for the Portuguese side, that's the end of the 9th over. Well, a few things certainly happened in it, but not enough for the Old Victorians. 88 for 6, still needing 22 off the last.
Oh, look, we've seen it happen before, haven't we? And who knows? If we get, 21 off this over, then we'll be heading for golden ball. 55. We had one on Monday. Could we have one on a Sunday in week 1? I'm thinking highly unlikely, but you never know. You hit a 6 first ball, you might just start to believe. But these Old Victorians, they can hold it. They just haven't really clicked at all during this innings. But 1 over could change everything.
Well, I'm going to think a little bit more rationally about this Maximo. I don't think either of these two are likely to bash a Maximo down the ground, but Singh coming on the bowl, he's got a lot of pace. Maybe try a ramp or a little dab through the offside. Swung hard down the ground. Fielder coming around does a good job. Throw coming in, direct hit would have had him, and even Gollier might have had a play there at the striker's end. I don't think it's out, but there is no shortage of drama happening, and they will sprint through for a further one. Yet another shy at the stumps is missed. Well, well, well. 22 needed before they started this over. Who knows what the score is now?
Is that 3?
I think so.
We have to go to a recount. Bit of the old Florida hanging shards from the 2000 election. That would have been out. I think he's in there. We'll have to check that one. But then the ball goes, and then, yeah, at the end, we have another overthrow. This is the second run. But he's just in. Crazy.
That looked like a bad ECS final ball, to be honest with you.
Cue the music. So they get 3. Do you have your 3 on your bingo card?
Can we get the Benny Hill theme tune? So
I think we'll
overlay
need it.
that later in the day.
We should buy that because we get great value out of it here on ECN. All right.
19 off 5, so 3 scored off that ball. That's one way to bring the target down.
6%.
I will hold to my theory that these two should be using the pace of seeing Fielder move down there to fairly fine third
Swing
man.
hard. That sums it up. Sums up the innings, really. That was a crazy one.
Fair play to the Old Victorians, though, not giving up. These two sprinting between the wickets. And a few elements of shabby fielding from the Gamblers. Probably won't cost them in the end, but never know, 4 balls to go. 18 required. Big swing. Should be a catching opportunity. And this time it is pouched. And Shada Rahman, who was pretty good with the ball earlier in this game, takes a nice catch. And that's the 7th wicket down for the Old Victorians. Despite his best efforts. What's he, Rob Duckett? Probably need to get a definer edge on that. Send it flying over third man. As it is, he's back to the pavilion. And that might be all she wrote for the boys from Jersey.
Yeah, well, the Opera Lady's been in the wings. She's been warming up for a while. I think she can probably come out and rattle out a few bars now. Shada Rahman takes the catch. Rob Duckett goes for 12 and 92 for 7. I should mention, though, that they have secured a point at least, so both teams will take some points away. It just looks like Portugal are going to get the 3.
So is that the politically correct term now, Opera Lady?
I'd rather not mention the size.
Seeing.
I will tell you that it's all about the base. As we'll get to the last couple of balls of this one. Hey, well played for Gamblers. Really good defence. I mean, both teams have made some bonehead errors in this game, but yeah, Gamblers, I think maybe the greater experience in the format, and also the fact that they've clearly had some outdoor training, a bit more match-based training, played some practice matches, probably showing up a little bit.
Big swing from the left-hander. It's gone nothing but straight up in the air. Unfortunately for the Gamblers, Fielder coming in there from a long off. Simranjit Singh, not quick enough to pouch the catch, but they're closing this game well. And Karamir Singh, he's probably been ultimately the most important man for the Portuguese squad. Certainly powered their batting lineup and has done a good job with the ball. So 16 runs off the 1 ball, unless we see some incredible comedy fielding. This one's gone. And that has tickled the leg stump, taking the bail off. And after a few crazy moments in this game, interesting way to finish things off. And ultimately a good conclusion for the boys from Portugal, as the Gamblers Cricket Club win this first contest in Group C, and a much-deserved win, Vinny.
Yeah, 109 to 94. So, yeah, I don't know if people will predict that at half-time, but again, you see the difficulty of just coming out there and going that 10 plus and over, probably coming off pretty a very small amount of cricket. Alton, the Swiss champions, taking off Jan Karahisa of Turkey in match number 2. We're about 20 minutes away from rejoining you for that one. And, well, the Turks decided they want to bowl first. They're going to run into a pretty strong Alton top 6. I know that you know these guys very well. And well, we'll be back to see what those two teams are bringing. Of course, Afyon Karahisa, their first trip to the ECL. Alton, it's their 3rd. Well, high hopes early. We did talk about the importance of making sure you got through the openers. Gamblers ultimately were able to do that, and that went a long way to winning this game.
Yeah, for a team named the Gamblers, they actually played some good, smart cricket. Took some calculated risks with their bowling lineup, in particular bringing that man on, Cambodge, who bowled an absolute hurler of an opening over. Picked up a couple of cheeky wickets in his 2-over spell, and was probably actually the best of the bowlers in the end, particularly against what is a well-credentialed top order from the Old Victorians. They're also pretty solid in the field, to be fair. 1 or 2 moments of comedy cricket, but apart from that, some good catches by the outfielders. Ultimately, though, just very clever bowling. Their battery of left-arm pacemen. They had men trying to swing the ball both ways. In essence, really gave the Old Victorians batting lineup a lot to think about. And they really didn't come through with the goods. They had some good strokes from their top order at times. Charlie Brennan got 1 or 2 away, but ultimately none of them really looked like they were in great rhythm.
It looks like a bunch of good players out of Nick, kind of all at the same time. Speaking of Nick's, just a little one. Finally brought the end of Charlie Brennan. Again, he can deliver a lot more. Slow start, to say the least, for Old Victorians. They take a point out of the game, and look, it's not all doom and gloom. We'll see them later in the day against CC Academic Sofia, the Bulgarian champs, and also Gamblers. We'll see them, of course, against the Turkish side in the 4th match of the day. But credit to Gamblers. I mean, we saw a couple go down, but we saw some good catches taken. We saw the bowlers, I think, pretty much getting it right. Even when they missed, they didn't miss by too much. That was the cherry on top of the cupcake, wasn't it? That was a bail smasher. I think that bail is in pieces. A little bit like this old Victorians batting lineup as they go down by 15 runs in the opening match of Group C.
Indeed, summed it up very, very well there, Maximo. So a great start to the tournament for the Portuguese champions. That would have been a matchup that they were looking at as very much a 50-50 contest, but they have delivered, and in particular, very impressive performance with the ball. Unfortunately for the old Victorians, just none of their batters really got into the flow of the game. Charlie Brennan at the top of the order got a maximo or two, but ultimately couldn't really flash the ball to the boundary with regularity. Jonty Jenner, a couple of nice shots, but went early, just one tickling through to the keeper when he tried to go to leg side. Like Corbell, he was a victim of Rahman, and ultimately very consistent bowling performance from the Gamblers. Parkash was good, Cambodge very good at the top of the order.
22 extras, probably a few too many, probably flatters the score. But yeah, Jenner's dismissal, that's probably the one I go back to. It was avoidable, probably was a poor choice. But I suppose you never know. If he gets away with it, looks like a genius. 3 for 11, Cambodge was brilliant. Probably give him the best of the bowlers, though he had some competition because Shada Rahman bowled very well. 2 wickets each for Parkash and Karambir to finish things off. Junaid only required to bowl the one over in there. So no one really letting their side down for Gamblers.
No, indeed, and having a look at the top, it feels like a long time ago that Junaid, one of the prime bowlers for the Gamblers, went for 13 off his first over, and the old Victorians completely in control at that stage, but things went downhill very, very quickly, and ultimately an excellent performance first up from the Portuguese champions. They will put themselves in a prime position for a good spot in this Group C table. So Gamblers winning this match by 15 runs. We've got plenty more action here today, haven't we, Vinny?
We sure do. And Gamblers, they'll be hoping they can go 2 for 2. Old Victorians, they'll just be hoping to get a win out of opening day now. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes then to take you into the next match. And it's the champions of Switzerland and Turkey going head-to-head as Group C will continue right here at the Cartama Oval. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Andrew the Rhino Ryan. And we'll see you shortly for more European Cricket League. European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back. Group C action underway already. Time for the second match of the day, and we have the champions of Switzerland and Turkey here. It will be Alton take on Afyonkarahisar SHS, and both these teams hoping to make a strong impression in their first match, I'm sure. Ian Ramage has the two captains. Let's see what happens at the Giant. Coin toss.
3, 2, 1.
On you go.
You're welcome.
Okay, Alton, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Afyonkarahisar, you're the away team, you will call. Yep, there's the coin.
European cricket.
Call European cricket. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss.
We are bowling.
Okay, toss won by Afyonkarahisar, who will bowl first.
So Afyonkarahisar have won the toss and they've decided they want to bowl first. So again, we see this trend of teams that are new to the competition just wanting to get out there and I suppose getting a feel for it all as a team. And Afyonkarahisar, well, they perform very strongly in their domestic competition, still developing, I think, the game in Turkey. But of course, we saw last year what an impact the Turkish side can make on the competition. Let's talk Alton though. This is their third trip to the ECL. In fact, they're the only team here in Group C that have been before. So I think that experience is going to be invaluable. A couple of players I love to watch are some of the strong all-rounders of the Alton side. Probably the one I'm looking forward to the most is Malaga Staniksai. I think for him, this is going to be another chance to show what he can do. Of course, we've seen him really make an impact. And they're a proper T10 side as well, Alton. They'll bat all the way down, they'll be attacking. And in Switzerland last year, we saw a lot of sixes flying out of the ground. Let's get ready then for the first ball. And it is a Swiss connection as well in the commentary box, because Andrew Ryan will take you further here. In match number 2, it is the Swiss have been sent in Alton to bat first after Afyonkarahisar have won the toss and elected to bowl.
Indeed, wonderful preview there from Mr. Maxno for the two teams that we're seeing for the first time here at ECL 2024. It is Andrew Ryan here to take you through the opening stages of this game and this big clash between Alton and Afyonkarahisar from Turkey. So, as I said, first time we'll see both of these teams today. Certainly not the first time we've seen Alton at the European Cricket League. As Vinny mentioned, this is their third consecutive trip. They've been very consistent in the Swiss T10 competition and have a lineup that is very well developed for this form of the game. Yeah, so Victorians, the man who will like to come out and open, he is a big hitter, and we've seen him put in some good performances both for Alton and the Swiss national team. Cartama Oval, supercomputer, giving the Turkish team at least a passable chance here. 17% up against what is a team from Alton who, with the experience they have had over the last few years, will be really sensing an opportunity to not only win this group but get their way deep into the tournament. And they will be a very tough side to beat. In particular, strong batting lineup, really bat all the way down in order and with a very attacking mindset. So they will put some big totals on the board, particularly if they get the opportunity to bat first in a lot of these games. It was the Turkish side, Afyonkarahisar, who did win the toss early on, as we saw from Mr. Maximo and the gorgeous Scottish tones of Ian Ramage. So the skipper really showing probably why you don't see him with the ball that often. Very interesting throwing technique for the coin toss. Came up in favour of the Turks. Almost looked like he was shooting a free throw. But either way, he's much more capable when he's got a bat in his hand. Two men with the bat in their hand. At the moment, no, it is Ryan Staniksai, left-hander, who will take the first ball and Yasso through Navukarasu joining him out there. Dalian with the first delivery. And Stanixai gives himself some room. Cuts truly and gets the Alton innings started off with a boundary. Wasn't actually a bad ball from Dalian. Just pitched on or about off stump. Lovely start from the Swiss though. Very attacking player, Stanixai. Particularly strong, opening up that blade behind point and also swinging over to mid-wicket. Good ball, that one just tails back in. Quick single. Vukarasu will have to skedaddle through and just there in time. Nice shot, bit of work from the Turkish team in the field. Good start for Dalian with the ball too. One just middle, just tailing back into Stanixai. He likes to open up the shoulders. That ball coming back into him late, causing a few problems. Wow. Yasso, a man who's destroyed many attacks in his career in Switzerland. He knows one way to play. Ball dragged down the leg side. Hasn't adjusted to the right hander being on strike. Hitting it around with some quite reasonable pace though, Dalian. He's got a nice action. Athletic young man. Fantastic set of hair. Wouldn't mind borrowing a few of those strands for myself these days. Good seam position as well. Short ball. Big swing from Yasso, trying to drag that one from about 1.5 foot outside of off stump. The extra bounce in this Cartama deck. Too much for him. Breeze still very much present. Help the outswinger from Dalian to the right-hander. Goes short, goes at the melon. And it's signalled wide, but I like the over so far from this young Turkish paceman. Called his first one over the shoulder for the over, but it's a signal of intent. Look at that, he really tried to ram the ball into the pitch. Got some good lifts, some good carry. Goes short again. And, well, it has been called no ball, so the aggression on this occasion going against him. But he's hurried up the Alton opener on a couple of occasions. Look at this one from side on, just creeping over the top of that gorgeous powder blue helmet of Alton. That's a better length ball, but Yasso struck it into his favourite area, straight down the ground. It's like a 7-iron that's just held up in the breeze, carries the boundary by a couple of metres, and the first Maximo of Alton's campaign. Dangerous place to bowl to this young man. Dalian after the couple of short balls. There's a touch fuller. Good start to this game though. And he goes short again. That one doesn't quite get up, and through to Vukarasu. Saw the open pastures out on the leg side. No one out there on leg. On a ball of the over. Another short one. And another dot ball. Good finish to the over. Impressive start from the young paceman. I like what I've seen from him on many fronts, both with the ball and follically. And he's ended up with 14 off the first over, but plenty happening, and which is an excellent opportunity to bring man of the moment, Mr. Maximo, back into the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks. And yeah, this is a quick look at the groups in this ECL. 35 teams split into 7 groups. Each group will play for 3 days. And you can see there, just the qualification crowns with Ginebrecha qualifying from Group A and Hornchurch qualifying last night from Group B. A lot of buzz about Group D from our French vicinity, and Of course, you can watch that on Sport and France. Starts with a boundary here. Well, slightly flawed, a bit like Zafar Durmaz, who went down in his follow-through. Not the first one this morning to go down, but good start to the over. I've got to say, let's go back to the paceman, young Durmaz. Young Dalian, I should say, is only 16 years of age. And believe it or not, that's what my hair used to look like when I used to run in, when I was in high school, opening the bowling. Those days are long gone. But I liked his attitude. This one's a Gundy ball, though, not really adjusting to the left-handedness of Stanexai. Yeah, three Stanexais in the lineup for Alton today.
You described left-handedness as just an attribute that can be
well,
could sway either way.
Ian Chappell used to say that left-handers should be shot at birth.
Always a man for a balanced opinion.
Some people, that's right. He's just certainly running in, giving it everything, isn't he, Durmaz? This is a little bit short. It's going to be put away. Maximo! That one is jungle bound, and Raihan Stanexai. Well, the left-handedness means trouble for the jungle sometimes here at the Garden Roval. That one goes well back.
Indeed it does. Durmaz throwing himself into his work more ways than one, but Stanexai threw the hands through that ball, short of a length. He's a big hitter, and as I said earlier in the coverage, loves to hit in the air. So this T10 format, particularly the early overs, where there's only two fielders outside of that 30-metre circle, are set up. And he can go on a big boundary run when he gets moving.
Yeah, he's struggling with his length, I suppose, and his line. Two pretty critical elements. But he's gone from too short to too full. So look, there's bound to be a few nerves around here. And this is where Alton, I think the fact that they have come to the big dance 3 times now makes a bit of a difference. Afyon Karahisar, first time they've qualified through from the Turkish competition. I know a lot of people are working hard to improve Turkish cricket. This is a chance to see where they're at against some of the kind of more established nations, even by European standards. Not push and run this time. And, now actually bangs into the hand, not holding the bat of Yasso Thirunavukarasu. Of course, Alton we know pretty well from the ECS Switzerland, and that's where we first ran into you on ECN back in 2020. He helped me out from time to time with commentary there. And Alton, once again, they won. They were tested during the tournament, no doubt about that. I wonder how they'll approach the third time around. They've had disappointment, actually, kind of different ways their first 2 ECL campaigns. He also forgets to watch the ball come at him this time, just launches into a golf swing. But, yeah, 2 years ago we saw them for the first time. They were in Group C, and they actually finished second in the group, but they crashed out in straight sets in Group C. And then last year, they topped the group after day 1, but were bottom after day 2, and we're out of here. Again, this one looks high to me. It's full toss, which is going to be called a no ball, and so free hit to come.
I don't think this is going to change Yasso's approach whatsoever to this ball. Generally does try to hit every single pill for 6. But either way, a little bit of pressure going back. The bowler, Durmaz, he hasn't bowled a bad over. He's steaming in. Just a few control issues.
Free hit then. That's one of the better balls he's bowled. Unfortunately, it's going to disappear over the ropes. Maximo! Thirunavukarasu cashes in the freebie. And trouble on the cards at the moment. Has Alton going above 3 a ball pace early on in this one.
Yeah, pretty nice start for Alton. It's sometimes not easy for a batter in terms of rhythm if you're receiving quite a few wides and the like.
Yeah.
Just feel like you're just never getting into your stride. But Thirunavukarasu keeping his head, and he hasn't on that occasion.
Youngster, it's the youngster. And he drops it. That's Dalian under that. There was no mistaking him. That was a mile high, and it was a chance to get through Navukarasu, but the teenager couldn't hold on.
Well, curls may get the girls. They're probably not great help when it comes to keeping your eyes on a ball that's gone about 50 metres into the Cartama sky, and unfortunately, Durmaz doesn't get rewarded with a wicket. Alton 2 overs down, 35 for none.
Yeah, well, we've seen the sun be a factor sometimes, but you'd hope the extra coverage of the hair might have just provided him a little bit less glare, but wasn't able to hold on, and that's how the table's looking after the first game of Group C. All Victorians, bottom of the ladder after going down by 15 runs.
Not something that the boys from the bailiwick of Jersey would have been expecting when they came to Canberra Oval today. disappointed not to see the young Mandelian get a second over power play as it is. Sully Eliz coming in. Good line, good length. Unfortunately, Yasu has pulled it very, very conservatively for him. Just timed that ball through the mid-wicket area, and nice shot. And goes for a boundary. Alton now 39 for none.
Yeah. I wonder how many chances these two might give you. And so it hurts when you put one down. I'm not going to say it's an easy one, even though he barely has to move, but it was just so high in the air. As this next one could be gone, and this one is held. And Murat Yilmaz takes the catch. Elise chips in with his first wicket. And Alton, well, they do give another chance. And would you believe it, lightning strikes twice because through Navukarasu after getting dropped. This one's flatter, gives another opportunity. That one's cashed in. And the Turks get around each other for their first ECL wicket. It's 39 for 1.
Yeah, great stuff there. Nice catch, actually. That ball came rocketing off the bat of Yasu. But a nice piece of bowling, actually, from Elise. It wasn't that different to the first ball. Just put it a little bit wider of off stump. Forced through to Nakasu to go to the offside. Generally a better leg side player. And he's hit it straight down the throat. And then he comes in and takes a nice catch on the boundary. First dismissal, and weren't they excited, the Turks? Yilmaz with the grab out there. Yasu goes for 17 off 11. Probably won't put too much of a dent into the stride of Alton, but certainly will buoy this Turkish lineup.
These guys, though, they all go hard, don't they? And he's one of my favourites. This is Malia Stanikzai, and he's going to start with a cut. Just one. He is thriller minute kind of an approach, isn't it, Malia?
I'll go so far as to say if I had to be reincarnated as a Swiss cricketer, Vinny, probably Malia Stanikzai would be the man. He may not be always the most consistent player, but boy, when he gets going, he is a phenomenon to watch and one of the hardest strikers of a cricket ball that you'll come to find on the European continent. Liz just drifts onto the leg, and it's pulled nicely by Stanikzai, just drops inside the boundary. But he started well, and as I said, he's a man who loves to deal in boundaries, but very effective at the top of the order in these T10 contests.
Yeah, that's right. And they do kind of battle the way down. And, this one just a fraction short. Alton so keen to at least make the final at a bare minimum, I think, in this group. Short again, asking for trouble, and watch out, trees. Oh, timber! That one might knock it down, and Stanikzai, that's Raihan Stanikzai, gets 6.
Yeah, lovely shot. It's a Stanikzai bonanza out there at the moment. Started to move across his crease. I think Liz saw him early and thought he'd just drop this one a little bit shorter. As it is, Stanikzai goes and heaves it long way over that leg side boundary. Looking good touch for early season cricket.
Hit and run, or hit and run and don't run, actually, as Malia is going to send him back, maybe thirsty for some strike as the 50 comes up in the third over, and Alton 52 for 1 after the power play.
Yeah, good start for both teams. Turkish boys showing they've got a good bowling lineup. I got halfway through pronouncing the town. Tell you what, though, that is a great
save,
segue.
though, Rhino.
So I was doing a bit of research about this this lovely part of the country that Afyon Karahisa is, and I tell you what, particularly for two men of our sort of relatively shared interests, I think they're at different ends of the spectrum in terms of very well known for their hot springs and spas, which I think we would put a big tick in.
100%.
Less known for their restaurant and bar scene, which I think would probably guard against us sort of pushing to make a trip out there, at least in the next couple of months.
I'm prepared to give it a bash. Anyway, speaking of bashes, what a catch. What a catch. That was a speeding bullet, and Gökhan Alta, the captain, has reeled it in. Wow, I would have been reaching for the bulletproof vest, but the Turkish skipper had other ideas. That was absolutely smoked by Malia Stanikzai, but instead it'll be the second wicket, and Alton 52 for 2.
That may not be the most spectacular catch we see this week, Vinny, but it might be one of the best. This was absolutely laced by Stanikzai. The ball cannoned off his bat, and that is a fantastic snare. What a dismissal and a huge wicket for the Turks.
Well, I mean, the next sound I thought I was going to hear was ball on fence there, because Malaga has smashed it. He can't believe it, and he gets a few pats on the back. And the next sound we heard was ball on hand, and Gökhan Alta. Wow, something in the water down in Turkey. Maybe it's the hot springs, I don't know. But that is one of the catches of this group. I'm telling you that. Might be out, but beats the bat. Slow to get going, but not picked up cleanly. This is Roshanth Krunamurthy coming out at number 4.
I'll tell you what, it's the quickest I've seen Rahan Stanik's side motor through for a while. He was desperate to get back on strike as the man who's looked in pretty solid touch so far. Krunamurthy, one of the most talented young batters in Switzerland. I saw him out here with the Swiss team, ECC last year, dropping a few bombs, but just inching their way back into this game. Turkish teams, that one's dragged down the leg side by Yilmaz. Tell you what, our old mate Dave B, who, to be fair, I haven't formally acknowledged on the coverage today, but I will say hello to him because he's yearning for a hello. He's also keeping a running tab of catches and drops, and I think he was doing it in a slightly mocking fashion when that first one went down, but as it is, 2 very good catches now, and they're showing they've got some ability in the field.
He's actually been doing that just consistently over the first few days of this ECL. That was some catch, though. That's the thing. I mean, if you did a catches versus drops, it doesn't always tell the whole story, because as luck of the draw, you might get a few quarter chances or half chances. That was a half chance at best. I still can't quite believe my eyes there. This has been a struggle, I think, in the inexperience of some of the Turkish bowlers at this level, dealing with the left-hander. Now you've got 2 of them at the crease. Yilmaz having a go. And, well, let's talk kits. 2 new teams to ECL 24 and 2 new kits. There is a lot going on with that Afyon Karahisa shirt and even the colours in the trousers.
A lot going on. I like it, though. I really like it.
Don't like this. Another wide. How would you even describe it? Feels like something should be hung up in the Louvre.
Well, I would describe it. It's almost the personification of an AHA video from the early 80s.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you there. Do you think they should have the cones on the head?
I think they should.
What's that name again of that man?
Are you thinking Pet Shop Boys? Or
No. I'll be back. I'm going to the search engine.
Oh, Devo?
Thank you.
Yep, there you go.
Devo.
No, great shout.
One-hit wonders, right?
Probably for good reason. One hit from Stanik's brings up 6 runs. Not a maximo for him.
That one hit was whip it and whip it good, and that's exactly what Rahan does here. He's getting a steady diet of Gundy balls, and that one he's going to cash in. Puts it away over the ropes, 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, he's bowling a nice line if it was a right-hander there, and unfortunately straight into the hitting zone of Stanik's
In the spirit of the game, Rahan should maybe turn around to bat right-handed to give the young Turkish bowlers a chance. I don't think he wants to go down that road.
So, just on the YouTube chat, Kroom has joined us in saying that he thinks it's the best kit that he's seen so far. The Afyon team, so agree with him. Good ball into the
for some of Australian viewers, know the work of Pro Heart. I feel like there's a bit of that in it as well. I mean, I wouldn't say all the colours of the rainbow, but it's fairly well represented. There's purple, black, this kind of yellowy, burnt orange, and light blue. And then you've got the Turkish flag, which is red. This one a bit closer to the mark. Just worked away to take the wicket for a single. Alton, fairly traditional, I'd say, by their standards. Similar, maybe a bit less of the light blue and the splashes of what looked like spilt milk of the previous strips.
They're very keen to not use anything other than blue within that jersey. It's good to see some loyalty.
Anyway, this is going to be hit away to the leg side. This is going to get away from the fielder as well. We've seen worse overs, I suppose. That one goes for 17. He does get that wicket in there. Can thank his captain for that later. And Alton, 70 for 2 after 4.
Putting a fairly decent total on the board so far. In fact, actually probably was from Afyon Karahisa. We'll have to be looking at that shot clock at some stage because they have delivered quite a few extras. So churning through a bit of time. Probably extremely annoyed that they've got two left-handers at the crease, because that's certainly the side of the wicket they have struggled bowling more on. The bowler's going to come around the wicket. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Never really kind of tried anything too different there. Maybe needed to try and push it across a bit more. Anyway, got another right arm around here as Sinar is going to bowl, and it's going to go the same way down the leg side.
Nice action though, Sinar, leaving aside that he's dragged that down leg. Runs in hard, nice high gather, and looks actually fairly tidy. Fairly tidy set of actions from most of the Afyon attack so far.
Yeah, well, it's another good effort in the infield. It's a long chase though for the youngster. And it does make the stop. I got a bit of a feeling now. He has rather big feet. Sideshow Bob style, if you don't mind the comparison. I got a feeling he might have just stepped on the rope here as he picks it up. Let's check it out in the replay, thanks to Spring Media. As, yeah, I just got a feeling that his foot, can't really see it there. We might get another angle on it. Oh, it's pretty close. And if that's all we get, then I suppose you've got to give him the benefit of the doubt. So I guess it goes down as a good stop for the young man. Now this is hit high and hit away, Maximo. Well, opening the gifts at the moment, isn't he? Right-hand Stanic's eye gets another one angled, and he loves it there, and he helps himself to 6 more.
Well, we've had so many gifts so far from this bowling attack to the left-handers. The Turkish team should be looking for a big tax deduction. That was just being heaved over the deep square leg boundary. Wasn't actually a bad ball, to be fair, just drifting onto the waist.
Got to try and make him hit offside here. Well, it's a hard one to hit as it goes over the head. Go down as a dot to Stanic's eye. Strike rate buster, but he will get a free hit coming up.
Certainly one way of forcing the batsman to hit to an uncomfortable space in the ground. Unfortunately, Stanic's eye not able to tennis swap that.
Yeah, that would be. Remind me of the Aditya Katawala jump hook from earlier in the week, although that ball did bounce. That one didn't just then. A free hit, doesn't quite get it. Probably, oh jeez, we always had a very unnecessary collision. It'll just be a single in the end. Let's be honest, in Europe, we've involved 33 nations in this European Cricket League, and they're at various different stages of development. And so, you obviously got the Turkish team not quite harnessing their skills yet. There's a lot of potential there. This could be another one, you know. It's going to be put over the rope. Maximo. I got a feeling, though, that this could be high as well. Well, admittedly, it's better than the one that went all the way over their head, but I got a feeling it might be waist high. Again, Spring Productions will help us out with the replay.
Yeah, tight one. Just helped around by Karunamurti. So umpires have a tough one on the review here. Probably looks like it just maybe creeping over to no ball.
I think that's a no ball. Yeah. Charity begins at home, and he's been given that one, maybe because it was half the height of the one earlier in the over. So fair enough. Here's the next one. It does bounce, but it could be out. Well, don't choke. Oh, he does. Oh, should have been a free hit. I don't know why I said don't choke. But he decides to slide in. Oh, that's Orhan down there. And, well, unfortunately, that one goes down. We don't know how many chances there'll be. That one gets spilt.
Not a bad bit of bowling, though, from Sinar. Dug it in hard, got some extra bounce.
Probably the reason I'm not a coach. Yeah, that kind of negative imagery there. Well, there went. Well, they didn't call the one before. They were going to go back to calling it. Probably good they didn't, otherwise that'd be curtains for Sinar here. But that will be another free hit to come.
Stanic's eye getting a steady diet of full balls. Done pretty well to actually make decent contact.
Yeah, good vertical leap there from the batter. Free hit. The sequel. Wide. We'll make it a trilogy then. Oh, look, you know what I love though is the scoreboard's one thing, and obviously it's heavily favouring Alton at this stage, but the Turkish side, they're playing with so much pride. You know, they're creating chances, some they're really and some they're not. It's an inconsistent performance, but also they've had a bit of brilliance. I mean, think about that catch from Gökhan Alta earlier on. That's an appeal that's probably not going to get too much consideration with it being a free hit, but it does take us to the end of the 5th over. And Alton, 91 for 2. Why don't we welcome into the Dream Box? It's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Love the representation in this ECL, 33 nations. So we're going all across the continent. And of course, part of what we do here is trying to make the world a better place and improve things, not just in Europe but outside. And we've got our official charity partner, the World Food Project. The Share the Meal initiative has been really, really important in bringing meals to those who are going hungry. Over 780 million people every day miss out on a meal. And so you can donate by just scanning that QR code there, and for as little as 70 euro cents, or about $1 Australian, about 60p, you can make a difference to someone in need. And Rhino, that's something we've gotten behind. It's made a big impact already.
Certainly has. Speaking of making a difference, this man Alton, who took one of the catches of the tournament off the firing bat of Melia Stanigsai, has come on to bowl the 6th over. Started with a couple of wides. Certainly trying to spread the bowling opportunities around to their team. Getting a lot of group. The opportunity to get to the crease early on. Unfortunately, a few issues with no balls above the waist. That one's been called by Tyrone Peters. Not the most challenging call he'll have today, so that gives the rampaging left-hander around Stanigsai.
Well, it's an advantage that our Swiss series had more free hits than any other series last year, so they're pretty experienced against the free hit. One of the reasons was the narrow pitch. Oh, that one's going to be 4. Great effort again. And again, Dalian doesn't quite make the stop, but I love the effort from the youngster. You can certainly see the raw potential in this Turkish side so far, but that's going to be 50 for Raihan Stanigsai, and he brings up the milestone of 16 balls.
Indeed, great start to his tournament. They'd love to see the big left-handed opener get in some early form. Certainly showing what he's capable of today. Big heave to the leg side. Certainly going to be the single. Could come back after a tough start to the over from Alton.
Now 100 comes up for Alton. You had a question from Merv in the comment section about Istanbul KSK that represented Turkey last year. Actually pulled off a couple of upsets in their first day. In fact, they beat the Irish side, COYMS, and they also beat Oeiras of Portugal. Istanbul KSK did actually win the domestic tournament in Turkey, but they were determined to have played ineligible players and therefore were disqualified from ECL qualification. So that's why Afyon Karaisa, who lost the final, they were deemed champions, and that's why they're here. This one's hit hard and it's hit under. Donmez, just a bit of brute force there. Showing he can go offside as well. Probably hasn't had to do that too often in this innings, but he is a two sides of the wicket player.
Yeah, lovely shot from Stanigsai. It wasn't actually a bad ball from Alton. Right underneath his eye line, and fortunately, fielder just not able to get down. Donmez there at cover.
Gets himself in a tangle here. Raihan Stanigsai. He'll get through for a single. Yeah, so Afyon Karaisa were kind of think undefeated leading up to that final, so I know there's a little bit of internal stuff there. Obviously, that every country manages themselves and nominates a team, and they've been determined as the rightful ECL representative team making their first appearance. So that'll be the end of the over. Alton goes for 16. He's a pretty experienced player. I think you can see that already, trying to marshal his young troops, but Alton certainly in charge after the first 6 overs. They're 107 for 2.
Yeah, pretty good over indeed from Alton on that occasion after a little bit of a tough start with a couple of early extras. This partnership, Stanigsai and Karunamurthy, shaking along nicely. Quite keen to have a look at what Karunamurthy can do in this tournament. A young player, but full of potential.
Yeah.
Very clean striker of a cricket ball.
Yeah, he certainly gave the roof a bit of a workout when we were in Switzerland last year. As this first one gets away, and wait for the call here. Go down as a bite. Liz gets the second over.
Liz, he was actually fairly tight in his first over. Keeping a good line, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander.
Down leg side. This is going to be called a wide. So one more to the total. We haven't often seen teams getting in trouble with the clock. It's because there's been a slight adjustment with a minute added for every wicket now, not just the 6 wicket and onward. So essentially, if you're taking wickets, it buys you a bit more time. Goes the uppercut here, up and away, and over the ropes. Maximo! Static Eye into the 60s. Again, goes the offside, goes with the line of the ball, gets enough of it.
Gets enough of it. It's actually a really good shot from Stanic's eye. Lee's not giving him a huge amount of pace to work with. He's really, really had to work hard to lift that ball over cover with a thrusting uppercut. Great strike.
Better ball. Oh, hit and run, but not handled cleanly, so they will get a single. Yeah, Switzerland was a place we visited for a European Cricket Series last year. Actually, 3 years after our first journey there. No, it's tough with the calendar. It's pretty packed there in Switzerland as well. Just hit down the ground and more work for the youngster, Dalian. But it was great to be back there. Very kind of batting-friendly pitch, though. It's the wooden kind of temporary pitch at St. Gallen. We saw actually the highest run rate all year. And also, I mentioned there are a lot of free hits because we have the thin pitch. There are a lot of no balls off the pitch for balls that normally would be on.
Certainly not the most bowler-friendly conditions you'll find in European Cricket Series territory.
Didn't stop you having a bit of success, though, Rhino. You went a little bit viral for your Rhino charging at the stumps. You can look that one up.
Class always prevails in the end. It didn't have to really look that up. I got sent a few Indian media articles by a bunch of people.
Rhino in the
Hard
wild.
to stay away from it for a while.
Wild Rhino. Oh, well, bit of friendly fire there. Did that get a piece of Static Eye on the way through?
Certainly did.
Like it did. Anyway, he'll stay at the non-striker's end as a single to finish the 7th in Alton. 119 for 2.
A scary amount of centuries that came out of that Swiss ECS last
Oof.
year. Speaking of scary, that really has actually clattered into the
Decent
big body
piece.
of Stanic's eye.
That one will have a bit of a bend on the wagon wheel. Anyway, Western Shield coming up. Really excited about this because it's the first time we'll have the British and Irish Knights taking on Team Europe. And look, Jonty Jenner of Jersey, we're seeing him playing for Old Victorians here. He's in the squad for Team Europe. A couple of players represented from this ECL. Anyway, start of a new over, and well, he goes the two-footed slide stop, straight red probably on the football field, but Durmaz can't quite keep it in the field of play, and 4 runs to start the 8th.
Moved well to his left there, Durmaz. Unfortunately, just couldn't execute the stop, and this pair of left-handed biffers giving Alton what is going to be a very strong target here. Alton trying to rush through his deliveries, just not allow the Alton players to get settled.
Well, somehow he's reversed this, and guess who? He's taken it, and that's Orhan, who put one down earlier, and I still am not quite sure about the physics of this. It's like a reverse leading edge. He tries to hook it, it goes offside, and that's a brilliant catch by the fielder down there. Kadirkan Orhan comes in, sliding in much the same fashion as earlier. This time he holds on.
Tell you what, Vinny, I think the supercomputer gave him about a 2% chance of catching this. I was watching him come in from that third-man position. The hands were spread-eagled, very stiff, but somehow he's timed everything. The hands, the slide, the chest, and he's executed a wonderful catch.
I love this. You know what I love about early position? Like he had the big shovel in front of him, and he just had to scoop the ball up. Karunamurthy probably still trying to triangulate exactly how that ended up going there, but he's going to have to go, and it's 123 for 3 as Murali Nanasekaram comes to the crease. And he gets an edge first up as well. So, hey, credit to Alta, who gets his first wicket of the series. Still competing here, the Turks.
Still competing. They're certainly not out of this game. Couple of good last couple of overs. One straight down the throat. Oh, he's parried it. What a sensational catch. Thought that was a certain Maximo, but Ahmet Kozgun out there on the deep square leg boundary. Cool as a cucumber, just pops the ball in the air, takes it on the second grab. Outstanding fielding.
Ahmet Kozgun, well, gun in the field kind of things. Look at this, up goes the periscope. Yoink. and takes it as easy as you like. And I love this. I love these highlights. You can just tell they're going to be a firecracker team. Afyon Karahisa and Murali. Oh, long walk, long name. Derek for company, 2-baller. Fernando Sankrum on his return to the Cartama Oval, and it's 123 for 4.
Oh, I suspect Murali was popping a 6 into his mental scorekeeping there as soon as he's hit that ball, but wonderful work from Cosgett out there on the boundary. Sensational catch, and the second absolute stunner that we've seen from Afyon Karahisa in this innings.
I've loved it. They've created a few chances. They've taken some, they've taken everything. We know that. Had a bit of struggle with the ball. I think it all starts with the ball. Once you get the bowling right and able to put it where you want it more often, you probably have good things happen a bit more often. Alton now sky ball. It's got to be a keeper's ball here, or is it? No, they're coming together. He's held it. That's unbelievable. Ozdemir runs the wrong way up a one-way street. He takes out his teammate, but he also takes the ball. What a fielding side. It's 124 for 5.
Well, that's the first time that I've seen someone take a catch to Ozdemir and also lay out one of his teammates with a fantastic cork in the thigh. Man, who took a cracking grab, Orhan, earlier in this innings, rubbing feverishly, trying to get himself into a great physical state. The 10 pins have gone down, but the man with the shades celebrating.
I mean, he had the fingers out, didn't he? He was ready for it, but he wasn't ready for what came next. Oh, unbelievable. And what about Ozdemir, the way he holds on to that? And Static Sight, a funny way to go, but he's not laughing. He goes for 65, and it's 124 for 5. There's been 3 wickets in this over. Could it be 4? Well, there's nobody there, so I guess not. In fact, it's gone over the rope. Maximo, 6 runs. It all happens in the 8th in this one, and it'll be 130 for 5. In fact, that might be a new over. Oh, wow.
Too much happening, Maximo.
It all happened in the 8th. That's the 9th now. So the 8th went 3 wickets, 5 runs. What about some of these catches?
They've been fantastic in the field.
Oh, Orhan's still limping down there. Durmaz leg side, but yeah, this has been a constant issue. We're up to 23 extras in the innings.
Gives us a chance to settle down, though. 2 new batters at the crease. Oridu hasn't faced a ball yet. Dion Johnson smoking one straight down the ground at the start of this over. So Durmaz has been brought on for his second, fairly expensive first over.
Hit and run, pick up, throw, hit, but not the stumps. Hits the bat. It's Dion Johnson, the rock.
We said a few overs ago, Vinny, that the boys from Turkey are not out of this. They've actually managed to do pretty well in the back end of this innings. If they can keep Alton under 150, may sniff the chance of an upset.
There's so much going on. Come back to that crazy collision catch in a second. Doesn't catch up with it. The funny thing was, I thought that's a keeper's catch straight away. There were 2 people going for it. Neither one was the keeper. And he just decided to slink into the background.
Well, maybe he was very aware of Ozdemir.
Well, that
like
could have been
coming flying.
The rare triple collision. Waridu, the skipper, also do the keeping for Alton. And he's going to nail one. Oh, there you go. Well, that's trouble with a capital T. And they're fighting for it. Ravi's very dark as I think Malia tries to jump in front and take the catch. Now, some discussions up there in the official area, but 6 runs to Alton.
Well, he's dishing out some justice to Malia. Mel should know his place, that there's only one man who goes for big, spectacular grabs in the players area, but that shot is absolute classic. Waridu loves that pull shot off the back foot, plays it very consistently. Goes there again, heaves that ball to the leg side. Not even man at the athleticism of Ravi is going to be rowing himself to try to take a catch there. Consecutive Maximos and Durmaz. A good start to this over. He's going downhill.
Yeah, well, can't get away with that really. Well, they might as well be patient because they might have multiple opportunities over there if he's going to keep bowling that kind of delivery to Waridu. He's 12 off 2. Well, sometimes you see the future. And if you keep bowling short, Shahid's going to eat it up for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Maximo as the 150 comes up for the Swiss champions.
Yeah, some of the cleanest ball striking we've seen in this Alton innings so far. Skipper coming in middle order position. He's man who's batted at the top of the order for them a lot, but tends to slink on down into the middle order for these T10 games these days, but showing he's still got plenty of power.
Why do I think this could be short again? Either that or over the head. Durumar's in the naughty 40s, trying to avoid bringing up a 50 he doesn't want. It will be a boundary. That's a good shot. That's a standard 11. I think that's got all the weight. That's, well, it'll be at least 4, so he will end up with the 50 plus. And Alton going to finish the over, either 155 or 157. We'll just check this one. Where does this bounce? It bounces just inside. So 4 runs to finish the over. It goes magical with 25 runs off it. So it happens in the 9th as well. And the score is 155 for 5.
So a touch unlucky on that last ball from Dermaz. It was actually a nice little seed, just hitting the top of off stump. Unfortunately for him, already got the bottom hand through. A lovely shot down to long off, and they've generally chosen not to protect that long off section with a deep field up.
Interesting, isn't it? My computer was a bit slow updating. It actually did go supersonic. It was a 31 run over. So they are flying.
Would have been nice to say the vultures are circling now, but not quite.
They don't have vultures here, you know.
Do they really?
Yeah. Apparently they're well fed. At least that's what they told me, so I wouldn't be so scared.
Picking over the carcasses of a few teams who have been eliminated from the
That's true.
ECL already.
Already eliminated 8. All right, high. Well, go on, go on. Well, runs around it. It's going to be 4. But we'll probably have a look at it. Now they're going to take, well, wasting a lot of steps here. I think the issue here is he steps out of bounds before he touches the ball. So I think this will be 4.
I think this will be a very easy call for our
Yeah.
officiating crew. Up with the video.
Runs around it. It's that last step, see? Anyway, back to the action. And a swing and a miss next ball. Moridu is backing up like a man that would like to be at the striker's end right now, but he'll have to wait at least another ball.
In fairness, he's got a pretty good strike rate at the moment, so don't blame him for wanting to take some of these later balls. Yilmaz, probably pretty good over though, drew a false shot on that initial delivery. Top there.
Short again. Fielder's got to do the job. Does a job and make sure he stops it. Hello to all of our viewers, of course, who might be watching from Turkey. And of course, we've got a lot of people watching on Swiss Sport TV, I'm sure, as well. Wherever you're watching from, great to have your company. The first Sunday of ECL cricket ever, actually.
Idea!
Reed doesn't quite get all of it. Well patrolled out there. Dalian certainly looks a likely character, doesn't he, the teenager?
Got to say, I'm disappointed not to see a second over from him, Vinny.
Yeah, I agree. It's a bit surprising when, for example, they go back to Durmaz, who'd gone for 21 in his first over. He gets another one, but Dalian doesn't. Maybe the youngster's got to earn his stripes. That's lifted up and going, gone. Maximo bounces up. And could see old Victorians catching a bit better than they did this morning. But that'll be 6 runs to the total. 167 now with the ball remaining.
I noticed some hesitancy in your voice there for a moment, Maximo. You knew that Ahmed Kozgun, who took that sensational catch, was in the vicinity.
Yeah.
And if anyone was going to leap high and stop that going for a Maximo, it is that young man. But well struck shot from Johnson. 1 ball to go, 167 on the board.
Yeah, Koskin, the periscope. That's hit pretty well, and it'll be swinging into the 170s as the rock goes large. He'll finish on 25 not out. His captain on 23 at the other end. And Alton make his statement here in Group C Match 2. They're going to finish 173 for 5 off the 10 overs.
Extraordinarily entertaining innings all round, Maximo, wasn't it? We saw some great hitting early on from around Static side. Probably some of the best fielding that we have seen to date. A couple of cracking grabs from the boys from Afion Karahisa, and they have given a good account of themselves, probably let themselves down with a few too many extras, a few free hits from no balls, but in the end, positive start for them, and I'm sure they will be looking forward to take the field with the bat. But Alton, always tough with these banana skin games when you're playing a team who's a bit less experienced. They put plenty of runs on the board, helped by some late hitting, and They have certainly put themselves in prime position to take first up victory here today.
Yeah, well, let's check this out. I'm really looking forward to this highlights package because we're going to see some chaos in here. Stronger together, the motto of European cricket. 33 nations represented in this year's ECL. And how about that? That was a pretty good catch down there. That was Yilmaz. That was tame compared to what was to come. Some crazy stuff going on. I suppose the consistency was the issue. We thought it might be for Afyon Karihisa. But still, that was an unbelievable catch. Even in slow motion, that flies to Alton. That's just the first of, I counted at least 3 chaos catches in this innings, but some big hits as well, because we had Maximo's flying as well in the first innings of match 2.
Yeah, certainly were. Standing side, the man at the top of the order, the left-hander. That was probably what really hurt the Turkish team, actually, just having to bowl to so many left-handers. This was an unlucky one coming in there, Orhan, but he certainly lifted his effort in the field. A man who gave everything.
They were just willing to throw themselves around, except for that time. But it was unpredictable. It's the beauty of the ECL, really. And we saw the Turkish side finding such entertainment. That's a great one as well. Now, life doesn't always give you second chances, but Kadiakan Orhan takes it. Again, he's got that early fingers approach. That time it worked out. Then a little bit of the send-off as well from Alton. It had enough. He said, I'm not even done yet because I want another wicket. And then Nanasakaram second ball. Well, just uses the 2 touches. And the periscope went up. Well held by Amit Koskan. And then, the Alton side, well, they could, I suppose, find something to smile about. Keeper's catch, and he fades into the shadows, then bang! 2 fielders come together. Has 0 concerns for Orhan as he holds the ball aloft. Ozdemir enjoyed his moment in the sun as the medics came on in the end of the 8th over.
Ozdemir looking, he's just walked straight off the set of Miami Vice, holds the ball up in celebration. That was possibly the best catch of the lot, and left one of his teammates with a nice hefty bruise on his upper thigh. And the birds were circling. The Turks are not quite out of this yet, and they've got their fielding to really thank for it. Dion Johnson and Waridu adding a bit of pain at the end, which has probably taken this total into a very difficult one to reach for the Afyon Karihisa side, but I think they can be very proud of their efforts with ball and in the field.
Yeah, something about the ECL and collision catches. There was one that the Punjab Lions Nicosia of Cyprus did a couple of years ago that was kind of similar to that. Right there, though, plenty of runs on the board. Raihan Stanikzai, 65 off 23, leads the scoring. Dion the Rock Johnson and Waridu bring it home with a pair of 20s. 18 for Roshanth Karunamurthy and 17 early on from Yasso through Navukarasu. 24 extras kind of inflate the score a bit. A little bit of inexperience and lack of control on show there, but still a lot of raw talent in this Turkish side. I certainly enjoyed watching them through those first 10 overs. I liked the youngster Dalian, never brought him back. That was a bit curious for me. Alto with 3 wickets in an over, took 3 for 21 and an incredible catch. He was probably the pick of the players. We're at Yilmaz with 1, Elise with 1 as well in the first innings of their campaign. We'll take a break then. I've got to say, they've left me wanting more, and we'll get to see Afyon Karihisa with the bat after the break. 174, 122 for a point. That might be a more realistic target. We'll have to see how things pan out, though. We'll be back shortly. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan right here at the Costa del Sol, where we're watching the European Cricket League. European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company. Sunny Sunday, and we're on the march in Group C. It's the third of 7 groups on display in this European Cricket League. The 4th edition features the most teams we've ever seen in an ECL, 35. And right now, the champions of Switzerland and Turkey going head-to-head. 173 on the board for the Swiss team. So if they can restrict Afyon Karaisa to 121 or less, they could scoop all the points out of this game. 4 points on offer. Turkey on 122 to keep a point. 174 for the win. Vinny Souter here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And joining me for the first time in the commentary box in this tournament today is Andrew Ryan. Let's get cracking.
Great to be here, Vinny. Plenty of entertainment in that first 10 overs of this game. Let's see what happens with the Turkish team with the bat.
Well, first one, a bit spicy, and it wraps Ahmet Koskan on the leg. Koskan was calling him the periscope because of that catch he took down at deep backward square leg. He's asked to open the batting. A little bit surprised we don't see Gökhan Alta. He's by far the most experienced of the Turkish batters. Not out there, the skipper to start. And again, that one comes through at some pace. Usman opening the bowling.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Usman. Probably actually one of my least favourite people to face in the Swiss competition. Often actually in these limited overs games, comes from around the wicket, tries to spear it into the toes. That was a good ball, just above the shoulder.
Jaw high, that one, and tell you what, it's a bit straighter. Koskan might have been some discomfort. That's good seed as well. Again, it's not catching up with the angle. Should mention Afyon Karaisa SHS does stand for senior high school. They've been putting in a lot of effort, I think, to get the youngsters involved there, and you can see there's a smattering of teenagers in this side. I just don't think many of them would have dealt with someone like an Usman before. But again, it's great to see them challenging themselves. This is a thick edge flying down and gone. So no luck for Koskan in his first innings at the Cartama Oval. Usman gets that thick outside edge. Good field placing down there through Navukarasu. Was waiting for it and he accepted the opportunity. And the Turkish side lose their first wicket before a runner scored.
Yeah, pretty tough bowler to come in and face. Left arm bowling at good pace, and he has excellent location, Ali Usman. Sharp catch from Yasser down there. He's a man who wears a smile on his face all the time when he plays cricket. An absolute joy to share the field with. A safe pair of hands. He's started off the tournament pretty well. Played some nice shots to the bat. Unfortunately, Koskan couldn't make the same impact at the top, and Derek gets another run today.
Battle of the Birds there on the screen.
Great logo, actually.
Yeah.
We need to find out more, actually, I think, about the Afyon Karaisa logo. That's an absolute cracker.
Funny thing is, this dismissal's probably the best shot he played. He gets a fair bit of bat on it. On another day, maybe that flies away for 4 or 6. But through Navukarasu was there and was waiting for it. Next one is Durmaz that comes out at number 3, and he gets clonked on the powder ball. It was heading down the leg side. And Usman, he's dealing early in this one.
Yeah, he's got a nice rhythm, really good action. Get the ball to move. Not a huge amount of movement for him early on. A couple just tailing back in towards the pads. I guess the wind probably not helping his natural in-swing to the right-handers.
Goes short, and we're going to start with a maiden, and it contained a wicket as well. As Afyon Karaisa still waiting on their first run at the Cartama Oval, but I'm sure it's coming. Great over by Usman. It's none for 1.
We had a look at that logo before. I mean, they are in a decent shot to be both the best dressed team here and have the best logo. Is there any chance that we can introduce bonus points for that at some stage?
Well, maybe it's something that Turks might need, I think. Looking at the size of this total and how the first over went. Well, 27 matches since we've had a golden ball. doesn't seem too likely that this one will provide one. I don't think we've ever had a golden ball in Switzerland. We've had a couple of series there. Yet to visit Turkey on the tour. Malaga Stanikzai to bowl the next over. Donmez can't catch up with this one facing his first ball. Yeah, I've got to say I'm still very surprised not to see Gökhan Alta in the top 3 even. I also get that you want to give opportunities and experiences to some other players. So maybe that's what it's about. But I'd be highly surprised if he doesn't come in next. Good start from Malaga. Probably attack the stumps a bit more though. This one's jumping over as well and just kept out by Donmez.
Yeah, he's good bowler in the shorter form of the game at Malaga. Great variations. I'm sure we'll see 1 or 2 slower balls from him.
Got a great slow ball,
It's
doesn't he?
fantastic. I tell you what though, he does love a good grunt when he bowls his slower ball. If I was a more capable batsman, I'd probably be able to do something with it when you pick that up. But
Bouncy ends as well. It's a quicker one, we'll have a bit more on it. Does go to stumps this time. It's a cracking shot through the covers, and that's going to be 4. Wow, 3rd time lucky. Donmez stands tall and delivers the first runs ever for Afyon Karaisa at the ECL.
beautiful shot through the covers, straight out of the textbook. Just swats it hard into that deck. And tell you what, he's timed that shot. That has raced along the Cartama carpet.
Hitting the pitch that takes some pace off it as well, but yeah, pace in, pace out. Stanikzai, he'll have the hump now. Comeback ball. He tries to kill him and down the leg side for a wide.
Overreaching
Fast bowler mentality
there. Extra pace on that occasion. He does. He comes up with it's not the fastest run up. He could probably actually generate more pace, but he really does lean into his ball, and that's where he gets a lot of his velocity from. Obviously, push the odd one down the leg side, but that variety, generally the control that he's got makes him such a dangerous customer.
Oh, there goes the proper bouncer, and that's going to be a wide. So the one for the over. Floating slips come in place as well with name Stanikzai in that position. 4 Stanikzais in the lineup.
Tell you who I'm looking forward to seeing actually, Jamil Stanikzai. Really good young spinner. I suspect actually when we get to the night games, him bowling on a pitch that might have a bit of moisture on it could be very dangerous.
Bowled him. It was full, it was straight, and it crashes into the leg stump. So Donmez has one shot for the highlight reel, but that's all he's able to contribute here in match 2 as Afyon Karaisa have lost their second wicket. It's 6 for 2.
It's a good Yorker from Stanikzai. Would have beaten many, many good players that particular ball. Fortunately for the Turkish team, that's the second wicket down for them. One over and a bit left in this power play, but that is right at the base of the stumps.
Giving him
bowling.
a good look at the stumps there, and I think that's where I would be just maximum value. Take a lot of the variables out, like creating the length to create the edge that flies away. It just can go anywhere, but the stumps, they pretty much stay in the same spot the whole time, and Malaga is able to find them. Afyon Karaisa, SHS are 6 for 2 in the second over. And still no Alta as Silly Eliz comes out to bat at number 4. Just a little bit late on that one.
Good ball though, good pace from Stanikzai. He's looking in good form to start this tournament. Would have been disappointed to not face a few more balls. He was the victim of a phenomenal catch from Alta. Hit an absolute tracer bullet.
It was probably the hardest hit ball of the whole first innings, and found the hands of Gökhan Alta. Last ball the over. There's that slower ball, we talked about it. Just misses the stumps as 6 come off the second over. And it's 6 for 2.
Yep, have to say, Alton on top at this stage. The boys from Turkey probably need to get a few boundaries before this power play is over. Look at that leaderboard. Obviously, only the one completed game so far. Big victory for Gamblers. Supercomputer had them as very much second favourites in that contest, but
sure.
took down the Jersey champions.
It's the beauty of the ECL and the format as well. It's very hard to predict who's going to win. Short form of the game certainly acts as a bit of an evener. And so, time for over number 3. Change of bowling. Not a bad shot first up. No full toss. This is Dion Johnson. That's come on to bowl the 3rd.
Yeah, Dion Johnson, one of those guys that makes Alton such a good and such a deep T10 team. He's a good hitter. We saw some example of that at the end of the first innings, bowls good pace, really gets the ball up in the block hole when he's in rhythm. Great athlete in the field.
Well, there you go, swing hard, good things will happen. Just like I said, the length creates opportunities. I would say it was 100% in control, but Drumas does get his first runs, 4 of them.
Yeah, I won't say sensational shot, but big swing across the line. And tell you what, Vinny, if someone had said to you before this game that Zafar Damaz would win the battle of the number 3s with the bat between he and Malia Stanikzai, I'm not sure you would have had too many takers, but there you go. Oh! He swung it to leg, consecutive boundaries.
Yeah, this one is more where he's trying to get it. And Drumas also, he talked about the shirt. Look at the glove kind of collar as well, and the perfect integration with the black and the yellow in there. He gets down and basically sweeps Dion the Rock Johnson away to the boundary. I think now the Rock's fired up.
Since the Rock's either going to squeeze in a Yorker here or one probably aimed towards the throat of Dermaz.
Well, he's probably saying, if you want to sit down, I want to sit you down. And once again, goes back to the well, but this time comes up dry.
Yeah, well, he went for the disciplined piece of bowling there, just short of a length outside off stump. They have moved the fielder over there backward of square. Protect against Dermaz, who clearly eyeing off that side of the ground.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Afyon Karasa probably not going to win the ECL, but they are must-watch TV because they're going to provide something, just that kind of X factor that we're not really going to get from any other team in this series. They go for everything at the moment as well.
So visually appealing in so many ways. As you say, that fashionable combination of glove and shirt and just the colour combination, just working on so many levels.
Last chance for Johnson in this over. He goes to slow ball and he breaks through. Very clever bowling from Dion, who established the pace throughout the over and then took it right off last ball. So a nice little cameo from Drumas. He contributes 8, but he's the 3rd to go, and it's 14 for 3 after 3.
Yep. Good finish to the power play from Alton. Seems that Alton's got a policy of bowling a slower ball on the 6th ball of the over, and both Stanikzai and then Johnson have executed it well. Fortunately, a shame to see the back of Dermaz. He goes for an even 100 strike rate, 8 off 8. Fortunately, trying to sweep that slower ball. Just put his timing off, but nice couple of shots from him. Into the teeth of this Afyon Karahisa batting lineup now, though.
Yeah, gets a good little clap, and so he should, for his 2 boundaries. And it's the youngster, Dalian, who's coming out in the number 5 position. And I think your question's the same as mine. How do they get the helmet over that magnificent head of hair?
I was about to say exactly the same thing.
Cut from the same cloth, Rhino.
Ah, the Grizzly helmets. There's plenty of room in there. He's almost looking like a young Turkish Will Pukovski standing up there at the non-strikers end, but
well, hopefully doesn't get knocked to the ground as often as this one down the leg side. I saw that was in the headlines overnight, Rhino.
Wasn't
Young
it?
Will's taking another one.
Really a shame to see. I hope he's okay from a health perspective. Just one of the undoubted talents of world cricket, and I'm not getting to see the best of him, but
Will they be able to bat in like a bubble helmet or something like that eventually? Ooh, that's an uncomfortable one. He almost goes right back onto his stumps here.
stayed very calm though, didn't he?
That's what shock will do to you, because he takes this one pretty uncomfortably.
Good to see him practicing the same shot after the ball was completed, almost taking the head off the keeper, Uridu, who had come to collect the Grizzly.
Yeah, just pretty calm as he watched the ball roll 2 to 3 millimetres.
Was even thinking about the singles.
Now can't catch up with this one. So I think what we're really seeing is Swiss bowling's a little bit ahead of where the batting is for the Turkish side. We do see that happen from time to time. We certainly saw that with Zeytin Bernazaffer, the Turkish qualifiers in 2022. But then, you know, you look at what we saw last year as well from the Turkish club. It's pretty full, but with the angle at the left arm around of Ryan Stanikzai, I think probably just missing.
Pretty easy call there for umpire Tyrone Peters. Coming from wide of the crease, speared in, swing, probably not even hitting 5th stump, to be honest.
Obligatory appeal from the fast bowler though. He is finding it tough going at the moment. He's got his own personal maiden. Has survived though. Stanikzai needs to find those 3 sticks in the ground if he wants to get some success here.
It looks like he's added a yard or 2 of pace over the off-season. Stanikzai.
Turkish flag flying proudly here at the Cartama Oval. And he does. He just gets it right. This one comes in. It's a 7-ball duck for Eliz. And Afyon Karesa have lost their 4th wicket in the 4th. It's 15 for 4.
Yep, nice piece of bowling from Stanikzai. Ended up spearing that one into the toes. Once again, probably would have taken out better batter as well. Nice delivery from him, and 4th wicket down. Actually, now the 5th wicket.
4 down
4th
now.
wicket down, sorry.
4 down now.
Miscalculation.
Just wondering with Alton, I mean, took that catch, which was a bullet. We did see him bowling, but I wonder if he might have a slight injury that's preventing him batting as high as he probably should be, because he's the kind of experienced campaigner, and he's thrown a few of the less experienced up the order. It hasn't really worked out too well, as Eliz not able to contribute a run. 15 for 4. Oh, now this one. It's going to be called a no ball.
Free hit opportunity coming up for the new batter. So I'm going to go for an alternative thought on Alton. Maybe he's busy managing his social media feeds after the clip of that catch has gone viral over the last hour or so.
Yeah, well, that's actually a pretty good one. Just responded to all his messages. Probably shouldn't have his phone in there, I'd imagine. He's a run under official ICC regulations.
Yelling out to his manager behind the scenes.
There's the free hit. They're going to get a run. First in a while, Yilmaz gets off the mark, and he'll retain the strike as well. Stanikzai picks up the 1 wicket in the 4th. Right-hand Stanikzai, that is, having a good game here in match 2. It's 17 for 4 after 4. I thought maybe it's a cagey tactic to get some of the youngsters to knock the shine off the ball so he can come in towards the end and make a score.
Well, you could say he's left himself a fair bit to do if they are going to chase down that total.
Those 2 lines, not so sure they'll ever meet. As the wicket maiden started off for Afyon Karasa. And since then, slight improvement. Anyway, he's over number 5. That's a pretty good shot. Hit and run, and they'll get through for a single. I'm liking the dive there as well from Dalian. Look, here's the thing, and this is where I suppose we haven't had too much of this so far in the competition because of the teams we've had involved in groups A and B. But this will do heaps for cricket in Turkey to get more cricket at a higher level and to show some of these younger players, you know, where the standards are. Some of the cricketers that have been doing it for years. And so, yeah, just for them to compete at this level. This is a nice little shot again from Dalian, who looks really well put together. So I think it's really important to focus on youth as well, to try and establish cricket as a sport in Europe. So I think it's really important that we stay positive and stay kind of cognizant of what we're trying to achieve here in the European Cricket League. It's great, we know, when we see 6s hit every second ball. That's probably not going to be the case in this innings, but still, let's see how the Turks can handle the contest. There is a contest on. This one's good delivery, though, from Johnson. Whistles past the outside edge of Yilmaz.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't forget, Vinny, they're playing against the team. First up, tough, always tough to come to Cartama Oval, play your first game. But they're actually up against a team that would have designs on winning this group, to be honest. I mean, Alton has a very, very powerful batting lineup, so you can see plenty of variety and pace with the ball. So it's a tough baptism of fire for the Turkish team as they manage to scramble through for another single. Bit of athleticism from the young Dalian.
He's got it all, doesn't he, the youngster? Yeah, just think about where he might be in 3, 4, 5 years' time if he continues with his cricket. And I think what I've seen so far from Dalian with the bat, ball and in the field, it's all very, very promising. And you're right about who they're running into. I mean, Alton, they're not a bang average side. I mean, they're a side that have beaten out, there's probably over 20 clubs in Switzerland to be here. There's a slower ball, and he picks it, hits it. Could be in trouble if this hits. Oh, and interesting tactics here.
I'll tell you what, that's a great slide, isn't it?
He's got the electric slide. Now, well, one thing I love about the rawness is you don't always see the normal technique. You might see different kinds of techniques. And just have a look at this. He goes the electric slide. Well, I hope we see this.
Oh, that's Kevin Bacon in Footloose.
Yeah,
That is fantastic.
They say slide your bat, but is sliding your feet the future? I don't know.
It could be.
If you
we've
didn't,
accepted the wisdom of stretching out with the bat so long.
I won't say that it's the best tactic if you've got a bat, but if you ever did not have your bat, maybe that's the way to do it. Slide something.
After changing the game.
Unbelievable. That's a pretty good shot. And you might as well go on the hit. I like that they're taking on some of these runs as well. Even though it was hit straight to the fielder, forces a fumble and takes us to the end of the 5th over. And Afyon Karaisa in response to that 173. They're 23 for 4 as we welcome you back into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And I'm here with Andrew Ryan on a Sunday at the Cartama Oval. And yeah, this is really what the ECL is all about as well. We've already seen the gap close. So involving the English clubs, for example, we probably had our doubts that some of the European clubs, considering where cricket's at that stage, can compete with England. We saw Wimbledon go down to the Czechs and then go down to the Swedes. Okay, Turkey, you can see that they're a team with lots of young players trying to get into the high schools there, giving them opportunities. It's going to be tough for them to compete right now, but who knows, in a few years' time, these players, they could be the superstars of the Cartama Oval.
I agree, Vinny, and I think it's really interesting. I mean, first and foremost, isn't it wonderful that the game we all love is spreading to a mountainous area southwest of the capital of Turkey, and that they're producing players who are competing at actually a good level here. Secondly, and obviously it's fun and enjoyable to watch incidents like Dalian, sprinting through, but sometimes it's actually when cricket goes to unlikely places that you see people just challenge the orthodoxies. They're not coming through with the same coaching, they're doing things their way, and I think it's one of the fantastic things that you have the ability for people to interpret and reinterpret our game in a different way. Yeah, definitely. As we see, change of pace now with Jamal Stanikzai. You mentioned his spin could be important. Let's go straight over the stumps. The extra bounce means it won't be bowled. Actually a really good take by Waridu. Notice Rico Full is in the chat. Hello, Rico. He's enjoying the start to Group C. This looks out to me. Just one thing to check here is if Waridu gets a bit greedy, because he can't break the line of the stumps before the ball passes the stump. So that's probably all I'm really looking at. There's no doubt he's out. He's already almost halfway up the stairs, but this will be an interesting replay. Oh, I tell you what, Maximo, as a keeper of legendary status, you're hot on this a lot, and I know it's something you always like to check. Very, very tight.
That's no ball for me.
Yeah.
He's not completely behind the stumps. So I actually think he's probably learned a lesson here, Shahid. He is experienced, but that's one he just got greedy. That's kind of the keeper's equivalent of a no ball front foot, because he just encroached. And my keeper senses were up because he was so quick that I thought he had to be beside the stumps instead of in front of the stumps, instead of behind the stumps. And the law says you need to stay completely behind until the ball passes the stumps. So Dalian gets a free hit, probably gets stumped again. No, he'll go down the ground, and a long chase there, and just pulled back. Well, now that's well run as well by Dalian to get back for 2. But nice shot by Yilmaz. Wow, he stared dismissal in the face and survived, and now comes back with 2 runs.
Absolutely, great stuff. And tell you what, how would you be if you're young Jamil Stanikzai? Lovely piece of bowling to come up with what should have been your first wicket, and as it is, you end up facing a free hit.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Oh, well, good throw here might be gone, and that one will be out. And that's a bit of a harsh one on Dalian, who was sold up the river a little bit.
Should have put in his electric slide. Might have had a better chance.
Yeah, we didn't even get the chance to pull it out. It's disappointment for the Youngsters. You can see how disappointed he is there. So he might have been wishing Yilmaz had been shown the door 2 balls ago. But anyway, it's just a regulation run out. Quick work from Waridu this time. Just have a look here. I mean, look, a few little basic things here. He doesn't back up at all. Might not have helped him. But, yeah, probably his call. It's one of those grey areas, the kind of square of the wicket where the batter probably technically it's not his call, but he does see where the ball goes. If he was watching, probably saw it went straight to the fielder. So
tough one also, Vinny, when you're not hitting many boundaries. You're looking to take those quick singles when they arise. So
well done from the youngster. I think he had a very good game in his first taste of the Cartama Oval.
Come on, boys, ready for next one,
But,
boys.
Yeah.
battling bravely here, though.
I was going to say,
Turkish team.
I was going to say Jamal shouldn't say too much to Waridu because he's got to remember who decides if he bowls or not. And that is Waridu, who is behind the stumps. He's also the captain.
Ultimate power you do have. Just a few death stares over the breakfast buffet in the morning is all that's needed. Just to let him know that you're expecting a higher standard of glove work. But in all seriousness, Jamil Steinside, he came to Switzerland as a fairly young man. Did really, really well in the domestic T10 competition a couple of years ago and has continued to develop as a bowler. And one thing I do like about his leg spin, Vinny, you see a lot of young wrist spinners come through now. Very, very flat trajectory, really focusing on almost Rashid Khan-esque leg spin. Whereas Steinside really does actually mix it up when he's bowling on a pitch that's skiddy and helpful. He will push it through a little bit more. Big taker of wickets through LBWs, but when he's bowling on a surface that requires a bit more guile and a bit more air, he's capable of showing that variety, and he's got excellent control. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him bowl at some of the higher profile batsmen in this group. And I'll also say, I think he's the wild card for Alton as well. I think they've got a very solid set of pacemen, and they know what they're going to get from him. But if Jamil Steinside has a good tournament, Alton could really start to look at the latter stage, not only this group, but potentially even getting into finals week.
Yeah, for sure. And Alton, they will feel they're real contenders, especially old Victorians from Jersey. The Jersey side made it out of their group last year, so I suppose they're a natural threat because they've qualified ahead of Farmers. But they were far from impressive, actually, in the first game. Yes, it's their first game. They'll probably improve, and not probably, they will improve. But Alton will sense, okay, if Gamblers are knocking off old Victorians, then we fancy ourselves against every single team in this group. So every group kind of takes its own storyline, doesn't it? And hey, we're only a couple of days away from Group C finals, and then Group D with the French invasion. Dreux and PUC representing France. So we'll have the French derby for the first time. We'll have Byron, who performed really well last year from Greece, as well as Empire from Finland, and Ljubljana playing their first ECL from Slovenia. In fact, Empire and Ljubljana and PUC all playing for the first time. But it's the first time we've had a Slovenian club involved. They're one of the 3 expansion countries this year.
Ljubljana, one of Europe's most beautiful cities. Looking forward to seeing them in action.
Oh, there we go. Reverse. Nudge away. An aggressive nudge. But it will be the end of the over. Here's Gokanalta. It comes out finally at number 7. It's 27 for 5 after 6.
So, Vinny, you mentioned when you were giving us the preview, stellar preview, I might say, to this game, about how Alton had an interesting tournament last year. They were top of their group after day 1 and then managed to essentially get knocked out down in the 5th place after the second day. Having a look ahead, they've probably got their 2 toughest contests tomorrow with both Gamblers and Old Victorians coming up. So probably need to won't get a complete read on their position throughout the group until they come up to see what happens on Mad Monday tomorrow.
Yeah, Mad Monday. Yeah, look, it all comes out in the wash as Varathayan comes on to bowl over number 7 with his off spin. Still a floating slip in place there. Yeah, nice shot. Just turned around the corner by Yilmaz. Stuck around for a while. He'll get a single. But look, I think last year they were top of the pops after day 1. They did have a washout in their second game, so they were a win and a washout after the first day. They really botched a chase. 75 they needed to chase against the Lathbury Lightning, but weren't able to do that. And then from there, it was all kind of downhill. It's not often you see a team topping the standings after day 1 and 5th after day 2, but that's the nature of this tournament. It can change very, very quickly. But Alton, they waited a year. They bided their time. Got an ECS title in the meantime. And they are back. But yeah, same thing. 3 days to stay or 3 days to go back to the drawing board.
Indeed, indeed. Good to see your man Alter finally get out there to bat. He's got a somewhat Shivnarine Chanderpaul-esque stance at the crease, but has allowed him to tuck that ball around for a cheeky single.
See, that's a run there. I mean, if you're not hitting those boundaries, you kind of need to be taking those on.
Maybe Yilmaz scarred by previous dismissal of the young man, Dalian, was run out.
Especially because what he considered a single when the youngster at the crease, a bit different with the captain at the other end. Oh, well, that's almost taken out 2 humans. It was off the top of the fingers, I think, from Varadhayan. He didn't fancy it. Neither did the umpire, but that will be the end of the over. And it's 30 for 5 after 7.
Almost like Tuesday night down at the 10-pin bowling centre. The head pin gets taken out, and the one behind it just rattles down to the wood. Decent over there from Pradeep. So interestingly, he tends to bat higher up for Alton in the longer forms of the game, but technically very good player, but probably just not as explosive. So actually in these T10 format tends to actually be more of a feature with the ball. But speaking of features, Vinny, big match coming up, match 3. Old Victorians first up losers, and it'll be the first time we get to see the Academic Cricket Club from Sofia representing Belgium.
Yeah, that'll be a good contest, and coming up in around about an hour from now, that's the stumping call here. We'll have a look at it on the replay. Marita again kind of sweeps at the stumps. Yilmaz, nervous moments here. He does drag that foot, you know. Could be trouble. Good pick up and curtains. So great keeping by Waridu. And this time he will get the stumping, his first of the series. And it's good bowling that sets it up, isn't it, by Jamal Stanikzai. So they finally displaced Murat for 7. And the 8th over starts with a wicket. It's 30 for 6.
Yeah, nice little innings there from Murat Yilmaz, but excellent keeping. And once again, a lovely piece of leg spin bowling from Stanikzai. Waridu making up for the no ball off the previous stumping chance. Sharp bit of work from the Alton gloveman, but that was a good innings from Yilmaz. Played some nice shots. Strike rate of 50, so second top scorer for Afion Karahisa in this innings so far, only just behind the innings of Safed Durmaz.
He's nicked this and he's going to be gone. The youngster, Merit Khan-Filiz, he was behind the stumps in the first innings and he's caught by his opposite number here. And just like that, Jamal Stanikzai is on a hat trick. Very good keeping from Waridu as well to ride the bounce there and hold on to the chance. So disappointment for young Merit Khan, but he has to go without scoring, and it's 30 for 7.
Yeah, lovely piece of bowling from Stanikzai. He's not trying to push the ball through too quickly. Not going to get a massive amount of turn off this surface, but just enough, and catches the feather edge.
See if we pick it up here in the super slow-mo. Look at that beautiful little spin on that. There, you could just see a little bit of a touch on that. Waridu knew it straight away. And Tyrone Peters, he heard it as well.
Hat-trick ball, bringing the fielders in.
Yeah, this is a real chance. Ozdemir comes in. You got the Turkish number 9 at the other end. You got 2 in 2. Everyone's crowded around the bat. Hat-trick ball. Oh, well kept out, Ozdemir.
That was a rock-solid defensive shot.
Went pretty fast with it. I think he's trying to slide it in towards the stumps. Thought that was the odds. All knocked out. Well, with him in there, Ozdemir might as well have a swing here. Again, leg spinner doing the trick.
This is the sort of thing, particularly for Turkish side, you imagine must be difficult. You would not get too many leg spinners of this quality, I would suspect, within Turkey, given the relative infancy of their cricket. This is a big challenge to play. Young man who's doing some magic things with the ball.
Oh, very good Yorker, but Ozdemir does well to get the bat down. I had a question. Will this be the lowest ECL score? No. 22, I believe, Zettenberg Zaffa against Carlton, the Scottish champions, in 2022. Last ball, the over. Again, spin does him as everyone shakes hands around and moves back a little bit further out as we get to the end of the 8th over. It's 30 for 7 after 8.
Yep, looks like it's going to be a comprehensive victory for Alton in this game, but plenty of entertainment from the Turkish team, Afyon Karahisa. They will certainly be better for this run. And that comparative run rate still showing a fair gap between these two teams, and given that Afyon Karahisa still requires a fairly hefty set of runs in the last 2 overs. Chasing the target down to 174, acquiring a further 144 off 12 balls. So acquiring 12 per ball based on my mathematics. So fairly unlikely, but I'll keep on going hard. Well, that's one way.
Turns it down, Alton. Yeah, this is the experience of the captain saying, all right, I've had to deal with that, so I'm going to take the free hit. I think I'm the most likely to be able to do something with it. So it just knocks it down. They refuse the single. Free hit to come, and let's see if Gökhan can do something with it. He steps away, throws the hands at it. He's going to get 4. Their first boundary in a while. In fact, yeah, it's only the 4th boundary of this innings that comes off the bat of Gökhan Alton.
Tell you what, he's done pretty well to actually make such good contact with that. He's almost off the pitch by the time he gave himself some room on the leg side, almost one-handed. Remarkable stuff.
Not wrong there. Short and missed out by Gökhan Alton. Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Batters backing away, trying to create room, but they don't need to. They end up with too much room. A bit like a millionaire that buys a mansion. Don't know what to do with it. Not speaking from personal experience. I'm on Ozdemir to score a run before the end of the 10, well, if he's allowed to face another one.
I was just going to say, his partner's manipulating the strike in his favour at the moment. Still 10 balls to go in this innings, so hopefully we'll have the opportunity.
There you go. That's Alton. Now, why is this guy batting 7? It does not compute, but that's a cracking shot. Beware of the close-ups, but that was a really cracking shot.
Oh, beautifully timed, Vinny. And Murphy just going a little bit short and wide, but really got his wrists in good position, moved the back foot across. Way perfectly balanced. It's an exceptional shot from Alton.
Oh yeah, now goes on the uppercut and gets 6. Maximo! First one of the campaign for Afyon Karaisa, and Alton delivers it.
That's a beautiful shot, Vinny, opening the face, using the pace of Karunamurthy, who, tell you what, might be bowling himself out of a position in this Alton bowling lineup. He's been taken to the cleaners compared to his teammates, and Alton raced to double figures,
yeah,
top scorer in the innings.
Decision to turn down the single, paying dividends. Karunamurthy with a comeback ball. Just beats him outside the off stump.
Given he's been carved for a 4 and a 6 in the last 2 balls, gutsy stuff to stay short of a length outside off stump. Good to see the Turkish team fight ahead though. They're not that far off reaching 50, which against this Alton bowling lineup would be quite an achievement.
Yeah, sure would. Yeah, he loves that cut. This time he's found the fielder. It'll probably work out okay because he will get the single. And with 1 over remaining, Afyon Karaisa are 46 for 7.
Yeah, lovely couple of shots in that over from Alton. He moves to 16 off 10. Fortunately, our man Ozdemir, who gave us one of the highlights of the tournament earlier in the innings, can't get himself back on strike, but I'm sure he'll try to push through, face a ball. I'll tell you what, that Alton bowling card looking in pretty good shape. Ali Usman, can't ask for a better start to your tournament than that, can you? One for none.
Look, I just think also, I can understand you want to give other players the experience and try them out and see what they're made of. But also, I think sometimes as a captain, you've got to lead from example. He needs to be opening the batting. He needs to be opening the batting. And, you know, if they lose wickets the other end, at least he's there to help out some of them, because they were kind of a ship without a captain, weren't they, at the top of the order. So then he can kind of help some of the younger players through and be able to lead a little bit. He's come out way too low here. Nanasakram getting a bowl here. 10th and final over. Oh, slinger, and he's going to just be horned out of the ground. Well, Alton goes large. Maximo! And he got every piece of that, Andrew Ryan.
That was smoked. Alton gets a ball on Middle stump and absolutely destroys it over the long on boundary. Sidearm sling of Yanasekaram. It's heaved. Almost tries a half ramp shot, which somehow he's managed to drag to long on.
Gets a bit frustrated though that he's only going to face maybe 15 balls if he's lucky in this innings, as Ozdemir will get the strike back. Yanasekaram probably fancies it. Ozdemir, can he get off the mark here? He might. Yeah, I think this is off the bat. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, Ozdemir does get his runs in the end. I think it was more hand than bat, but it'll count. And he has his first boundary in ECL cricket.
Yeah, stunning shot. We were begging for a chance for Ozdemir to come and get off the mark. Short of a length ball, come off the top edge. Tell you what, Vinny, this partnership is absolutely rocketing along. They came to the wicket 30 for 7.
There you go. Now confidence is everything. He survives the tight run out and moves to a cheeky little 5 not out.
So the partnership up to now to 28. Stunning stuff from these two.
Don't forget that Ozdemir came out for that hat-trick ball. He had all kinds of pressure on him.
Shown he's got some intestinal fortitude, the young man, as Alton's going to be on strike for the final delivery.
Runner ball's always a good face-saving kind of a score. Let's see if they can get 2 to get there now. And it's Akram to deliver the last ball of match number 2. And they won't add to the 58. And that will do it, as Alton will start their ECL 24 campaign with a win at the expense of the Turks. And they take all 4 points out of this one. A fairly large victory in the end by any standards. 115 runs the margin.
Yeah, exceptional stuff from Alton. They've done very well and obviously shown that they're a team with plenty of weapons with both bat and ball, but a brave effort from the Turkish representatives, Afyon Karahisar. They have shown themselves to be a very plucky unit and no shortage of ability too. I was actually very impressed with a lot of their bowlers. Thought they really bowled to a plan, had a lot of nice actions in there, and obviously that man Alton with the bat at the end played a couple of cracking shots. So great to see the skipper get out there and dish out some justice to the Alton bowling attack. Fortunately, things didn't start particularly well there. Great catch from Yasso coming in from the third man boundary. He pouched a nice one to get his tournament underway. And then Malaga, looking forward to seeing what he can do up against some of the big guns in this tournament. Pair of clean bowls there. Dion Johnson coming from a lovely slower ball to end his first over as well. And at that point, certainly Alton were in complete control of the game. Continuing the clean bowls. Rayan Staniksai, he's had a cracking game, probably a good candidate for man of the match honours. Fortunately, man of the match probably won't be going to the wicketkeeper Warrido because he was called for a no ball off what it should have been a stumping from Staniksai. We saw the big head young superstar Dalian bowl very well in the opening innings, played a couple of good shots too, but unfortunately didn't get the chance to pull out his electric slide to stop himself from being a run out there. Pradeep with some fancy footwork to add to the electric slide before he almost had his head taken off by a bullet straight down the ground. And Warrido made up for the error there with a couple of nice dismissals, both a stumping and a catch. And Jamal Staniksai, Vinny, he's a gun with the leg spin. Really looking forward to seeing him as this tournament develops.
Isn't that a great shot as well, of that little bit of an edge on that? And you can see the coil of the ball as well, just whipping through the air. Look, Alton could live to be 100, and I'll never understand how he's coming out at 7 in this batting lineup. Almost like throwing his young to the Predators there before he would come out, and kind of tongue-in-cheek, so that might be the strategy to get the shine knocked off the ball. But yeah, he's got to get up the top and quick to try and make this team a little bit more competitive this level. In the end, 58 for 7 off the 10. It's never going to win you this contest or even get you close to a point. 23 from Alton, and you see above him there wasn't too much production at all. He struck 2 boundaries and 2 sixes as well in his innings. Boundaries also, though, to Donmez. Durmaz picked up 2 boundaries, and Ozdemir got 1 towards the end. And again, you see the difference in extras. Certainly not as many given up by the Swiss bowlers, just the 7 throughout the 10 overs. As far as the bowlers went, well, they're all forming an orderly queue, weren't they? They had 8 bowlers bowl in the end. 5 wicket takers, 2 for 4. Stunning, including Maiden. He's an impressive one to watch, but also I think there's others like Usman. He looked like he was bowling with good rhythm, bowled that Maiden, then never bothered bringing him back. And Malya Stanek, we know how good he is with his changes of pace. We'll take a break then. It'll be an extended break now. We'll be back in around about 50 minutes, and it'll be time to see CC Academic Sofia from Bulgaria. I know that today is also Liberation Day in Bulgaria, so probably a fitting time for them to enter the competition. They'll be taking on Old Victorians, keen to get their first win on the board. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We'll have a break. Enjoy yourself and then enjoy coming back here to ECN. There's always a home for you here, as we'll join you after the break with more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company right here on the European Cricket Network with our coverage of the 4th edition of the European Cricket League. Group C starting today, and it's time to say hello to the 5th and final team to hit the park here in Group C. It's CC Academic Sofia from Bulgaria. Now I know it's Liberation Day today in Bulgaria, so a very special day in their calendar and a very special day for CC Academic because it's their first trip to the Cartama Oval as a side, although they do have a few players that we have seen before for the Bulgarian national side and also previously for Indo-Bulgarian in the ECL. So they're taking on Old Victorians of Jersey that went to a bit of a shock loss in their first game against Gamblers of Portugal. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Ian Ramage has the two captains for the coin toss in Group C, match 3.
Academic, you're the home team, so you'll toss the coin. Old Victorians, you're the away team, you will call. There's the coin.
European cricket.
Europe has been called, it's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss from Old Victorians, who will bowl first.
So it is Old Victorians that win the toss and elect to bowl first. They'll have to be on the chase. Certainly didn't work out too well last time, but Donaldson, I noticed, comes in for them at the top of the order, maybe dropping down. Jonty Jenner a spot or two. And Old Victorians, they just look like they didn't have much match practice when it comes down to it. I think it would be pretty tough at this time of year to get some meaningful match practice in. I think Gamblers earlier kind of showed them up for having a bit more recent practice. So pretty interesting group. As far as the Bulgarians though, really looking forward to seeing them. They've got quite a few stars in there. I know Prakash Mishra provides some leadership. He's captaining the side, but you've got people like Saim Hussain. He's a brilliant batter and also a keeper. You've got guys like Gagandeep Singh in there. You've got guys like D'Souza in there that really can hit a long ball. So I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup for CC Academic in their first taste of ECL action against Old Victorians. I can say that the Jersey boys have won the toss though, and they will bowl first. Let's get ready for the first ball as we go over to Andrew Ryan in the commentary box.
Mr. Max May, thank you very much for another stellar introduction to Game 3 here on the first day of Group C at the European Cricket League for 2024. No shortage of action already in the first two games, just to keep you up to date. Old Victorians went down to the Portuguese champions, Gamblers. Game 1 earlier today, and then a thoroughly entertaining contest with Alton beating the Turkish representatives. They put in a very, very good fight, and I'm sure we'll see plenty more gutsy cricket from these two teams. CC Academic Sofia making their first appearance here. As Winnie mentioned, they've got a few representatives from the Bulgarian national team, so some players who are already familiar with the Cartama Oval. We saw Rasul out here last year, so Zaru, he's a good hitter in the middle order. So there's plenty of firepower within this lineup, but it will be a big task to take on, particularly the disciplined bowling lineup. The Old Victorians, they're pretty good with the ball. The first contest earlier today, unfortunately, it was the middle order that just stalled somewhat. It didn't help them, but we'll be looking to make amends in this particular contest. As I said, Game 3 for the first day of Group C. Simpson, the left armour. Took a look at the first ball play today. Unsurprising to see him be given the pill. A few changes in for the Old Victorians team. Jamie Whiteling into wicket-keeper spot. Simpson giving a good line, and Kushal Krishnakumar, he's the opener for Academic Cricket Club. Left armour against a left-hander. Simpson Starting with his nice outside off stump line as he did in the last game. That one swung appreciably. Possibly a chance if the throw had been quicker, but as it is, non-striker, Manam Bashir gets through quite nicely. A little late swing there from Simpson. I mentioned in the first game that he gets very, very good seam position. Get some movement, got some movement off the deck on a couple of occasions. Seam of the big grizzly ball. As I said, our first look at Bashir. Facing up the left arm pacement from Jersey. Good length ball again. Knows how to hit a spot. Simpson, effective bowler in the longer forms of the game as well, but he's transitioned well to T10 cricket. Good to see plenty of life in the field from the old Victorians. Plenty of chatter. Lovely shot straight down the ground. Well fielded though. There's James Duckett, I think, coming across there at mid-on. The other inclusions, Theo Pullman. Saw him for Jersey at the ECC last year as well. So one of the young talents of cricket on the island. Short ball. Doesn't get up as much as might have expected. Simpson bent his back on that occasion. Not a huge amount of response, but not the prettiest looking ball, but effective. A good over from him so far. Oh, lovely see, just in that outside off stump channel, bowling at fourth stump. Too good. And it's an excellent start from him again. 2 runs on the board, so Bulgaria just easing into this contest. A man who never eases into any contest whatsoever. Mr. Vinny Sandhu, welcome back to the microphone.
I'm just sliding in at the moment. Well, one team will be sliding onto that sheet, won't they, at the end of Tuesday night's final. A little bit of a fun fact, because there's 7 groups and it's 3 days. Every finals day is a different day of the week. So it'll be Tuesday night finals this time. 5 teams here. And they're just feeling each other out at the moment. CC Academic Sofia. Pretty well-known names from ECS Bulgaria in there. They play for different clubs. We haven't actually seen them play as a club in ECS Bulgaria. Well, that takes a piece of Giles on the way back. And now, well, Jersey had just got the yips in the field this morning. That's one that I thought had stopped. Obviously it hasn't, and rolls across the line. Bashir gets 4.
Yeah, there's a pretty good effort from Duckett to actually not stop that. It looked like it was going to pull up safely within the boundary. Somehow he's mistimed his slide completely, and actually has canned off his kneecap and actually gone over the boundary. Extraordinary stuff. Giles can't be happy, and he's responded by nutting the batter on the helmet.
That's helmets for you. They've been so useful this week, and that gets him probably right in the ear hole. That's a nasty one. Good response from the bowler, Giles. And you hit me, I hit you back. Yeah, it's classic tit for tat tactics, and that helmet might need to be changed, you know.
Well, I hope the batter's okay. Just a little bit of attention, and then just having the medical staff come on to do the customary check. I dare say he's probably less furious at the batter than he is that his skipper managing to knee that ball over the boundary.
Well, gives us an opportunity at this early stage in the game while they just make sure that he's okay to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Max. I've got Andrew Ryan with me for the first time today. Yeah, I've spent time in Bulgaria. It's a really interesting cricketing landscape. We're going to got like kind of half a dozen clubs. What makes Bulgaria a bit different is a lot of the cricket clubs and cricket community are medical students. So set up in different universities around the country. And interestingly, both these openers have scored centuries in ECS cricket, Krishna Kumar and also Bashir. Yeah, Bashir, he actually scored a ridiculous century where he hadn't really played too much hardball cricket at all and was very, very impressive. Now, it looks like he's going to retire hurt, and that's probably good. I think the medical staff out there straight away, they have some concerns. And of course, the duty of care, that the safety is so paramount. And so he's going to go off and get checked out, and hopefully it's not something that puts him out of any matches.
Hopefully so, but given the composition of their team, it sounds like he'll have more than enough expertise in the dressing room to make sure that he's still fighting fit for the next game.
Yeah, that's true. And interesting that we have a couple of players we have seen for Indo-Bulgarian at the ECL before that are in this CC Academic Sofia side. So Bulgaria, they're a side that we saw actually make it to the 4 in the ECC, which is the Euros of cricket last year. Couldn't get further than that. And we do have Bulgaria on the calendar as well. Well, that's another one that's gone almost between the grill and the helmet. And Joe tries to kiss. That's another one, I think, a bit like Ritik Tomar, that with the force of the ball, and a piece of the ball might have taken him. Anyway, so it won't count as a wicket, but it will bring the number 3 to the crease. Saim Hussain, and he's another guy that has a century in ECS cricket. And for a time, he was part of the highest ECS opening partnership of 178.
My goodness, that's an extraordinary opening stand.
The Bulgaria figures have stuck to me.
The ball, Giles back on a good length.
Nice boy.
Pretty good over from him so far. Academic team from Bulgaria just not being helped, obviously, by that retirement, but struggling to get the ball past the infield for the most part.
Zane's not a bad player at all, though. I think he likes the new ball.
Ball's pitched outside leg. Easy decision for the umpire, but they will scoot through for the leg bye.
Yeah, this one probably doesn't pitch in line for me. No, it doesn't. Even though you could argue that might be going to hit the stumps, doesn't fulfill the criteria. It's always tough, I think. A country like Bulgaria, it's only a handful of teams. They've got some good players in there. It's tough to get that kind of consistency of competition. What I will say is a lot of Bulgarian, ethnically Bulgarian players get involved as well. And we've seen a team comprised almost solely of that. Barbarians making the top 4 in the ECS before. Right now, it's the end of 2. The Bulgarians struggling a bit early. CCAS are 7 without loss after 2.
Disciplined bowling display so far from the Old Victorians, though. They'll be looking to move their way up the standings here in Group C. First up loss for them, although they did manage to reclaim, or what do you say, hold on to their singular pointers. The game against the Gamblers was close enough. The Gamblers sitting pretty there with 1 win from 1 game, and obviously Alton, fairly comprehensive win in their first contest.
I'll tell you a bit about Bashir's century. It was the first match of the ECS Bulgaria in 2023, playing for Academic ME Sofia.
Good seed from Simpson, just spearing back into waistline of the batter.
Bashir played a lot of kind of tape ball cricket and kind of non-organised cricket. First time playing hard ball cricket, hit a century, whacked it right-handed, and then after in the end of 9 overs, he turned around, batted left-handed, cracked the 1 ball he faced down along off for a pretty crisp drive and a single, ended up with 114 off 39. Not a bad start to hard ball cricket.
It's too easy, isn't it? Speaking of easy, Hussain, it's actually nicely worked that off his hip. That's a fine leg for a much-needed boundary for Academic.
It is a medical university team. I will say his first ECL game, probably not as memorable for the right reasons. He may not remember it all as he's helped up the stairs by the medical staff in the very first over of action, or the second over of action. Cricket's a great evener, they say.
There is so much drama associated with this team. Academic 11 for none. Simpson goes wide. It's called.
Different sort of a pitch, I think, as well. And I wonder how the Bulgarians will handle the extra bounce we're seeing from this end, and also, I suppose, the extra pace, which we have already seen from Old Victorians. Academic have some good bowlers in their lineup as well. I noticed that Ali Rasul's in there. He's a pretty handy guy to have the new ball.
Outside edge, flies down to vacant area, fine third man, and so a few more runs flowing off this over. Hussain gets his left-handed outside edge to just tickle that one down to fairly profitable area in T10 cricket, particularly in the early overs where captains got to pick their poison. Not always possible to cover that third man space. It's a nice ball. Just come back in a bit and the bowler is rewarded. Lovely piece of bowling. Seemingly got an ability to swing the ball consistently both ways. Simpson, top draw man, when it comes to using that new ball, and big wicket. Left-hander Hussain back on his way to the pavilion. Just an excellent piece of bowling.
It's a long way back in the crease there, isn't he? He's really trapped on the crease. Trapped in more ways than one. It's hard to find a reason not to give that out. I was heading towards the leg stump, but I can't see it missing it. And well, the old jazz hands appeal from Simpson. He gets the affirmative response, and that is the first genuine wicket. We've had a knockout, then just an out as Hussain goes for 4. That's 16 for 1.
I think we've seen a gradual improvement in Simpson's celebrations from the first game. I think he was so surprised to take a wicket first ball that instinctually came out with something that was probably not befitting a first ball wicket, but on that occasion, as you say, jazz hands come out from the appeal. Big pump with the celebration. And he has put his team, the Old Victorians, in a pretty solid spot to start this game 2 for them. Good ball, just sending through at pretty decent pace, and angle of the left armour coming over the wicket. It's not easy for any batter, but particularly when we've got someone like Simpson who very good in controlling their line and lane.
Start to worry with Bashir if he wants to head back to the softer ball cricket actually after that blow in the second over. Anyway, last ball the third.
Big swing. No contact from Mishra, so he's not off 2 to start, and it's fairly ordinary power play for Academic. End of the third over, 16 for 1.
Pretty tight power play, to say the least. And this is always the challenge, I think. Things go up a cog. Although, get 9 off that over. It's not the worst. But, yeah, Jersey also. I want to see maybe a couple of the other options they might have that we haven't seen yet in the morning's play. Webb is a guy we did see bowl pretty well in the first game. He's going to bowl over number 4.
They need to start finding the boundary. A bit more regularity. They have to set a half-decent target for Old Victorians. So Old Victorians struggled with the bat in the first game against Gamblers. So Academic, they can reach somewhere about 110, 115. In the bowling lineup, they'll at least give themselves a chance. Kumar, it's probably not the sort of figures that you want to see from your opening batsman. Still to get off the mark after 5 balls.
Yeah. Both players yet to score.
It's the 9th ball. Well, at least he has avoided the Derek. Just punched out for a single.
Derek has had a bit of a workout this morning already. Derek, our cartoon duck. Actually started the group with a royal duck, didn't we? A royal Derek.
Didn't he look resplendent coming out in his royal regalia?
The first royal Derek we've had with you on the air as well, Rhino. It's a fairly recent addition.
I wasn't ready for it, to be honest.
Probably too costly an addition to some of our bean counters behind the scenes, but I think he provides value.
How does Derek charge? Is it on a per game basis, given he's not guaranteed to work?
Well, obviously, you've got to pay royalties
for
the Royal Derek. Also, you've been tuning in yesterday. I know you were actually down the fan zone. You just arrived in Spain yesterday. We've got the Peacock Friday Derek as well, which just makes an appearance every Friday.
Well, appearance of the outside edge again, which seems to have been the most profitable shot for Academic so far. That one goes flying down to the boundary and Mishra off the mark.
That's crazy, but I'd consider having 2 fielders guarding that boundary, like a fine one and a slightly less fine one.
Well, you could almost go for using slip as a defensive position with the amount of outside edges they've had so far.
We haven't seen too much as the slip on the circle, which is catching position and run-saving position. Prakash is putting the cricket shots away and saving them for later at the moment. It's another wild swipe.
What does Coach Rutgers think of that defensive, almost slip position?
Yeah, he likes it.
He likes it. I do. I think it's a
Swiss Army knife position, because if you were to do a scattered chart of where the edges go, there's more fine ones than thick ones.
Very true. There's no edge off. That one from Mishra. He is
swinging
heartily.
He's had some injury problems, and if he keeps swinging this hard, tell you what, the chiropractor might have to be called into action before too long. That's another wild heave from the captain.
Certainly signalling the intent of where he's trying to hit the ball.
Can come good though, Prakash.
Well, he may not get the chance to. This one's gone very high. Wicket keeper under it, takes a safe catch. That's the end of a pretty good over from Webb. Stayed disciplined despite Mishra trying to heave him to the mid-wicket boundary almost every delivery, and that's a second wicket down. It's probably not the biggest concern though for Academic. 4 overs used up, only 21 on the board.
Yeah, and Jamie Watling's come in to grab the gloves. So first we've seen of him in the series, and he found himself in the hot seat here. It was high, it was kind of blowing back towards him. I think Krishna Kumar whispers a few sweet nothings in his ear here, maybe hoping that he could get in the eye line of the keeper, but no mistake made. That was a proper Cartama swirler, well handled by Jamie Watling. And Mishra swings hard, but it could only manage 4 and score 21 for 2.
Yep, not his most successful innings, certainly. That's the one boundary with the outside edge down to fine third man, let's say. And Academic really struggling to hit with any level of consistency so far. This is Kevin D'Souza, who's come out to the batting crease.
Now, Kevin D'Souza,
I knew you'd have a story about
whack
this.
the ball. I can tell you a story about. I've got a story about most. Kevin D'Souza actually whacked one into the third story of the tower, and I caught him once while I was commentating. All right, well, picks this up, goes the wrong end in the end, and get through for a single there. Duckett's come on now in the 5th. Yeah, he hit one up at that stage. Rico and I were in the camera tower, and just it was weird because I was so high up. It just came to me like perfectly from the back, like flattened out. It was very strange. That was my first catch, I think, in the commentary box.
Used his feet nicely to just drive that ball to long off and take an easy single. Partner Krishna Kumar hasn't faced a huge amount of balls given he opened the innings, only 7 out of the 26 so far. Pitched wide of off stump, tries to open up, thrash through the off, but without success.
Yeah, Victorians had to kind of blow the rust off game, trying to execute this time. And they will, because Duckett gets this one through, and Krishna Kumar had an unhappy time at the crease, didn't he? And he burns 9 balls for just 2. Duckett rattles the timber, and it's 23 for 3.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling from James Duckett, skipper. Batted quite well in the first game as well, so he's leading this old Victorians team with gusto, but torturous day at the crease for Krishna Kumar. Unfortunately, he's better batter than he showed today, but goes charging down the wicket, swings across the line and beaten all ends up. So nice piece of bowling from Duckett, just mixing up his pace, mixing up with a bit of flight. And as it is, Academic ground to a halt here. 23 for 3. Burned up a lot of balls already. Brings to the crease. This is Zaru.
Yeah.
Saw him launch a few bombs during ECC.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's like having a crack here. Trying to hit way out of trouble. They've been trying to do that. You can see the intent. That's what you're looking for. Duckett, though. 2 to come in the over.
Good shot from Zaru, just driven out to cover, and despite the best effort of Giles, our scampered through for the single.
Some controversy as well. Player of the match, Gokhan Alton, in the last game. Just paying dividends for waiting for the first 5 wickets to fall, but maybe it was for catching the fastest ball ever hit by man.
He's probably still trying to find his right hand.
Those
Surprised
three,
he didn't end
those
up near
3
the
wickets.
fence.
But think about how he got those 3 wickets as well. Losing by 115 runs, but taking the player of the match. As this is deflected away, and that'll be a boundary. So D'Souza's away. Can he be a bit of a game changer for the Bulgarians? They're 28 for 3 after 5. Gives us a chance to welcome you back into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Andrew Ryan with me. Ryan, great to have you here. Of course, we've got Corey Rutgers and Rico Full, who are off today, but a beautiful day for cricket. Nice to see the ground filling up as well.
Absolutely. Good crowd in here today. All these teams brought a little bit of support crew with them, and I think as the day's gone on, we've seen some good cricket. Fantastic to have the Turkish team here. And as you said, some of their fielding exploits, they were very impressive. And I think I think they've brought a little bit of liveliness to this Group C.
They sure have. A bit of unpredictability. That's what it's all about. Hey, we've seen 15 teams now, including CC Academic Sofia. It means there's still 20 that we haven't seen take part in the tournament. So there's plenty more still to come. If you are watching, I would encourage you to go to our website, europeancricket.com, and check out the fixtures and schedules and the squads as well. You can see who we're dealing with here, because literally hundreds of players from across Europe descending on the Costa del Sol for the Champions League. As we get ready for the 6th over. Oh, if he hasn't hit this, he's in trouble, but I think he just gets the bat down on it. Saru gets one.
The young man Pullman that I mentioned was here with the Jersey team for ECC last year. So he might have grown a couple of inches over the last couple of months, as well as a decent ball. He's coming from wide of the crease and just tailing back in, but wouldn't have been the worst shout.
Yeah, I think he must have got a bit of bat on it.
May have been inside edge. And that one's pulled across to the leg side. Certainly bowls from a good height. Action developed for in-swing bowling. Sousa's come out and looked fairly solid though. Certainly they'll need these two to rebuild the innings at this stage. The second half of the 10 over spell. Stump, but a little bit of bounce.
Yeah, Pullman's a guy we haven't seen before. I think you mentioned that already. Good young player. Yeah, good to see a bit of a youthful vibe about this old Victorian side, but they're also got a fair dash of confidence, and so they should. Obviously not the start they wanted, but still got their way to work there. Got the time to work their way back into this group.
Good shot, driven handsomely, and what a huge gap there between man of the extra cover and the fielder coming around from wide of long off, but he's managed to pierce that gap. Lovely shot.
He leans on it a bit, doesn't he? And he gets enough power, gets the placement right. Like I say, I see him hitting back a little bit. Expected 70 at the moment. It does look a bit thin on the ground, but the Jersey side obviously didn't have too much success with the bat earlier, so maybe you could get someone like a Zaru or a D'Souza to build a partnership at pace.
Short ball from Pullman. It's probably the sort of ball you need to dispatch at this stage. It's called wide, obviously, but not a huge amount of protection backward of man forward of square on the boundary. But it only needed a tickle from Zaru. Had consecutive boundaries.
Couple to come for Pullman.
Nice shot. Beats the man at point. Pullman get a little bit too much width. He's got enough pace on the ball that only needed to get a little bit of willow on it, and he finds yet another boundary. Just a little mini fight back here from Academic.
Yeah, Ken finds the gap. It's the thing also, it's just wild swinging, but being aggressive doesn't necessarily mean swinging as hard as you can. I think making solid contact, knowing where the field is. Just
side edge. Yeah, it's a good, actually pretty good ball from Pullman. Hands go on his head. It's unlucky, the young man, but well, you need some luck in this T10 format. And Zaru's played a couple of good shots in that over, so the Academic score looking far healthier than it was at one stage. 6 overs down, 43 for 3.
Yeah, long way back, isn't it? Let's hope that Bashir's okay. It looks like he was a bit shaken up by that blow. He was retired for 5. And there's still some players down there. I mean, Gagardip Singh, he's not the worst, you know, with the bat. It's different kind of level, though. You'd see that showing up here. But the only way you get to the next level is by experiencing it and then building the skills to be able to compete. That's well bowled. Duck it right in the block hole. Doesn't matter who you're bowling against. That's a difficult ball to put away.
Certainly is. Looks like a pretty useful bowler in these middle overs. Vinny Duckett, he's mixing up his pace. He's got that off-spinning Yorker. That ball is elevated very sweetly, almost straight into the Bulgarian team's dressing shed. A lovely shot from D'Souza.
Yeah, Maximo, the first one for CC Academic Sofia at the ECL. And it was a nice one, wasn't it? This is what I'm talking about. D'Souza hits a long ball. Then goes full alpha, gets the keeper to tie his shoelace, saying, I blew it away with the power of that drive over the leg side.
Reasonably long way down for the keeper. Watling as well. He's fairly tall for a man standing behind the sticks. Duckett, and he's hammered for consecutive maximos. Lovely straight strike, and the diminutive man, Kevin D'Souza, is standing tall for Academic.
Flashbacks there. It's exactly the same shot. He kind of hit one to me once in the commentary box. But, yeah, I mean, I've got to say, for me, he's batting a bit low. I know he likes to hang down the middle order, but you can see he's one guy that can handle himself at the next level up. Can he keep this going?
Bit of air, he can keep it going. He completes the trifecta, strides down to receive the congratulations of his teammate. His group up there in the dressing room celebrating with gusto, and Duckett's figures have been slaughtered this over.
Wow, Kevin D'Souza, where have you been all my life? No, that's... we saw Duckett getting it right, started the over, got the block hole. He's missed a couple of times. Or either that or he's challenged D'Souza to say, all right, if you're going to do that, let's see you do it again. He certainly answered the call. I think he goes back to trying to jam it in the block hole.
He's going to do it again. It's going to be from a different angle with Duckett switching to bowling around the wicket.
4 in a row.
Just spears it in. Wasn't it? Third ball in a row. Gutsy bowling from Duckett because he gave all 3 of those balls a reasonable amount of air. That one was just speared in.
Yeah, that's the quicker one, and that's a variation I was expecting.
Short ball again. D'Souza comes down the track. That might be the best shot of the lot of them. Read that ball was going to be sharp and on pace, and he dispatches it. Academic raging now, 67 for 3.
Well, look both ways before you fetch that one. That's across the road. Now he waits on the pace. He thinks, okay, I think I know the pace. This still gives a little bit of a shimmy down the wicket. And Kevin goes 6-6-6-6. 4 sixes, 2 dots in the over, 67 for 3. And, of course, a lot of cricket coming up on the European Cricket Network. Bulgaria is on the calendar just in the second half of the year. This is the rest of the first half of season 2024. And some fantastic locations on there, Rhino.
Lovely little Mediterranean bent to the March and April timetable. Just a little sojourn through Portugal and then France and then lovely town of Brescia.
Webb's back.
Short ball, he's got a little nibble through, and it's easily pouched by the keeper, Watling, and that is the end of a little cameo from Zaru. He goes for 14 off 7, and 4th wicket down, 67 for 4.
Yeah, a little nudge on another day. Maybe you get this away from the keeper and it runs away for 4, but catching practice for Jamie Watling back there. Well bowled by Webb, again puts it in a kind of corridor that asks the right questions. And Zaru didn't have the answers. 67 for 4.
It's a shame for Academic there. Zaru had been able to stay around with D'Souza for another over or 2. Expected score up to 96, I think, at the moment at last check. And given the way that Old Victorians batted in that first game, they can get their way to 110 or thereabouts. So at least introduce a few nerves into the Jersey dressing room.
Yeah, good point. And it's also just a bit of a momentum buster, isn't it? We've still got D'Souza there. He probably won't be going through the 7 stages of grieving just yet, but also pace back on the ball. Different proposition. Well, it's a pretty good shot from Sulat first up. He puts it over the top. Maximo! That's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I know you don't want to read too much into one game, but if there's no luck at the top of the order, they've got to start looking about pushing these guys up and getting them in so they're not having to play from behind.
Yeah, it's a good heave from Sulat. It wasn't the worst ball from Webb, probably just a touch short of a length, but managed to get the bottom hand through. Pulled that sweetly, and Maximo first ball.
Yeah.
That expected score up to 101 now, Vinny. It's creeping up.
Creeping up. Of course, they'd have to bowl and field very well to defend something like that. CC Academic Sophia. Yeah, D'Souza takes the spin down. The pace is a kind of a different proposition, I suppose. Doesn't have to worry about it at the moment because Sulat has made a perfect start.
Webb goes short again. Ball not well timed. Fair bit of work for the fielder to do, but no great intention to look for the second. Quite keen to get D'Souza back on strike.
We saw Zaitulat playing for CC Ulis MU Trachea in the ECS last year. He's only a young player still. He's 22 years of age.
trachea named after the medical term. Oh, swung down the ground. He's got a good piece of it, but it just holds inside the rope. And Jonty Jenner takes another good catch. Showed some of his athleticism in the first game. Probably not the man you want to send it towards.
No, and this is the wind's picked up just fairly recently. Jonty, with no sense of theatre, cruelly ends the innings of D'Souza, who's been the only real Bulgarian batter to hit with any kind of consistency, but it kind of changed the mood of the innings at least. Nice start for Kevin. A brisk 30 off just 10 balls, but he's caught right on the rope. And the score is 74 for 5.
Well, Vinny, I think we need to talk about Kevin. He needs to be pumped up the order of that batting lineup because him coming in, I think 30 off 10 has really been the impetus that they needed, but surely a spot towards the top of the order is yearning for that young man.
Yeah, especially because kind of pace in, pace out. You know, some players just have preferences, but sometimes you've got to go, God, the old gun to the head coaching. And they might say, I know you don't really like opening, but grab your bat, grab your pads, head out there, because you're on.
It's the way Coach Sandhu would have done it back in the day.
Yeah, I've outlawed a lot of things that I would have done. But anyway, Webb has 3 for 12. Pretty good figures.
Brings Chugtai to the crease. Accompany Zulat. Gets a short ball. He's a fairly tall man, so have a look. It's the one for the over.
Chugtai's a guy we know pretty well. A lot of matches in the ECS 2023. Top score of 62. Not out against the Pleven 11.
Strikes that pretty firmly. It will just be the one, though.
That's the great thing about commentating on thousands of players and hundreds of teams. Some of the names just roll off the tongue as we get to the end of 8, and it's 75 for 5.
Sounds like there is a fair bit of entertainment in Bulgarian cricket, I get the sense. Video, I know it's a place that you've been out on a number of occasions.
Here, let me tell you a bit about cricket in Bulgaria, and I have been there before. First went in 2021. We've had wild horses running across the field interrupting proceedings, so that's not something you get very often. And also, Bulgaria is the only place where I had to put the graphic up on the screen. Like, match 5 has been delayed due to snow when we played the ECS there in April. It's outside the line here. Starts to run, gets sent back.
I think I remember seeing that. They were horrific conditions.
The coldest day of ECS cricket ever, it oscillated between 1 and 5 degrees. But for most of the day, it was 1 or 2 degrees. And the other thing, the Blue Crew did a great job chipping the ice off the pitch because there was a layer of ice. Yeah, well, that is
seed.
That is quick and it's straight. Chugtai was looking to get off strike, but he has to go back, and now he has to walk back out for 1. It's a good Yorker from young Theo Pullman, 75 for 6.
Indeed. Not going to find too many better examples of a Yorker around the wicket to a big left-handed batter than that. Pullman gets his first scalp after going for a few in his first over, and unfortunately Chugtai back to the pavilion without providing too much stress for our scoring crew, but that is a fantastic delivery.
Look at that bounces. That is picture perfect. And Pullman, well, big smiles there. And he's got cause to celebrate as Chugtai is marched back for 1, 75 for 6.
Just as they were fighting back, Vinny. Academic, unfortunately, particularly with the loss of Zaru and then D'Souza. Breaks have just been put on this innings. Need some of the lower order to really go big. He goes wide of off stump. And it's not the most convincing shot you'll see, but you mentioned this man, Gagandeep Singh. He's unorthodox, but he can hit a big ball.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've got a lot of players that are comfortable with the bat. It's hard to put him in the right order. A bit like a Sudoku. Innings run for a little while.
Another outside edge. It's gone over the head of the man at 45, and Gagandeep starts with a pair of boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised he's not in the top 5 either, if I'm honest. But I mean, I'm looking at the guys that are up there, and I'm not thinking, oh, they don't belong, because like I said, they opened with 2 guys who got centuries. in the previous ECS. So, look, I think the proof's in the pudding. Whoever's scoring runs here, that's essentially who you want to shuffle up if you want to be competitive as a team.
Oh, full toss, and it's heaved to the leg side. Fielder comes in, almost comes up with a spectacular save, but as it is, it's going to be a Maximo, but gee, that was some good action.
So much going on here. Okay, I feel like it's a no ball. I don't think it came down in time. It's probably the first thing we'll look at here. Or maybe...
Give that no ball, Vinny. That looks like it's creeping over the waistline. It was dropping. It was a slower ball.
Fast enough? I've got a feeling they'll call that. Anyway, let's have a look. And then he basically reverse scoops it over his own shoulder, and it ends up over the boundary.
I don't think it's
remarkable.
I don't think it's been called a no ball, so
they must have said it
no
was
free hit. Oh, Pullman goes the full toss route again, and he's dispatched for a 4 this time over covers. So all of a sudden, Gargandeep Singh giving some oxygen to this batting effort from Academic. They're up to 93 for 6, 1 over to go.
Yeah, ugly 100 incoming, but 3 for 13. Webb was excellent. Duckett actually thought he bowled pretty well. They just got taken down a bit. Pullman 1 for 33. And I think that what saves them on that high call was the overspin, the ball dropping so quickly. They judged at the crease, it's under the waist. And early in the piece, remember, Simpson got the early wicket. Giles bowled a good first over. Went for only 4. He's going to be brought back here in the 10th.
Only went for 4. Looks like cracked one of the openers on the head, sent him back for a bit of medical treatment. So
6.5 for 93, really, because we're not sure if we'll see any more of Bashir in this game. Anyway, Sulat.
Ball. That's what Giles really concentrates on, just hitting that length. Pretty good length, maybe just a touch short of it, but tall man gets some bounce, and particularly with batters looking to heave to the leg side in these later overs.
Sulat had kind of Karate Kid style stance. They still got a little bit of it, but he's see that back foot? It's less than it was, but it's an unusual stance, and to be honest, I love watching it because it's something a bit different. Get through for 1 this time off the body.
We talked about the Turkish boys reinterpreting our fine game of cricket. It's a good example there, setting himself up for a cover drive before the ball's even released.
Charlie Hunt is watching with interest. Also, just mentioning that changed to me about Sulat, but yeah, something like, yeah, I love watching things that are a bit out of the box.
Giles hitting that length outside off stump again. Gargandeep, he's 18 off his first 4 balls, admonishes himself because he knows he only needed a little bit of willow there and could beat third man here on either side.
And they get that 100, psychological kind of figure, isn't it, the Hunt? Giles only gone for 4 off 9 balls. Pretty good economy.
Short ball, really got under it. I suspect that's probably going to be his one for the over. And Gargandeep looking at the umpire, hoping for a bit of assistance.
Well, Giles auditioning for the role of chief helmet tester here for CC Academic. That one goes through head high, and luckily Deep Singh just able to get out the way.
Boy, he has got some bat on that one. Just drops uncomfortably in front of Matthew Webb. He's actually done a pretty decent job to get the ball in front of him and then completes the run out. Actually really, really good fielding in a difficult situation. And Gargandeep coming back for the second. He's run out, and that's the 7th wicket down.
It's actually great fielding. Really good fielding from Webb. And firstly, I thought it was a pretty good shot from Gargandeep Singh. He just uses the pace. It does go pretty much straight to the fielder, but an awkward bounce in front of him. Then he goes the full pirouette. He goes the 360. Look at that, all the way around. He hears it hit the ground. Probably fair enough to take on the second at this point as well, but a good throw meant it was curtains for Gargandeep Singh.
360 or 720? I think he may have executed actually a double loop. And if so, I think maybe...
All right, that's true. Okay, here we go. He goes from there. That's one turn.
There's a second.
I'll give you a 540. A 540. 1.5. Again, good listening skills to hear where the ball hit the ground. Anyway, time for the last ball. They miss, then they remember to run, or one of them does, and that'll be the end of it. So Vinu will go for a golden duck, and it's all done. And in the end, the Bulgarian club CC Academic Sofia, they're going to finish 95 for 8.
Yeah, certainly will provide a bit of entertainment towards the end of that innings. And tell you what, Vinny, I think like ice skating, we should call that manoeuvre a web to name it after the first person to successfully execute it in a live event. But wasn't the only highlight from that innings, particularly from the Old Victorian bowling team. They delivered very, very consistent line and length and backed each other up with some excellent work in the field, and I think they'll be feeling pretty happy after that innings.
It looked for a while that we're getting anywhere near 95, to be honest. So, D'Souza kind of cameo got things going as we saw Armani and Joe lead the teams onto the field. First chance to have a look at CC Academic Sofia. So it was lights, camera, action as they would start their innings. It was almost lights out for Bashir. Unfortunately, he had to retire hurt after copping a blow to the head, and then Simon Hussain was trapped on the crease LBW. So really a long way behind in the game. Jazz Hands appeal gets the affirmative answer for Scott Simpson. But look, again, didn't always work out, but at least I like the approach here. The Bulgarians trying to be aggressive. Sometimes it worked out, sometimes it didn't. In the end, 95 on the board.
Yeah, it certainly was. They were really held in check by some very good bowling, including the spin of James Duckett. He bowled a couple of excellent overs in the middle before he was ripped to shreds by a rampaging Kevin D'Souza. But ultimately, that top order, first 4 batters not making their way into double figures, really hindered what the team from Sofia could aim for. It really was only the acceleration they got from Kevin D'Souza. He ended up 30 off 10 with 4 maximos, and it's given some able support from Issa Zaru as well. He ended up with 14 off 7 and managed to crack 3 boundaries in his time. But all in all, they didn't look like threatening consistently the Old Victorians team. Jonty Jenner showing he's a very good outfielder in addition to his high quality work with the bat. That was an excellent Yorker from Pullman. Poor old Chugtai didn't have any clue what to do with that. Speared Yorker from off stump and coming wide around the wicket. Excellent bowling from him. This was when it just felt like it was just going to fall apart a touch as Gagandeep Singh came out and just roasted the bowling to all corners. He was swinging hard, but unlike a few of his teammates, he made some good connection. And there is the new web. The 540 spin followed by a successful run out. Great fielding from the young man down there at third man, and Giles bowled an excellent over and gets the token dismissal on the final ball of the innings. And that was an excellent display all round from the team from Jersey. So Old Victorians holding Academic from Sofia to 95 for 8. As I said, no double-figure scores on the top 4. Obviously, Manam Bashir retired hurt after a blow to the head, so we hope he's well and was getting some medical treatment. But D'Souza and Zaru in that middle section gave them a bit of a boost, particularly D'Souza. He was the pick of the batters with 30 off 10. Before he was one of 3 victims for Matthew Webb, who bowled very well in the middle overs. And then Gagandeep Singh launched a few big bombs towards the end of the innings, 19 off 7. So at least taking them in the realm of 100. They've ended up 95 for 8. Scott Simpson at the top of the innings, 2 excellent overs in the power play, and he's proving to be a real weapon for this Old Victorians team. Edward Giles bowled extremely economically, only 5 runs off his 2 overs, and then 3 wickets for Matthew Webb. He ended up with 3 for 13. So all in all, pretty tidy effort from the Old Victorians there, and they've managed to keep this score in check, and they will be fairly confident of chasing down the 96 runs they need for victory in their second appearance here. It's Game 3, Group C here at Cartama Oval for the European Cricket League of 2024. Andrew Ryan and Vinny Sander will be back to take you through the second innings in a few minutes. Please join us then.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
European cricket fans, welcome back to live coverage of Group C here at the Cartama Oval. It is European Cricket League 2024 here in the glorious Andalucía region of Spain. It's a fantastic day to be out here watching some top-class cricket, and we saw some top-class bowling from the Old Victorians, who will be looking at that bonus point equation and trying to achieve the target in 7 overs or less. It's a pretty good opportunity to get their tournament back on track after a first-up loss to the Gamblers earlier today. Here's Andrew Ryan here to take you through this second innings with the voice of European cricket, Mr. Maximo. And we have certainly got an opportunity to have a good look at this Victorians team over the first 2 games. I think they'll be fairly disappointed to have lost that first contest after an excellent start with the ball earlier today, but great opportunity to even the ledger and possibly even chase his target down, as we said, within the 7 overs required to nab themselves the bonus point. Same opening partnership as game 1. Hard hitting Charlie Brennan, joined out there by Jonty Jenner. Rasul with the new pill. Brennan just strokes that ball to cover for no run. So Rasul, one of many left-arm pacemen we've seen today. Obviously, Scott Simpson opening the bowling for Old Victorians. Saw a battery of them from the Gamblers. Rasul probably not quite in that same pace bracket, but he's an accurate bowler. Oh, Brennan, mistimed shot. Catch goes up. A short die. Oh, my goodness. If you are the boys from Sofia, you would have been dreaming of that start. Rasul did all the work with a fantastic delivery. Draws the false shot from the young star, and it's been absolutely shelled. Well, Chugtai got the big chest underneath it. Hands not soft enough. Absolute fury from the Brains Trust of Academic Cricket Club. Well. Drama here in the opening stages. Rasul, full toss. Driven down to long on. Much cleaner piece of fielding on that occasion. Jenner kept to a single. Hearts were racing. Chugtai still with his hands on his hips. Just cannot fathom how he's put down such an important chance. Rasul, they might get a second one. Fielder tracking back. Oh, he's almost pulled off a stunning catch. Unfortunately for them, Charlie Brennan, yet another life. Well, for such a good batsman. Not hitting the ball cleanly at all here so far. Group C, Ali Rasul drawing a couple of false shots from the left-hander early on. Nice ball again. Rasul is tidy line and length bowler. Not a huge amount of swing on show for him today, but not giving any width. Really deserved a wicket. Oh, it's not a great ball, and Brennan may not be timing them in line with his best form at the moment, but he's a good enough batter to pump that to the mid-wicket boundary, and unfortunate finish to the over from Rasul. Goes for 8. 1 over down, so Old Victorians needing 88 from this point on, and 28 matches since a golden ball, and as I welcome Maximo back to the microphone, get the feeling that today's, or at least this game, probably not big golden ball chance.
Never say never. So golden balls, they tend to strike you when you least expect them. There's the stats as well, by the way. We've gone past 7,000 runs. We're not even at the end of week 1. And that's over 600 Maximos with 300 wickets in the week. pound for pound, you won't get more cricket action than right here on ECN. Hate to say it, Chuktai, absolute dolly. And Jenna gets off the mark. You need a three-dimensional wagon wheel to represent that. It went up. Anyway, time for over number 2, and Vinu will continue.
Well, Vinu is pumped. Lovely shot from Jenna. He's such a well-balanced batsman at the crease. And that one was a little bit full, a little bit width, and a batter of his class dispatches it for Maximo very easily.
We know the Turkish club were pretty exciting with their catching. Well, they get some free practice here in the warm-up, parting like the Red Sea there. And Derek gets a warm welcome to the bowling crease. That was a powerful strike.
Not much fun being pumped for 6 your first ball
No, it was
at ECL.
It wasn't the worst ball we've ever seen, but Jenna, don't forget it was dropped very first ball. Feel like that's going to be one that might come back to bite.
Vinu short, wide, not quite as well played as the first shot, but the fielding woes continue. Kevin D'Souza star with the bat, not so much glory in the field as he's almost dived over the top of that one, and Jenna, another boundary.
Well, you know, we're in good form when you're able to hit these to the boundary. Just needed the cue extender. I mean, to be fair to Kevin, does everything right there, gets down, throws himself at the ball, but just can't quite get in the middle of the hand. I think they're looking at catching up some of the points they lost this morning. Old Victorians, if they can do this in 7, they get all 4.
Oh, good ball, only just misses the edge.
So 96 in 7 overs. It's basically 13 to 14 and over. So 130 to 140 pace, which is a pace I think the Old Victorians be confident they'd be able to go at, especially that bit of a gift that was presented to them in the first over.
Jenna steps inside, lovely shot, open pastures, out there behind square on the leg side, and Vinu, fortunately just not quite quick enough to keep her batter of Jenna's class tied down. Lovely shot.
Yeah, small margins. Jonty's a very good player. Hey, don't forget, we're going to see him for Team Europe. Pardon me, for British and Irish Knights against Team Europe, I should say, in the Western Shield.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll ask you a question. I mean, Jonty Jenner's played for his national team. He's played at county level in the UK. Is playing under Corey Rutgers as Team Europe coach going to be the highlight of his career?
It's your highlight in spite of that, not because of it. That's my answer.
Vinu beats Jenner outside off stump. Well, Coach Rutgers might be having a few words about his flashes outside off at the moment.
I mean, just to be clear, Jonty's playing against Team Europe because he's playing for the British and Irish Knights.
That's a good point.
Right? But I mean, the next stop up from that, it's essentially representing a geographical region. The next step up is just to play for Team Earth. We'll have the ECS Mars before you know it.
Who would Team Earth play against as Vinu just sends that very wide off stump?
They're living amongst us, some would say.
I think some of them have competed for various teams in the ECS over the last few years.
Whenever you see strange things, I mean, we're the masters of the unexplainable sometimes, aren't we, here on ECN?
Maybe we could get them to compete against an all-star chat team from the YouTube comments box.
That would be an interesting one.
You know, not actually a bad ball outside off stump, but beautifully played, Jenna. Just gets the back foot and across, and just his timing is so good.
Oh, Chuktai be filling out the papers for witness protection, I think, as he puts down Jenna, who's moved to 19. And it's 27 without loss after 2.
It's a lovely stroke. He's such a well-balanced player. Crease, Jenna.
They've
got a bit of catching up, though,
That's
the
the
Old
thing.
Victorians.
They dropped their first game, and I know they didn't plan on that, but they can still go to the top of the ladder with a 4-point win here. Alton made an impressive start, taking all the points against Afghan Karahisa. And Gamblers, we'll see them before too long. They've got the Turks in their second game.
So Rasul being given the ball for the third over. Excellent first over from him. And Charlie Brennan in all sorts of trouble early on. Love to send the left-hander back to the pavilion. Well, probably not with that ball. Brennan stands tall, swats it straight down the ground. A lovely shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. Actually, come to think of it, I think it was Brennan that actually was the first one to go down, left-hander. But I reckon this hits the rope. I think this could be 6. That's what Joe Foster's seen. What do we see? Yeah, bang. Just on the rope. Really great shot there of the ball hitting the rope, and that'll be 6. And now signal Joe. Very
Energetic.
enthusiastic, very, what's the word? Very capable. There's a word I'm looking for. I'll look for it now. But right now, we could see another boundary. Gets a finger on that, you know. Slows it down, but not enough. 4 more to Brennan.
Yeah, probably needed the full hand, despite the best effort of Zaru coming around from mid-on. Rasul hasn't done too much wrong with these first 2 balls, but Brennan, I think, has got his eye in a touch now. Rasul not express pace, and I suspect Brennan just feels like he can probably get to that ball on the top of the bounce and put it anywhere he wants to.
I was looking for the word diligent. He's a very diligent umpire.
Rasul goes fuller. Nice piece of bowling.
I've got a question from Chris Ward. Who'd be the captain of the Chat All-Stars? Oh, boy.
Dave B would have to be team manager, wouldn't he?
Does Dave B crack the 11?
I mean, he's such an experienced campaigner, I think.
Now.
I'd sort of just pitched him in as administrative support.
We'll let them choose it. Or maybe Christopher Ward, he's being pretty interested in it. Maybe we'll get him to pick the team. He can be the chief selector. Anyway, Jenna, 19, looking good.
Oh, lovely shot. Rasul, once again, he hasn't bowled a bat over here, but he's been pumped for 3 boundaries. This one, just a touch short of a length, but Jenna, just the lovely, fluent bat swing.
Gives him enough length to make something out of it. There's such a good, free, easy swing of the bat. I suppose Rasul is kind of more of a swing bowler than anything, so he's not going to really get the ball jumping up at you.
No one drifts onto leg. Probably not the greatest timing. Catch coming in, and it's actually well taken. Well, after the dreadful drop from early on. A few more smiles on the face on this occasion.
Well, his face is stitched back together, and that's the main thing. It's Bashir. He's come back. He's passed all the tests. We saw him retiring after taking a knock to the helmet in the first innings. Isn't it great to see him back and making an impact? That's a great catch running around to his right. So...
not a bad effort for a man who's probably only got one functioning eye at the moment.
That's true. Well, I say it can be a bit one-eyed. Nice little cameo there. Sign of what's to come, I think. Jenna will have to go for 23, though, and it's 42 for 1.
Yep, some nice shots in there, though. I'm sure we'll see some more substantial innings from him as the tournament goes along. Rasul's probably the worst ball he's bowled this over, actually. That one was drifting onto leg, but
probably
maybe a bit of late
something.
swing just put Jenna off at the last moment.
And
So.
a flick shot, if you don't time it just right, can hang in the air, and it hung long enough for Bashir to turn it into a wicket. Hey, great to see Bashir back, though. He's fielding the second innings. Hopefully we see plenty more of him.
Rasul gets the outside edge, flies high, and it's going to kick off the surface for a boundary. So Giles, not the most convincing start for him, but 4 in the scorebook,
Yeah,
and
I know.
ultimately pretty good start to the power play, 46 for 1.
Deep backward square leg there, and I just don't think that's a smart place to have one of your two outfielders, because we see a lot of balls flying down here. You know, batters, they're flashing hard. Good fence hurdling job there as well. Score is 46 for 1 at the end of 3. Yeah, so for the point, they've got 4 overs to make 50 now. Four overs to make 50, so 12 and a half and over. I think they're looking at it.
Quite a contrast from the first 5 overs of the academic innings too. Not a single one of them went for double figures. Already had 2 overs go for 19. Admittedly, that was a bit of an unlucky spell for Rasul. And the man who will probably draw a bit of ire from the left arm fast bowler, Mr. Chugtai, spilled that catch early on, and Charlie Brennan's still there, 18 off 8.
Yeah. That's a bit of luck Brendan needed maybe to get his innings going.
Looks like the sort of character who'd just brush it off, though. Chugtai, I don't think he's going to be thinking too much about that.
No one will be saying a word to him, because look at the size of him. Here's over number 4.
Oh, ball's gone up in the air. Thought that might have held up in the breeze. Spectacular effort from Zaru. Elevates down there and wide long on. Unfortunately, can't keep it in.
I actually think he jumped from outside, so it's probably 6 anyway. But I gotta love the flying Statue of Liberty play, Zaru. Always turns this into a ridiculous catch. Let's have a look. I mean, maybe we won't see where he jumps from. I've got my suspicions, but anyway, 6 in the book.
Oh, Chugtai dropped the catch early. He's been pumped for 10 off his first 2 balls. And that ball's short of a length from right arm medium pace and a little bit too easy for Brennan.
Just a pretty good shot, and that's when you don't quite have that extra pace. The batters can get their hands out in front and turn that around the corner. But if you are a bit quicker, then they can't quite get their hands out in time. That's the difference. And then you see those balls kind of clonking into the pad or the thigh pad.
Just drifting the pads and won't take the run. Well, for a man who wasn't timing much early on, Brennan's now up to 28 off 11. And if anything, Vinny, he's started to look better since he's not trying to hit the ball quite so hard.
I think that's a trap that some people fall into, especially if they haven't played a lot of 10 over cricket. I know they do play a little bit there in Jersey. We've seen Brennan before.
Good ball. Was that an edge? Oh, he's gone for the second dive. See if the umpire makes him signal.
That's a big one.
Yep. Great delivery from Chugtai. All of a sudden pulls out an absolute peach.
It surprises everyone, gets big, and Hussain needs to turn his hands the other way around. Great second effort, but that's just a decision. On pitches with more bounce, you need to be looking to get your fingers up because you're more likely to be able to go up. Whereas because he's gone kind of fingers down, there's a limit to how much you can ride that bounce, and that's why it hits the end of the fingers, pops up. Would have been a sensational second effort catch, but instead, Brennan gets lucky.
Yeah, living a charmed life at the moment.
Well, Chugtai, what goes around comes around, as I say in the classics.
Ball don't lie. That one's outside off stump. This one's
Chugtai!
going to spend a year up in the air. Oh, he's taken a cracking catch. Amazing how good you can be off your own bowling. He's shelled the simplest chance in the first over, then does a Matthew Webb 540 or 560 pirouette and somehow pouches the catch.
Oh, well, unbelievable, really. There are about 7 people all herring to get to the middle of the Cartama Oval because Big Zirak was under it. And don't forget, he dropped an absolute Class A goober in the first over. Look at that, it's just straight into the clouds. But he turns himself around, he takes it, easy as you like. And got to say, the body language is great. These are the stories of the ECL. We love it. Tell you who doesn't love it is Giles. He probably wonders how he's the one that is fresh out of luck here. He goes 4 and out, and there's 57 for 2.
At some stage there, I was worried that Chugtai was going to cop that in the top of his melon because he seemed to have no idea where the ball was.
Well,
somehow gets the hands in the right position and takes a great catch.
Starting to hope they have a buy one, get one free on the stitch-up jobs then in the medical tent, but Duckett comes out at number 4. That was a great catch.
I mean, if you're Giles, you must be furious.
Oh, you're fuming. You're fuming.
Multiple chances,
He did well
much
to
easier.
He turned around and let the ball blow back towards him. That was actually pretty clever. I think he did that on purpose.
You're giving him great credit. Suddenly he pulls out one of the seeds of the day, swinging late outside off stump. And welcomes the skipper, James Duckett, to the crease.
Well bowled. See, it just does enough to meet the outside edge. So end of 4, 57 for 2. Chugtai maybe can spark the collapse and still take the player of the match award. You never know.
I hope our social media team can do a split screen of his catching effort in the first over versus that spectacular grab.
Definitely. Oh, well, here's Prakash Mishra now, the captain, coming on to bowl over number 5. And what it has done, it's made it pretty difficult, or more difficult, let's say, to get all the points. They've got 3 overs now, and they still need to get 39. Okay, 13 and over. It's doable. And Chugtai bowled a very good over there, only going for 11 and picking up that wicket.
Mishra bowling with the sunglasses on.
Chris Harris-like is what I would call Prakash Mishra. Similar barber jobs. Brennan faces up.
What, the Chris Harris comparison is not a bad one. Max, mate.
Cricketer Chris Harris.
Very
Played a lot
good
of indoor cricket, actually.
He did. Bunch of military medium paces of back in the days of Gavin Larson and
Big grounds. Not always. This is New Zealand. They're not that big.
bit of dibbly-dobbly. There's Brennan. Drags that one across to the leg side for just the one. Good start from Mishra. He's sort of it bit Chris Harris-esque in the fact that when it comes out of his hand, you expect you're probably going to have an opportunity to launch it.
Yeah, you'd wonder if you saw him on a Sunday afternoon at park bowling to some children, you'd wonder why they weren't smashing him all around the place, but easier said than done.
Played set outside off something. Nice shot from Darkin and Chugtai, playing some inspirational T10 cricket at the moment.
He's come good at the right time. Hey, we talked about Old Victorians trying to get the bonus point. Let's talk about Bulgaria, their club, Academic, trying to keep their point. You know, so if they need to keep the game going into an 8th over, they've got to keep their point. That could be important.
That's right. He gets swept around. Not going to roll to the boundary, and in fact, they'll only take the one. Nice bit of work from Vinu, who hasn't been seen again after getting pumped in the 2nd over,
That's
but
true.
nice piece of fielding.
Yeah, so this is a good start for the over from Mishra. Remember, they needed 13s for 3 overs in a row to steal Academic's point. So Prakash flying the flag at the moment.
Nicely struck, but it will just be the one. Mishra's got protection out there at cover. So skipper, been a pretty good bowling change coming on. Gone through 5 balls, only the 3 runs.
Got to say that. Vishnu says he wants to eat parathas at Prakash Mishra's restaurant. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second.
Great change of pace.
Filthy swing and a miss really from Brennan. That'll be the end of 5. And the score is 61 for 2. Well, that gives us an opportunity to welcome you back into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. Got Rhino with me today. Yeah, have been to Bulgaria. Can confirm Prakash Mishra's restaurant is amazing. It is a proper feed. Remember, we were so full there one night. We said, couldn't eat anything. And he said, well, we haven't brought out the main courses yet.
Oh.
He always puts on a big dinner for us when we're there in Bulgaria. Now, also, been chatting to some of the crew from Jersey. They're very keen to have us there maybe for a night series. So, ECN Robot, if you're listening, we'd love to get to Jersey.
It's actually a lovely place to visit,
Yeah.
Jersey. Beautiful part of the world. Great foreshore down there at St Helier, and they've got some of the most picturesque grounds in that part of the world.
Yeah, incredible. So let's just say there's a few things on the bucket list I'd still like to tick off. Right now, it's the Bulgarians fighting for a point, and Jersey, they're getting greedy. I think they want all 4, especially after they lost their first game to the Portuguese champions, Gamblers SC. So going to go into over number 6 now. Let's see how far CC Academic can push this as Krishna Kumar will bowl over number 6.
A bit of left arm orthodox. Drags it down short, and it's dispatched. Didn't think he got the greatest piece of bat on it, James Duckett, to start with, but more than enough to send it for a Maximo, and they're still staying in touch with this bonus point chase, Vinny.
Yeah, well, here's where I'd be giving up on the game, but I would be trying to find what I thought was my best bowler, even if he's already bowled 1. Krishna Kumar should be able to get away with this, just a single. So at the start of this over, it was 61, I think, right? So and they needed 35 off 2 overs. So I think if you can avoid going for...
To be honest, if Krishna Kumar keeps on bowling half trackers down the leg side, I think they'd be odds on to chase this, but he's now got Charlie Brennan on strike, who's been subdued a little bit more in his last few deliveries.
But you probably got Prakash Mishra to bowl the next one, and he only went for 3 in that over. So you certainly got him to have the 7th.
Demand the return into the crease of Chugtai. Oh, another half tracker. That's a dreadful ball and too easy for Brennan.
Yeah, and I just don't, again, I don't think it's a good choice because Chugtai, it bowled a good over 1 for 11, and you're bang on. And okay, you need to start thinking 7 overs, survive 7 overs. Don't worry about overs 8, 9, 10. There's a fair chance there ain't going to be overs 8, 9, 10 if you don't get this right. I can understand them maybe wanting to give Krishna Kumar an over, but at the moment, the way it's going, it might cost him a point.
Another full ball. It's pumped, and I mean, Chugtai has been inspirational in the field.
Gets lucky there as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a hanging full toss I thought might be hit over the trees. So
It's a bit like saving your pension for your 110th year, isn't it, Vinny? It's just a pointless escapade. need to be bowling their best at this stage, saving that bonus point. Was that another half tracker? Well, this has been a very ordinary over from Krishna Kumar, and he's been punished again by Duckett.
Yeah, just hasn't quite got it right here, has he, Krishna Kumar? He's had a rough start to his ECL experience. And what we are setting ourselves up for is a grandstand finish, perhaps in the 7th.
Hasn't the bonus point added some elevated drama to games where you feel like they'd just be getting to this total without too many dramas, as row of boundary stops, but only because of a wide.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Has created another focal point. See, 16 now required off 7 balls. Last ball of the over.
Thrashed over cover and even over the immense stature of Zira Chugtai. That ball goes racing to the boundary. Lovely shot from Duckett, and that total well within reach. 12 runs required off the 7th over. Old Victorians, 84 for 2.
Yeah, it's opened things up. So you compare that to Chugtai's over. He went for 11, took a wicket. Krishna Kumar goes for 23, and now just 12 required. And Mishra's going to try and bowl this over. If he can survive it without the game being over, then they will get a point. He'll be bowling to Brennan, 12 off 6. So yeah, this is exactly what the bonus points is designed for as well. They give teams that are well behind the game to have something to play for.
It's good to see the master chef with the ball in his hand. Brennan on strike. Love to get a couple of dot balls. Start this over.
Well, trying to stay alive and avoid walking away with a donut here. CC Academic.
Not bad ball from Mishra. Almost block hole length. It's just drilled straight down. Just the single.
11 off 5 now.
If you duck it, Vinny, where are you looking here? Mishra doesn't give you much width to work
I
with.
think I'm looking to hit straight and hard, pretty flat.
It does get a bit of width on that occasion, but not a huge amount of pace to work with.
It's going to be hard to go kind of sideways unless you slog sweeping, which is probably unnecessarily risky. I think he's a guy that you can probably hit back hard. Straight down the ground, there's a bit of a gap, so got a traditional long on, long off. It's also a fairly safe shot.
Brennan tries to heave to the leg.
How about Mishra here? Might have gotten him out of jail. Not prepared to call it just yet, but 10 off 3 required now.
Well, it's a slower one. Brennan picked it early, and he's drilled it straight into the inflatable ECN ball. Lovely shot, and that puts the pressure right back on Academic. 4 off the last 2 balls.
Yeah, well, the little grizzly ball hits the big daddy here, and jinx complete on Prakash. As only 4 required for victory now. 4 off 2. Grandstand finish for the point here in match 3.
Oh, and Mishra, he's done it on his end in terms of keeping this drama alive. Just a bye.
And there's no ties, so if they get 3 or more, then they get the point. Simple as this. If Bulgaria, CC Academic can keep this in the field of play, they'll get a point. If not, they lose it.
Oh, good bowling.
Don't fumble.
The restaurateur. It's the right recipe at the right time for this Bulgarian team. Boys from Sofia have managed to hold on to the bonus point.
Yeah.
Great stuff from him.
That point could be huge as well when it comes to maybe who stays and who goes in this group. Gives them a fighting chance. So Mishra makes a pretty hard bed for himself, but he lies in it and he thrives in it. End of the 7th, 94 for 2. It means just 2 required for victory. Coming up, we've got Afyon Karaisa SHS taking on Gamblers SC, 2 teams that had 2 very different first games. You see Sachin coming in for Gamblers. Batting a bit low there, Sachin. Daniel Lasker and Kamal Sharma come in as well. Looks like they're resting a couple. The Turks certainly had a tough initiation, but Kokonolti's listed there at the top of the order. I think he's got about at the top of the order. He really looked the only the likely one with the bat. But
dominant player.
Dalyan is a player. I love Dalyan for them. Not just the hair, but also what he can bring to the table. As looks like Gangadeep Singh is going to bowl, and it might be one of the shortest spells of his career as he starts over number 8, 2 to win.
Spears it into the leg. Goes for the appeal. I think it's missing 6th stump, but nonetheless, decent ball.
To be honest, 2 leg buys there's one of them. It's probably the best you could hope for at this stage, unless I suppose you get a cheeky wicket later on, because you get to keep that nice 0 economy rate. They will get a run. That ties the game at 95.
That brings Brennan on to strike. His men really stood up here for old Victorians, ironically, probably one of the youngest players in the side. And calmly drilled down to long off. He gets a bit of a hurry up thanks to a throw coming in from the outfield, but ultimately that wraps up a fairly comprehensive victory for the boys from Jersey. They have taken down Cricket Club Academic Sofia by 8 wickets, and in the end, pretty well-deserved victory, Vinny, and set up by some very disciplined bowling.
Yeah, it was, and look, old Victorians would expect to be big favourites heading into this game, and they played like it. But again, I don't think they hit their potential even in that game. I think CC Academic, it's their first game on the Cartama Oval as a team, and I think kind of showed in some ways. But they'll have another chance tonight. We'll see them later on as they'll be taking on Alton under lights. But this is where we'll be next, and we've got a bit of an extended break because of the early finish. We'll be back in about 35 minutes. It'll be the champions of Turkey against the champions of Portugal in match 4. Gamblers winning the toss and electing to have a hit, so expect Darji to get another go up there. Kuldeep Golia, the captain, I think he'll be the other opener. Let's go and have a look. Wow, it was Chuktai o'clock, but the watch had stopped. He put down a very, very easy chance, really. He'd get a chance to make up for it later, but it was mostly smooth sailing, I'd say, for old Victorians in this chase.
Yeah, it certainly was. Disciplined chase from them, actually, and good to see Charlie Brennan hit his straps after a difficult start to the tournament. A couple of lovely strikes straight down the ground as Rasul took a bit of punishment, although actually bowled a pretty good pair of overs in the power play. It wasn't always rewarded with his fielding, although that was a lovely catch down there at a long on, but just not enough penetration in this Sofia bowling attack. They certainly needed a few more runs on the board to try to defend. So Carew, athletic effort there to try to first to come up with a catch or stop a Maximo, but couldn't come up with either. And then Giles, this was probably the moment of the game. Shugdai stood under this ball for about half an hour, didn't even have sight of it, and somehow pouches a ridiculous catch. Just adding a few words to Rasul, telling him how difficult that catch was compared to his first one. And then Duckett came out, got a succession of short of a length balls, but shows he's got some shots all around the ground. He's been pretty good so far. The captain with a couple of good innings, and he's also bowled well in these early stages, and ultimately very simple win in the end. Just not quite quick enough to get the bonus point,
yeah.
But ultimately Old Victorians will still be happy just to register their first victory of ECL 2024.
They will, but I think they would be disappointed not to do it in the 7, especially after dropping that first game tomorrow, because it could be congested, for that double chance, for example. For old Victorians, okay, they're happy to get their first win. Congratulations for their first win. They do it with the help of Brennan, 45 not out of 23. Jenner with a pretty bright 23. He looks to be hitting the ball a lot better this game. And I think he's a danger man tomorrow. Duckett with 19 helped finish it off. And Giles, well, he was fresh out of luck, wasn't he? Hit the ball into the sky. And Chuktai made up for his earlier mistake by pouching him. Second ball. A wicket for Rasul, one for Chuktai. I think Prakash Mishra, the best of the bowlers for me. He only conceded a runner ball over his 2 overs. And he's a big reason that they were able to take something out of the game. And for the Bulgarians, that could be important. Again, when it comes to things like who stays and who goes on finals day when we get there on Tuesday. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in around about half an hour's time as we'll wait for the next game. And the Turks will take centre stage. Well, you don't want to miss that. They were something else, weren't they? Afyon Karayahisa taking on Gamblers SC when we return for more European Cricket League.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Opening day of Group C here in the European Cricket League, and still 2 matches to go. Coming up now, we have match number 4, and it's Afyon Karahisar SHS of Turkey who are going to take on Gamblers SC. Well, contrasting fortunes for these two teams in their first games. They'll play their second and final match of the day right here in match 4. Let's go over to Ian Ramage now, who's got the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Yeah, thank you. So Afyon Karahisar, you are the home team, you will toss the coin, okay? Gamblers, you're the away team, you will call, yeah? Okay.
Dream 11.
Dream 11's been called. It's come down Dream 11, so you've won the toss.
I won the toss, it's like to bat first.
Bat first, okay. Toss won by Gamblers, who will bat first.
So Kuldeep Gulia wins the toss and he's elected to have a hit. Well, why not? Gamblers, they were pretty impressive in the opening match of Group C, getting a win over the old Victorians of Jersey, and they were underdogs going into that. I think they are pretty heavy front runners going into this one. Interesting, they want to have about, I think, they want to make the use of the whole 10 overs, and the batting didn't really go to plan. I think the fielding and the bowling did, though. Afyon Karahisar, I think that Gokanolte's got about higher. He's the only one that looked kind of capable at the level. It's a learning curve for them. I think a lot of young players are going to enjoy this experience. I'm enjoying watching them as well. They will have to chase in this one once again because the Portuguese club, Gamblers SC, they've won the toss and elected to bat. Over to Andrew Ryan to take you to the first ball.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maximo, with the preview for Game 4 here on Sunday at the Cartama Oval. It is European Cricket League 2024 and an action-packed contest in store with Afyon Karahisar from Turkey taking on the Gamblers from Portugal. And as Vinny mentioned, Portugal won the toss and they've elected to bat, so the boys from Turkey will come out and try to take some early wickets. Actually bowled fairly well in the first contest against Alton, but ultimately the power of the Alton batting lineup put on a target that was somewhat out of reach for them, but they're a spirited unit and they took 4 of the best catches that you will see in that game earlier today. Fairly similar looking team being rolled out for them. Howard Chaliktas comes in, but still plenty of firepower in that bowling lineup. Looking forward to seeing young Kursad Dalian, the hard young man to miss with that spray of sideshow Bob-esque hair, but he is a fearsome paceman. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes the first over. And having a look at the supercomputer, well, they're suggesting that 5 out of every 100 contests will be won by the boys from Turkey. So Gamblers taking the other 95, but either way, tell you what, blustery game, new ball in hand, a fiery young paceman. I wouldn't be surprised if Afyon Karahisar puts on a sterling display here in the field. They're a lively bunch, led obviously by Gokanolte. He was man of the match in their first game today. Excellent display with both bat and ball, and a superb catch to send the big hitting Melia Staniksai back to the pavilion earlier on. So here we are, the start of Game 4. It's Super Sunday, European Cricket League. Right in the block hole. Good ball. Diving stop. That's the enthusiasm that we've come to see, and it's the skipper, Alton, up there at mid-off, putting his body on the line for club and country. It's a nice start from Dalian. in the first game really generates some good pace for a young man. He's still at school, still growing. He's an impressive athlete already. Beams in. Darji didn't have the greatest start to his tournament. Nicking off to Simpson on the first ball of today. Second ball he faces, it's wide down the leg side, so let's see if he can finally face a valid delivery. And coming around the wicket now. That's a good ball, bit of shape. And Darji, well, faced a good first nut in the game earlier on. And then the young man, I think maybe the umpire, Tyrone, just having a word with him about running straight down the wicket, but that's a superb delivery. Came back late, the hair flowing, the swing, such good aesthetics. Absolutely loving it. Another one just slightly down the leg side. It's rattled Darji, I think. It's the extra pace and a late swing from Dalian. Gamblers squad looking on. First up winners today. Good start from Dalian. Only the first 3 balls down, only 2 runs. She said he's got a bit of shape coming around the wicket. Darji still to score. Look at that volume. Becoming a cult hero, Dalian. Another good ball, popped up, fielder goes back. Oh, he's dropped him. Would have been a very good catch. An exceptional piece of bowling from the young speedster. Darji didn't get the front foot and the weight going towards the ball. Pops it up. And I'll tell you what, Domez showed himself to be a good fielder in the first game. That one just out of reach. Could have been an amazing start for the Turks. Oh, he's angry. Drops one in short, and unfortunately Golia swings him over the boundary to the leg side. Absolutely no shortage of action when this young man, Kursar Dalian, is in the game. Really tried to dig that one in. Almost got up a reach out of Golia. He was good enough. Another short one. That's not a good delivery. And Golia rocks on to the back foot. Swings it away behind square leg, and consecutive boundaries to finish that over. And well, no shortage of action. Should have been a wicket. And the Gamblers, after the end of the first, 13 for none. And good time to introduce Mr. Maximo to the commentary box. Didn't it have it all that first over?
I mean, gotta say, Dalian's my new favourite player. Pretty even, by the way. These are the stats over the matches so far. 31 matches. And 15 wins batting first, 16 batting second. I don't think it matters so much. Just whoever plays better wins. Scores batting first, the average is 127. I think that Gamblers will be fancying a few more than that. It's a good ball to start the next over by Durmaz. Yeah, that would have been an incredible catch if Domez had been able to hold on to that. And Darji would have had a pair on opening day instead. He does have a run, but he's been far from convincing so far.
Certainly not. Good start from Durmaz too. Pushing the ball across outside off stump.
Now full toss. That's well stopped. And then shapes to flick. The work of Ozdemir entertained us with a late boundary earlier on. I suppose the question here is, well, 2 questions really. How many can the Turks chase? And is this already too many? But Gamblers hoping to make the most of the 10 overs. They're chasing the octopus on day 1, all 8 points. As this is hit down the ground and is hit pretty well. That's just going to pop inside the boundary. Cuatro Carreras, Darji with his first boundary of ECL 24.
Well, after what you could say is a fairly shaky start to his tournament, Darji will be very happy to finally see one fly to the boundary. The bat turns in his hand. Didn't really time it that well. Wasn't actually a bad piece of bowling from Damaz, but struck down the ground. Hard to protect.
Afion Karaisa, they're just action-packed though, aren't they, in the field? Keep your eyes peeled. Had a fair bit of this though in the first game of the day, particularly left-handers, a lot going down the leg side.
Yep, nod of approval there from Joe Foster. Happy with his call. Bustling bowler, Damaz, isn't he? Solid set of a man. Not really moving it as much as some of his compatriots, but really hits the crease hard.
Got up 7% now, slowly building. This next one down the leg side, and that man again, Ozdemir, comes in and does the fielding. Yeah, I suppose Afion Karaisa, one of the big questions we had is how Gökhan Alta is coming in so late. He's listed to open this game. I hope he does. I just think that he provides that crucial bit of experience around there. I can also understand he wants to give some of the younger players a go and give them that experience. I still don't think they'll have the problem of people not batting enough or having enough opportunities. That's a genuine beamer, and it's going to hit Kuldeep. Now, if this was baseball, it would be time to clear the benches, but here at the European Cricket League, there's a quick apology. You like to see that. And Goliath, they can probably take it, that frustration on the free hit, which will come at him next ball.
Yeah, he's coming through with enough pace, Damaz, to cause a bit of damage. Nasty ball, but sure, Goliath will get that sorted out once he gets back to the change rooms, and a bit of pressure back on the Turkish paceman now.
Probably should have hit it into another galaxy, but he'll get another opportunity. Free hit coming up. And he hits it pretty well. That one is going to just carry the rope. Maximo! 6 to Kuldeep. Goliath player that we saw making a bunch of runs for the Portuguese national team last time we saw him on this ground.
Certainly has. Batted with immense quality. Finds the boundary there easily. This game for the Turkish team is all about just small incremental improvement. We've already seen it, reducing the number of extras so far. Two opening bowlers have done a pretty decent job, and continuing that, beats Goliath outside off stump. Nice finish to the over for Damaz. He goes for 13. So a pair of 13s to start things, 26 for 9 after 2.
Yeah, look, it's a competitive start. I think just looking at this Afion Karaisa SHS team so far, their batting and fielding is a bit ahead of where their bowling and fielding is a bit ahead of where their batting is at the moment. You see that they're the only team without a point in this series so far. Realistically, I'd love to see them just be able to start by picking up a point in the game. If they can't get a win, to at least get a point, get off the 0. Gamblers, they had a 3-1 win earlier on. That was against Old Victorians. They won't quite do the octopus, but they'll go close if they can pick up 4 this game.
Good ball from Koskin, just drilled out, not backed up.
Yeah, misfield actually caused them to run, and I thought that might be an opportunity for a run out. Got to say, I'm still super surprised that they don't go back to the opener, because Dalian, I thought he bowled a good first over. It was moving that ball around. They have made a change, and Koskin is bowling over number 3.
Disappointing that misfield too, brings Goliath back on strike.
Full toss, belted over mid-off. Hold on a second. Malfunction there. Well, afternoon siesta actually at the moment. Nothing's really working, but it's pretty much working for Gamblers. 4 runs.
Now that we've got a little bit of time while that ball's chased down, Vinny. A great bit of trivia from our very own James Cantor during the break between games, tracking down what the name Afion Karaisa actually means.
That's beamer time again. Great fielding. It will be a no ball for height. Goliath didn't really want to give up the strike, but he has to. The single, so Darji will face the free hit.
Not a bad result for the Turks. So the name Afion, so it's actually 3 separate words. So Afion means opium. Apparently opium was grown freely in the area. Kara is black and Hisar is castle. So it is opium black castle when it's literally translated.
I mean, I think that's a great opportunity for a team nickname. The Afion Karaisa Opium Black Castles. And it'd be an interesting kit to design.
what was it, Harold and Kumar go to White Castle?
That's
It was
true,
back in
yeah.
the 90s. We might be able to have a Turkish variation on that.
How
Good
many
ball.
Oscars did that win in the end? I can't remember. But
Nominated for a lot. I'm just not sure it actually came through with the gong.
it's all political. But that's pretty well bowled by Koskun. Yeah, I think a lot of the youngsters, they're fit young guys. You know, they practice their bowling a lot. Obviously, the technical of the batting and being able to deal with tough bowling is another thing that can take a bit longer. But as far as the bowling goes, I like their rhythm. The ball's coming through nicely. Actually doing a little bit with this new ball as well. So the Gamblers, they're off to an okay start, but maybe not quite the pace they wish they were going so far.
No, I agree with you, Vinny. Actually, it's been the bowling has been impressive from Afio and Karahisar. As you say, most of them generating pretty reasonable pace, and I think as they go on, the accuracy is getting better and better. That's an excellent delivery from Koskun.
Yeah, Darji 7 off 10. Well, there's Tyrone, and he's got the old umpire cam on. Now, we don't have that hooked up to our broadcast, but he's just collecting some footage. Don't know if he's having to wear it as some sort of punishment, but yeah, Tyrone, just showing a bit of innovation there. I think we have had the camera out there before. I think we've actually had it on a batter before in the ECL. Chris Williams back in 2022 of Tunbridge Wells. That's another good delivery up in the block hole. Some hesitation. They go through with the single in the end. Nice direct hit, but batter safely home. Darji, can't really blame him for that one, but yes, certainly not the strike rate he'd be hoping for at the top of the order.
Right, probably happy to keep him out there for the moment. Tell you what, they'd love to get a dot ball here, keep Galea off strike the next over. I'll tell you what, number 1, Ozdemir, isn't he a live wire in the field?
Yeah.
Already took a magnificent catch in the first game today.
Bit of a ball
Direct
magnet.
hit there.
Yeah, it was a catch and bump job, wasn't it? On Orhan. Down the leg side. And yeah, just noting Orhan not able to take the field in this 11 this game. He's on the bench.
Not surprised.
Yes, he did cop fair bit of Ozdemir, didn't he, in that collision catch. Anyway, it's the end of the third over, and the score is 35 without loss. And look, credit to Afyon Karaisa here, because they're keeping Gamblers to a below average run rate at the moment.
Yeah, well, I think they're showing the optimism of this team. That man, Ozdemir, is still wearing his shades despite the fact that we've got cloud cover around a lot of the ground today. So he's hoping for a bit of that sunlight to come out and warm things up. Certainly a relatively chilly afternoon, particularly with still a hefty breeze coming through. But the bowlers from Afio and Karahisar using that to great effect at the moment. Sinar coming in to bowl.
No, misses the pitch first time. And I think this bounced after the stumps, but they'll have a look at it. I think this is going to be a wide. It's a wide if it bounces after the stumps. Yeah, just after the stumps.
I don't know if we've discussed it. I really don't like that rule. I don't think you should be saved from the no ball by the fact that the ball is so bad that it actually doesn't pitch before the stumps.
I mean, I actually am the other way, because I don't think it should ever be a no ball just for being off the pitch. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clearly after the stumps, but I can show you it one more time if you like. Nope, that's not the right call, but...
Wow. No, actually, it's been declined, so...
Yeah, well, I'll get this right.
Quick gesturing.
Third time lucky. Yeah.
We're going to analyse that view in a moment, Maximo, but let's see what happens on this second ball.
It's all right. Sometimes people don't see things the same way, but I think we're all right. Look at that very short mid-on. So, well, it's out. That's out. It wasn't a free hit, and so it works out just right. And Darji is unhappy. First day comes to an end with 8 off 12. And the Gamblers lose their first. It's 36 for 1. Well done to Sinar with the wicket.
It's Turkish delight for Sinar and his Afyon Karahisar teammates. They are delighted to send the opener back, although a man who was chewing up a fair few balls, so might have been in their interest to keep him out, but very safely taken catch. That's a good pair of hands, Domez. We saw him in the first game. Very, very good in the field, and his teammates are pretty pumped. And tell you what, started off a tough tournament for Mayank Darji. 8 off 12. First wicket down, 36.
Yeah, well, it's tough opening day, but that's the nature of being a bat, isn't it? And, oh, you know, good all-round cricket.
So can we come back to this discussion? So I don't disagree with you on a lot of levels, but I can also see the concept of a no ball is needed to protect potential dismissals coming from a bounce off the wicket.
I don't just come to you with problems. I'll come to you with solutions.
Go for it.
Okay. Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, well, there's two batters that want to face this next ball. Only one of them will get the right. Kumar, he said, I've faced it. I'm going to stay right here. And then both batters yelling to talk to each other, and they can't hear each other over their own voice. But we've got another free hit coming up. I'll tell you what I think. I think that it's too much of a penalty. If you've missed the pitch, you're not getting an advantage. But I do also understand that the reason that no balls off the pitch are called no balls, occasionally when you've got synthetic surfaces, it can hit the edge of the pitch, come back and hit the stumps or hit the batter, and it's not a wide, right? So I get that. As this free hit is lifted up and away, and I think it's going to be just inside the boundary. It'll be 4 runs, and Kumar does get the free hit and gets off the mark. Yeah, so for me, I would just make the rule that it's a wide, unless it hits the batter, the bat, or the stumps, in which case I'd say then you can call it a no ball. But I've seen a lot of cricket now, and I don't actually recall an instance where any of that's ever happened. But you still have that as a backup, because especially, you know, we do a lot of women's cricket, we do a lot of juniors cricket as well. Edged and 4. It's a good effort from the keeper, Feliz, but he feels nothing but fresh air up and to his right, and 4 more for Kumar. Yeah, so I just think sometimes they might produce their best delivery, and it might happen to come on a free hit, and it might hit the stumps, they might get the wicket, and I feel like they earn it. That's just what I feel. But because I get what you're saying. But the reason the stumps are used as the marker, not even the crease, because in the theory is it could hit the edge of the pitch and then still come back on the stumps. But once it's past the stumps, it's not a danger. Anyway, next one is going to be glanced away. That's the area formerly known as Cockney Corner. Today it's just the grassy knoll, and Kumar gets 3 boundaries in his first 3 deliveries that aren't beamers.
Yeah, unfortunate for the bowler Sinner. He's actually come up with some good deliveries this over. Unfortunately, just lost control down the leg side.
Good to see the comment section rallying around Darji, hoping that he can turn things around. So let's hope that he can make a bit more of an impact tomorrow. Right, here we go again.
Let's hope this one's got full pass.
I reckon this is bounced like bang on line with the stumps, and I reckon Tyrone, he's thinking the same thing. Let's have a look.
Oh, I'd say that's just before.
I would say it's not good for the bowler, because that's going to be, I think that's going to be a no ball. Here we go. Here it comes. Yeah, just before. Yeah.
Okay, so we've had a great example why I think this is a ridiculous concept that you delineate here, because the fact that this is punished as a no ball, but one going 2 inches further than that is just a wide, makes absolutely no sense to me.
Theoretically could, it's still going, the stumps are still forward of the ball. I mean, I'm just saying wide is. I told you, I'd go the other way. I'd say, let's just call that a wide. Because now, Kumar, getting another free hit, and he's just going to put it up into the sky. Well, it's a proper finger breaker. 6 people are going to come around this one. Great catch, but it doesn't count for Feliz, who he puts one for the highlight reel. If you play that with the Titanic music instead of my commentary, that's certainly one for the social media. But instead, it's just going to be a high single.
Yeah, let's look at the positives. That was a really good grab from the wicketkeeper. Tracked it well, and a little dive towards the end. Excellent stuff from the man with the gloves.
Yeah, well, the laws of the game, I don't know if they have been translated into Turkish. But I love the catch, love the effort, love the enthusiasm of these players. Down the leg side now, this will be called a wide.
A bit of work from the keeper as well, actually. Tricky on those half volley bounces. Sinart's come up with some really good deliveries in this over, intermingled with loss of control on a few occasions. Looks like Galia just hasn't had much of the strike in recent times. That one's cracked, and cracked for a Maximo. Finished the 4th over. Lovely shot. Mim raced along to 28 off 10, and Gambler's starting to move along. 58 after 4 overs.
Yeah, nice shot. And yeah, look, still, it's a respectable scoreline for Afyon Karasa, but you feel like that they might just be losing a bit of control this innings. Having said that, you've got someone like Alton still to bowl. 14.5 and over. Certainly there's been tournaments here, particularly international tournaments, where that's been a par run rate. Anyway, time for the start of a new over. Let's see if Gamblers can take things up a notch. Nice, the full toss, hit just down to the grasp of the fielder. That's young Dalyan down there. Maximo! And 6 runs to start the 5th over. Yeah, I remember looking at the Turkish domestic competition, and there were some pretty interesting scorecards in there. I mean, Afyon Karaca, I know they're struggling here, but they actually won a game by 13 wickets in the domestic league. And I don't think many teams could say they've done that, as Kumar pushes this down the ground for 1.
Quite an achievement indeed. Maybe the Turkish reinterpretation of cricketing rules, or maybe as they've penned it in Turkish.
Maybe you have to do the conversion. But anyway, Golia, 28 off 10. Runs at this and pounds it into the gap. That's going to be 4. So good placement there from Kuldeep. He moves into the 30s.
Lovely shot from Kuldeep. Certainly, he's a man who can take apart some very good bowling attacks, and he's absolutely feasting on this lineup from Afyon Karaca. So he's got shots all around the ground. 32 off 11. That's not a bad ball. That is a good catch, and that's good cricket all round. Yilmaz hit a length just on off stump. Golia tried to drag it to the leg side, and they've continued to show a lot of safe hands.
Yeah, and once again, it's their bowling and the fielding. It's a bit ahead of where their batting is right now. It shouldn't stop them enjoying these wickets and enjoying these moments out here on the Cartama Oval. And once again, we see ball put in a dangerous area. Goliath's never had a lot of the strike. Could never really get into his innings there, could he? And he'll be the second to fall. Just drag that one a bit more towards the fielder. First one went into the gap. That one is safely into the safe hands of Donmez, who has 2 catches now and at 69 for 2.
Yeah, racking up some fantasy points out there. The man at mid-wicket, very, very safe in the field. So Kuldeep goes 32, scores 69 for the loss of the 2 wickets so far. It does bring Karambir Singh to the crease. Batted very well in the first game today. Oh, superb shot straight down the ground. Despite the height of the young fast bowler, Dalian, nothing he can do. And it's a lovely strike to get off the mark.
Yeah, really lovely strike. And to be honest, I think Karambir is the answer at the top of the order for Gamblers. I know they've gotten away with it so far, but I just think you want to get him out there as soon as possible. Him and Golia, even though they're both right-handers, I just think that's the way I'd be going. As next one slides into the pads, just going down the leg side. It'll take us to the 5 over mark. And Gamblers, after winning the toss and electing to bat in Group C match 4, 75 for 2. After 5, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. Super Sunday of action. And starting Group C today, of course, 5 new teams to the competition. And yeah, we're talking a bit about the Turks here and the fact that they're one of the teams added to the competition in 2022 when we really had this big expansion, starting with 8 countries represented. Now we have 33 countries represented. It's a real kind of smorgasbord of cricketing talent from all around Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as we said during the first match, the Turkish guys, actually one of the benefits of our game going to so many different parts of the world is just seeing how others who don't grow up with that sport get to interpret it.
Here we go.
Getting to see a big Evan. Has he taken it? He's almost stumbled into one of the most remarkable catches you will see during ECL 2024. But the young burgeoning superstar, Kursad Dalian, the man with the best hair in Cartama, has taken a cracking grab, and that is another spectacular wicket for Afyon Karaca.
Well, that's a brilliant catch, sliding in. Wow, the electric slide. Looks like a guy that might have suffered an electric shock throughout his childhood years, but there's something electric about this catch. Look at this, gets right under it, and he takes it sliding in. He was not going to let that ball hit the ground. He put his whole body between the sky and the earth. And a moment to remember for Dalian. as Ankush Kumar goes for 20 and it's 75 for 3.
Oh, it's a smile that's going to sell 1 million cricket bats in Turkey in the coming decade. Mark my words. Young Kursad Dalian, isn't he having some tournament?
This one cramps him a little bit for room. Simranjit comes in at number 5. Similar position we saw him come in last time. Sometimes he made the right choice and sometimes he didn't, but did make a decent contribution with the bat.
Good to see Gokhan Alta with the ball, leaving himself until the 6th over. Shot out of control, but it's probably going to spin towards the rope. Unlucky. Alta drawing a false shot again.
Yeah, it's a bit of bad luck there. Again, part of it is maybe inexperience at this level and knowing where to put your fielders. I can understand maybe you don't have the third back. There's not a lot of pace on the ball in the first place, but it goes to the boundary that was unattended.
That's swatted across the line.
Guess who? It's a nice over the line. Then bounces it back in, thinking maybe a double dribble would distract the umpire, but it will be 6 runs. Again, can't deny the fielding skills from this Turkish side, though. The result will be a Maximo.
I was just thinking before, I can't remember the last team to take so many stunning catches in such a short space of time. They're very good in the field.
All right, there's another one up in the air. Can anyone reach this? It's going to spin away. Also well handled down there. Sina that does the fielding.
Yeah, as you said, Vinny, read the spin well. Ball wasn't controlled. Alta drawn a couple of false shots from Singh in the last 3 deliveries. Final ball of his over. Nicely bowled. Looked like it was the off spinner, but it's just carried through to the keeper, gone straight, dot to finish. It's a pretty promising display from the Turks, from Afyon. Gamblers 87 for 3, 24 balls left. If they can get Singh out here, they might be a chance to keep them under the 130 range.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with the catching, the athleticism, the kind of natural ball skills you put it, not necessarily cricket skills, but just natural ball skills. I remember Zayton Brendan Zaffa, they took a long time before they were able to hold one when they were here in 2022. Now, we're going to get Murat Yilmaz to bowl the next over. It's out. He's pitched up, he's got it straight, and well, he loves it, and we love that they're having their moments out here on the hallowed turf of the Cartama Oval. It's an immediate strike for Yilmaz as Big Daddy. That is Karanbir Singh. Well, I've seen him in the same team as the Big D, but right now he's going to have to do the big walk up the stairs. Back pad, that ain't missing. That's very good bowling. Good decision as well. Tyrone will have the video evidence to back it up. Right now, Karanbir walks back for 17 and it's 87 for 4.
Yeah, huge wicket for the boys from Afyon. Karanbir Singh, if he had stayed out there for that 4 overs, could have been some damage inflicted. Massive wicket. And once again, Yilmaz bowling stump to stump. He's been very good with the ball in this game. And brings out Deep Corker, the batting crease, but tell you what, Turks are in this contest.
Wow, that's a ball that hits the shoulder of the bat. I'll get 1. Kokar turns for 2, but never really leaves the circle. Yeah, well bowled. So I know the kit's always polarising when it's busy like that. I think Chris Ward saying it's a bit like a bucket of spilt paint. It's another way to look at it.
I'd prefer a more complimentary description.
It's not a criticism, just an observation. This one turns away. Well, there's 2 fielders there. Outfielder wears it on the head and heads it across the line. Hopefully he's all right. Might have been, it's a bit of a nasty one. I mean, he wasn't actually all the way back on the boundary there, Durmaz. And yeah, just misjudged it. It's good effort. He comes down and he swipes at it. You'll see this. They've got the infielder there, the outfielder, who is Durmaz. He actually, unfortunately for him, what happens is he hits the glasses and maybe offers and then throws the glasses off. So maybe that absorbs some of the impact. Certainly hope he's all right.
Probably not a bad thing that he had the shades on. Could have copped a bit of a grisly seam in his eyeball.
That was a good replay. You can see exactly where it went wrong. And getting the getting the 12th fielder ready. And I think, well, guess who's coming on? It's Orhan, who earlier on was a bit of collateral damage in a pretty exciting catch from Ozdemir. Luckily, he's a safe distance away this time. Ready to come in the over. Oh, well bowled again. To close the gap. Keeps it to 1. So, yeah, it's a fun game to watch, isn't it, at the moment?
Well, the expected score, 144. As I said before, getting rid of Karambir, they've got dreams of keeping them to 130.
And remember, they're 20 runs better off than what the computer gave them credit for. I think it's 163, 162 expected score. Now I've got it down the 140s, low 140s. It's well bowled as well.
Yep, hugging that wide line. Smart stuff from Yilmaz. It's been one of the best for Athion in this game. Tell you what, they may really try to rush Dermaz back out there. Expect they'd love him to bowl a second over. Hopefully he's getting some treatment.
It's a really good over. It's going to cost him 4, but Yilmaz has bowled a good spell. And it's been an unlucky one. Thick outside edge, Coker gets a lucky 4. And at the end of 7, Gamblers 97 for 4. Of course, lots happening on the European Cricket Network. And we'll be back for Championship Week. In fact, we'll never really leave because literally that will start the day after the Group G final. 2 names on the qualifiers list. Chinabresha won Group A, Hawkchurch won Group B. And the top team after the group stage, so far, they've both gone home. Skanderborg dominated in Group A. And Wimbledon topped Group B, where they were level on points with Hornchurch. It shows you anything can happen and probably will on finals day. Alton comes back for a second over, and this is skied. Another catch for the young man. And he'll take it. Well done. Dalyan, this time more regulation. And Gökhan Alton will break through with his second wicket. I really like what he's bringing to the table. And Gamblers lose a 5th wicket at the start of the 8th. That's 97 for 5.
Nice piece of bowling from Alton. Gives the ball some air, causes it to be hit straight up, but make no mistake, in a blustery day, that's a good catch from the young man, Dalian. As you see, drew the false shot, ball just hitting high on the bat. Looked like the ball swung a bit late and he adjusted nicely.
Yeah, good
Had
technique.
the hair as backup as well.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's got the technique, and there you go, Alton in the foreground. He's celebrating. Simranjeet not really celebrating after being dismissed for 6 at 97 for 5. Well, Terry is in the comment section, and he's thinking a bit like me, because I mentioned it looks a bit like a Pro Hart creation, and he said something along those lines.
What was the slow? Was it Mr. Hart? What a mess.
It's very good. It was for a vacuum cleaner, I think, or a carpet cleaning agent. As Shader Rahman comes out to bat in the number 7 spot. Yeah, Mr. Hart, what a mess. Classic.
They're pretty tasty figures at the moment. Alton, 2 for 13.
The janitor.
Clearly an accomplished cricketer.
He's got 5 wickets for the day. Can thank his fielders, though. He took a pretty good one himself. Gökhan. There's Coker. Glances this away. Fielder goes to try and kick it away from his teammate, but luckily he doesn't. If you're Garissa, well, they've doubled their chances. They started 5% chance, now they're 10%. Just imagine a world where they stagger to 110 to 120 and Alton comes out and just lights it up.
Love to see it.
Oh, full toss, yeah. And then the old control with the right, pick it up with the right. Doesn't get the throw off, but just a single.
It wasn't his greatest ball, but not punished. That's the advantage of having a lot of the top order already dismissed. A guy like Galea is going to smash that for 6, but these two, going to be another chance as the man who's done so many Kevin Bacon from Footloose impersonations already during the course of the day almost pulls off another stunning catch.
There's 2 overs to go, and I think you've got to go back to Costco, only went for 9. You've got to go back to Dalyan. Just think he looks a likely character. Well, it's crowded over there. Tyrone almost gets sandwiched between 2 Turks. Thankfully, moonwalks his way out of it. If there was an incident, he would have had the dash cam to show what had happened. But in the end, I'll just get the single.
Almost looked like one of those crowded Turkish baths there for a moment.
Speaking from experience. What are they trying to say here? But, I think it has to be a single. I mean, they're getting the single here. I think they maybe want to check about the field. Tyrone's already talking about something even before he gets in the road. So I reckon this could be a no ball, and it might be for
Above the waist.
yeah, above the waist.
Unfortunate for Alton. Just let a couple of full deliveries go through in the last stage of this over.
Okay.
Final ball under pressure with a free hit.
Now they're running hard here. Koga likes to run hard. Just don't think you'll find two here. Keeper saying a safe difference from the stumps as we get to the end of the 8th. And Gamblers 104 for 5. So hanging in there, Afyon Karaisa.
Turn up for the books here, Vinny. Good couple of overs here to finish. All sad, keeping it under 130 is probably that target for them, but they've really brought that run rate under control, and it's been wickets.
Yeah, wicket and
Done.
over in the last 5 overs. So let's see who we got. Well, they are going back to Duramaz.
He's recovered from his blow.
That's good to see. That means that Orhan can take a seat again. So 9th overtime, and Duramaz once again gets a second. Slight miss hit. They only get one. That's a brilliant effort so far.
Stopped the boundaries of late too, haven't they? Once again, the advantage of getting the lower order.
Well, yeah, they've taken those chances, haven't they?
Up to 13% winning possibility.
Rahman's taking out the long handle here. Won't need to. And not handled cleanly. Gets a piece of it though, does the keeper, Feliz. Yeah, this is where I think you need to be a bit more flexible with your tactics. I mean, you got 3 bowlers to choose from that you're really looking at in Dalyan, Duramaz and Koskun. Duramaz went for 13, so did Dalyan. Koskun went for 9, but I just feel like Dalyan and Koskun just seemed a bit more in control of where they were putting it. You see Duramaz sprays that one. Flicked away. Doesn't quite carry to Koskun. We're just talking about him. They'll come back for 2, and they'll get there. Quick work from the keeper to get down the stumps, but they steal a second.
I've actually been pretty impressed with the wicket keeper so far, actually. The young
Feliz.
man, Feliz. I think he's actually got quite a nice technique, soft set of hands.
So, yeah, he's got good reflexes, and yeah, it's never easy out there either with this pitch. Probably having a bit more bounce than what he's kept on before. It's pretty smart to keep in the lid, by the way, if you're comfortable in it. I know some people might think it's a bit strange keeping back in the lid, but there's a few good reasons for it. Oh, well, this one does a bit of sideways on the field. Out now, he's got a race. And I think this is going to be 4 for a number of reasons. And I think even when he comes back to pick up the ball, he's got a foot over the line. So we'll see here. Well, yeah, well, that's the first reason it's 4. So we probably don't have to go any further. But good call by the officials getting that one right.
Duramaz just letting himself down. Spraying one down the leg side.
And great catch. Fantastic catch behind the stumps by Feliz. Well, you called it, Andrew Ryan, and right on cue, our man didn't let us down. He dives away to his right and takes a wonderful catch as Gamblers lose another wicket. It's 113 for 6.
A really good catch indeed. Vinny Sandhu, one of master keeper like yourself, would have been very impressed. Maz with a bit of extra pace, and that ball kicked off the surface and really flew through to the right-hand side of the wicket-keeper.
Pick apart the technique. First thing is he's got very good position in the first place. And look at the knees bent. So he's got a good kind of springboard. He's fairly well spread with his shoulders, slightly more than shoulder height. But yeah, look at that. Big catching surface. And sometimes you just got to get your mitts around it, and that's exactly what Feliz does there.
Almost, I wouldn't be surprised if he was a goalkeeper in his younger days.
Actually,
that movement to the right.
Getting big, wasn't he?
Yep, absolutely.
Great catch. Taking some great catches today, this team. Now, 2 to come in the over.
Expect that will probably be safe from the no ball perspective.
Yeah. It's this one out in the replay. How high is this one? I think it's just okay. He hits it just below the waist. It's already below the waist.
Good call, good call.
Worth a look though.
Dermaz, final ball.
All right, it's got to be another chance. Well, who wants it? We got Alton. Well, two fielders collide in the end, or do they? It's another catch. Well, great work down there. And it's Salih Elise that takes the catch. So a couple for Dermaz. I guess it works out in the ninth, all right. And Gamblers falling away a little bit in this innings. 114 for 7. And how good is this team catching today?
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Vinny Sandhu, Dermaz slapped it back in Vinny Sandhu's face after he was questioning being brought back on for the second over, but the stocky paceman, he is delivered for his skipper. And they are right in this contest, Vinny. If they can get Alton flying and get one or two to support him, this total is well within reach. This has been an excellent display from the Turks.
Yeah, well, look, in the end, he bowled a Gundy ball that went down the leg side, but the 7th ball of the over is the charm, and he takes his second wicket. He'll finish 2 for 23, and is the youngster Dalian to come back in the 10th over, and he's going to get drilled for 4, or is he? Well, he's just stopped that. Oh, I'd given up on it. Oh, that's close as well.
This is so much action in the one ball, so we've got a couple of things to check here, Vinny. It's actually the skipper, Alton, diving to his left.
And he's taken Dalian's position, but first let's see if it's a clean stop. I think it hasn't. Well, I think he's still touching the ball and he's over the rope. So I actually think that's going to be 4. Just for fun.
Shame.
Just for fun. I wouldn't mind seeing if it was out. Let's have a look. Would it have been out? Oh, that's close.
Just tell you what,
No,
game of inches, isn't
probably
it?
just in.
Game of inches.
Ooh.
Go
It
back
saves
to
them
the
making a
delivery.
really tough call.
Actually,
Yeah.
pretty good ball from Dalian, but well struck from Sharma straight down the ground.
Oh, yeah, it was a really good shot. Yeah, fantastic effort from Alton. He's trying to stay in the contest. Afyon Karesa. Well, ball, good pace. This time's a bit too spicy for the keeper. Reckless throw. Should cause an overthrow and does. The result will be 2 byes on the ball.
Another pretty good piece of bowling. Saw Sharma trying to back away to the leg side, give himself some room, so he speared it wide of leg stump.
We saw the Turkish side last year, SML KSK, with some of the wildest celebrations we've ever seen. And judging by how hard they're celebrating the catches, and so they should, by the way. Just imagine if they could pinch a win here or in any match during this ECL. Will be scenes. One's going to be called wide. Well, leaps before the ball gets to the stumps, and so perhaps just very confident the ball wasn't going to hit. Gets up running. The Gamblers, they're pretty experienced in the format. I think they play a lot of 15 over cricket and stuff in Turkey.
Tell you what, just looking at this for this next ball, Dalian is bowling a good over. Batter Ashka so deep in his crease.
2 feet in.
Nice piece of bowling again. I don't mind actually that low full toss late in the innings.
Dalian has got all the mechanics, but he's just still doesn't have the consistency. You can see starting very late in the crease. Yeah, it's just showing that he's trying to get the best look possible. So I think the temptation for Dalian is probably to try too many things. I think just try and get the ball going exactly where you want it. But yeah, he's built to be a fast bowler, isn't he? This time he does go short, and he's going to get a wicket. And that's Anil Donmez out there. Well, that guy's got sticky hands today. He's in the hot spot. He's not letting his team down. The Gamblers have lost 8 now. It's 1-2-2 for 8. Still 2 balls to go in this first half.
Continuing a fabulous day in the field. As you say, Donmez just looked safe as houses out there at the deep mid-wicket boundary. And that's the first up scalp for the young paceman. Dalian has bowled very, very well. Well-deserved wicket, and part of an inspired performance with the ball and in the field for Afyon Karisa. They're putting themselves right in the mix in this second game for them. European Cricket League 2024.
Hey, Dalian, he probably gets away with one a little bit there. I don't think that's probably the... Well, I know it's not the right length to bowl at this stage, but, hey, he deserves it. Couple to come as Cambodge gets a hit at 10. He can still hit it, though. Oh, well, he will hit it, and he's going to get 4. So it'll be no ball plus 4. And Cambodge gets a gift, and he'll get a free hit. Dalian, again, that's that inconsistency and that's inexperience, probably, as Cambodge does well to get their hands out in front. Takes one hand off the bat, potentially in panic, as free hit to come.
Such a shame, Vinny. He bowled a good over up until that stage. Just lost a touch of control, the exuberance of youth, trying to send the ball down at high velocity.
Yeah, it's the old no look, protect yourself shot. But anyway, we got 2 to come still. That's the thing. If you can iron out those little wrinkles in the game, then he's going to be twice as good a player he is already. Just see that potential there. See the enthusiasm there as well in Dalian, don't you? Well, he misses out. Might as well run. They do. I think of 2, but I don't think it's there in the end. Dalian not able to control it, but we've got the last ball coming up. Sharma will face it. Come on, Sharma, who's on 5, and it's 128 plus this.
Final ball. There's been no shortage of action again.
So we don't see Sachin with the bat. Not often you see a Sachin batting 11, but that's the case.
Disappointing.
Goes for it high, and there's no fielder back there. It probably wouldn't have mattered because that's gone all the way. Maximo! Sharma finishes things with a bang, and Gamblers finish on 134.
Pretty decent shot, that. Wasn't the worst ball from Dalian. A little bit wide of off stump. Yeah, the opportunity for the big man Sharma to spread his arms. Got the levers out, sends it over the long off boundary for a Maximo, but that was a very good performance after a few runs were flowing early off the bat of the Gamblers' batters. So for the Turks from Mafion and Karahisar to keep them to 134 for 8. That's actually a really good bowling performance. And once again, exemplary stuff in the field. Their catching is simply sensational.
It was great. They take 7 catches. There were 9 catching opportunities. 7 were taken in that 10 overs. So Mafion Karahisar, well, they're certainly bringing some richness to this ECL, aren't they? And you see so many youngsters out there. This guy continues to impress us. Early on, it was looking like it could be a bit of a rough one, as Kuldeep Golia went about his work. Darji, still no luck for him in the series. I wonder if his time's numbered at the top of the order after failing to fire on day 1. But once again, it was, you couldn't take your eyes off the action kind of stuff, as people were flying all around this field to reel these wickets in. 7 catches taken in innings. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, 7 catches, and a lot of them really quite high degree of difficulty as well. That man out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, Anil Donmez, he showed he's got a very secure pair of hands. A trifecta today. And they took good catches early on as well. And they just simply, that's a good example there. The young man, Dalian, just get into good position. They give themselves every opportunity and move well in the field. And just a really good performance all round. That was part of an excellent over from Murat Yilmaz, celebrating hard, but it was a well-deserved leg before call. An excellent piece of bowling from him. A couple of instances, some loose stuff down the leg side, but also big improvement for the first game in terms of just not giving away so many extras through no balls and wides. And ultimately, that more disciplined bowling performance just created the extra chances for them. Dalian, a couple of skied balls went in his direction, and he safely pouched both of them. This is an example of the gusto that they field with. Unfortunately, wasn't successful on that occasion, but excellent catch behind the stumps. Mountcard Villiers, he's shown he's got plenty of promise as a wicketkeeper. Moved like a goalkeeper to his right. Pouched that in the gloves, and that was an excellent dismissal. Also part of a pretty good second over for Dermaz, who came back after an injury earlier on and bowled very, very well in support of his captain, continuing to take everything that came their way, continuing to issue some very, very good celebrations in the meantime as well, and they can be very proud of the effort that they put in this field, irrespective of what the final result is here. Don Mez catching his third of the day, and the arms go up, just all in a day's work for the mid-wicket fielder. He was pretty happy though, and unfortunately for the young paceman, he was smoked for a Maximo off the final ball of the innings, but nonetheless, great fight back from them. 8 wickets in the innings and keeping the powerful Gamblers batting line up to 134 for 8. The big wicket, I think, in particular for them. Karambir Singh started 17 off his first 5 balls before Yilmaz had him out LBW. And Yilmaz also getting the big wicket of Kuldeep Galia. He looked pretty sharp with 32 off 12 at the top. Big question marks for Mayank Darji to see if he can get his tournament going. 8 off 12 after a first ball duck in the first ball of today's play earlier on. But that's an effort that the Turkish team, Afyon and Karahisar, can be very proud of. Good bowling all round for them. Kozgun pretty tight with only 9 off his over. Durmaz taking 2 wickets. Dalian once again showing he's got a lot of promise. And the skipper, Golkan Alta, 2 for 19. So very, very good stuff. And obviously Yilmaz taking the 2 big guns with his 2 wickets for 27. So plenty of highlights again from this Afyon Karahisar team. They have brought a lot to this ECL 2024 tournament. And we will see if they can chase down a target of 135 off their 10 overs. It's going to require some big hitting, plenty of strokes to the boundary during the power play, but do not put it past this plucky outfit. Gamblers certainly under more pressure here than they probably expected coming into this contest. Please join myself, Andrew Ryan, and Vinny Sandhu for the second innings of this match. It's match 4, first day of Group C action here at the European Cricket League 2024. We'll be back in a few minutes.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
European cricket fans all across the world, thank you for joining us back here on the European Cricket Network. We are into Game 4 here on day 1 of Group C at the European Cricket League of 2024. And as the sun starts to think about dropping behind the mountains here in this gorgeous part of Andalusia, we have a cracking contest in play. The team from Afion Karahisar fielded and bowled magnificently to really restrict the Gamblers, who were around 75 runs after their first 5 overs. Kept them in check in the second half of that innings. Now can they do something with the bat? Coskin on strike. He's up against Cambodge, a left-arm paceman who bowled very well in that first game for the Gamblers. No Junaid Khan for the Portuguese side this time around, so Cambodge taking the first over. Going to be quite a task for the Turkish side to dull his impact. It's that short of a length spot outside off stump. It's where a number of their batters had issues in the first game. They haven't had it easy. Ali Usman come in and fire his left-arm bullets at them in the first over of the game against Alton. Earlier today, Cambodge showed he's got good control of both line and length and ability of swinging the ball. Ball's gone up. Keeper can't quite reach it. Nice piece of bowling from Cambodge. Really is the high-bouncing balls that's creating the issues for Turkish boys so far. They've sent out Dalian, the youngster, who showed that he's got some skill with the bat as well in that first game. Partnered the skipper well for a period. Straight ball, inside edge onto the pad. Cambodge, well, they had dreams of that clattering into middle and leg stump at some stage. It's a good start from him though. 4 dots. Especially while this field's up. Afion Karahisar's batting lineup has got to find a way to get the ball to the boundary. Slip in place. And it's not needed. Swinging into leg stump. Absolutely obliterates the willow. And unfortunately for Coskin, did what he was supposed to, took a big swing at the foolish ball. Late swing has done him in, and the first wicket for Afion Karahisar goes down. Not a run on the board, and only 1 ball left in the first over. And that dismissal gives us the chance to welcome Vinny Sandhu back to the microphone.
Yeah, thanks. And I know these bowls are going to be a bit of a handful. Cambodge pretty smartly attacks the 3 poles at the other end and gets a piece of 2 of them, I think. I've got to say, though, I talked a bit about the old gun to your head tactics early. I'll be getting a gun on Alton and marching him out to open the batting, because I still cannot believe he's not opening the batting. It's actually a bit irresponsible, I think, if I'm completely honest, because you're throwing players out there, and I know that's the way that they learn, but I think they could learn more with him out there to bat with. Do you know what I mean? As that'll be another regulation wicket maiden to get going here in the second half of match 4. It's none for 1 as Yilmaz negotiates the first ball of Cambodge.
Negotiates, probably a pretty generous description. He tried to follow a late swinging ball outside off stump, but he survived.
I'm not saying he won the negotiation, but he was at the table. Anyway, 29 matches since the golden ball, and it would be pretty exciting if we could have one. They provide us plenty of excitement regardless. But yeah, I mean, what's your opinion on that?
Golden ball or Alton not going out to bat?
About Alton not opening.
Look, I can see some merit in saying your main run scorer, try to protect him from the big swinging opening bowlers, but also works if you've got people at the top of the order who can really get in behind the ball. And Dalian's given a good example of it. That just good high elbow dealing with that short ball.
Yeah, Rahman
does show the difficulty, doesn't it, in particularly in countries where cricket's still a developing sport, of just how difficult batting is to coach and to learn as a skill.
Oh yeah, definitely. Edged and gone. And it's going to be taken by Golia behind the stump. So that's 2 down before there's a run score. And that's the fan favourite, Dalian. And it kind of illustrates your point as well. I think one of the issues is that there's such a big downside to batting. The downside being that when you're out, you have to stop batting. In tennis or a game like that, you can hit a bad shot, you can pick up the racket, keep playing, and you just get more match practice that way when you're not so experienced in it. That one hits high up on the bat, maybe even the gloves. And Kuldeep, well, he does reach that one pretty easily. As it's going to be a shame as Kursat Dalian goes for a Derek, the second of the innings, and it's none for 2.
Yeah, I suspect Derek will be pretty disappointed to have to come out and screen with the young man going back there. Would have been nice to see him play a few shots, show his full repertoire, as Dermaz, who's already been struck in the head once while fielding. Let's see how he goes against the left arm pace.
Well, that time just watches it take off. And look, Rahman is a guy who took a bunch of wickets when we saw him in Barcelona, first in the ECIs, but then also for Bengali, where he played in the European Cricket Series in Barcelona. And often you will see Golia up to the stumps to him, but I think it's smart on this pitch. I think there's more value being back. I think you're probably going to get a few more edges flying. I mean, those kind of balls are not particularly easy to deal with if you're up to the stumps. Up to the stumps, it's often about discouraging the batter to leave the crease, and also just about making them feel uncomfortable. So I think sometimes you have to ask yourself, okay, I probably can do this, but is it a wise move strategically? And I think Golia's made the right choice by keeping back.
I suspect that Dermaz isn't going to charge, and I suspect he's uncomfortable enough with the pace of Rahman going across the face.
Oh, he's lit it. Hope he's all right. Hope he's all right there. That one gets up. If anything, it wasn't that high, but he ducks. Remember, he already copped one when he was fielding. And he's just going to shake it off. They're going to have to check him out. That's the helmet, and to be honest, exactly where he caught one before. It's a nasty moment.
This was junior cricket. His mum would probably be telling him what a dangerous game this is.
He's saying I'm fine. The thing is, I'm actually not so sure it's even above the shoulder. I guess it probably will be called that way. That's the grill doing its job. Is it that? I actually think it might be.
No, he got down to a very
it's not really even a
position.
Going to be the one for the over. Good news is you get to brush up on your Spanish when you get to hear the Spanish concussion test questions. Count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. Let's try and work out what... okay, now this is it. Squeeze my hands. Will that work? Yeah.
Seems like an awkward wedding
now, this
ceremony.
This is where the language barrier is going to be... Yeah. Looks in the eyes. All right, good. He's passed it with flying colours. And yeah, credit to him. You know, he's gonna grab the bat. He's made of some tough stuff, isn't he, Zafir Dumaz? And he's gonna face up again. But yeah, gets down. We saw him trying to play this shot earlier, and actually plays it pretty well with the extra pace. And then we got to the good old-fashioned concussion test. And look, that is some kung fu grip right there, and that's how he's going to continue his innings. No runs, though, in the first 11 balls. Here's the last ball. Mercifully, it's pitched up to Durmaz, and that'll be the end of another wicket maiden. It's none for 2.
Yeah, it might be the last time he tries that crouching tiger hidden Afyon Karahisar batter technique, getting down low against a man the pace of Rahman. So gutsy stuff from Durmaz. He's not giving up whatsoever, although the 2 overs with no runs scored probably making this chase harder than they were hoping at this stage.
Yeah, at the moment, CC Academic even with the loss. They do get the point out of their game, so that's why they're ahead. Kambosh pitches up. That's 13 dot balls in a row. From memory, I think that ties the record of the amount of dots to start an innings.
To be fair, this has been some quality left arm fast bowling from the Gamblers. I think they really hit the spot, just moving the ball away from Turkish batters just outside off.
Great National Geographic work from our camera crew. As the next one will be cut off. And, well, we saw the Gamblers win the 2022 series under lights at Coimbra. And, well, that was famous for an innings that went 14 for 8 by Miranda Dragons. And that makes it 15 in a row. You know, this is where you don't want a wide to spoil your perfect run. As my old captain used to say, they're scoring with a fork.
Be fair though to Yilmaz, he's done well to get bat on ball the last couple of deliveries. It's good bowling from Kambosh.
Oh, pop back. It will be a sweet 16 got ball. And might be time for Kambosh to take the concussion test. I think I might have grabbed him on the bounce. He's gone down heavy on a knee as well. It's the last thing that Gamblers want at this stage. Let's have a look. What happened here?
I think as he's moved forward to take this catch, he's gone knees first.
Oh,
it's actually
no.
gotten stuck in the artificial turf.
Oh, no. I don't know if I want to see this one. Just, it collapsed under him. Yeah. Look.
I suspect he'll be okay, but it's probably just pushed the kneecap a touch and his whole weight went on the knee.
Wow. Medical staff getting a real workout here. And that doesn't, I don't know, something in there, something collapsed in the knee or something like that. It didn't seem that bad, but just the way he's acting here, I tell you what.
I suspect
Magic
he's okay.
Spray
I think if
Rochelle
there was some
is
serious stuff happening with the kneecap or with anything else, he wouldn't have been walking like he did immediately after. I think it's probably just the realisation of he's given that knee a fair bump with all of his weight coming down out of it, and well, there you go. He's good enough to continue the over. So I guess if you've got 1 for none after 1.4, you're probably keen to try to
go the perfect,
take those last two balls.
Perfect zero. Yeah, Magic Spray Rochelle getting a fair workout here on opening day.
Mr. Stats, Mr. Maximo, have we ever had 2 overs for no runs?
Of course we have. And in fact, it's been done by a Bulgarian club. The Bulgarian Express, Jamie Batten, took none for none. It's the only example of none for none on the network. And he's 1 ball away from doing it, Kambosh. Yeah, we've also seen it happen actually in that night series in Portugal. In fact, that game I was just talking about, I think Conrad Greenshields did it. We had, I think, Krut Patel and Conrad Greenshields both on a hat-trick at the same time.
Krut Patel, what a name from Portuguese cricket.
I know you love it. Here we go on the perfect 12. And he'll do it, Kambosh. Well, he gets the magical donut. He's going to finish with 1 for none of his 2 overs. And history made, Rhino. It's the lowest power play ever because it's 0. We've done it. The previous lowest power play was 3 in Czechia, and that is a record that will never be beaten. If it was the Australian phone number, it would be the emergency line 000. And Afyon Karasa, retire him and get Alton out there ASAP because, well, the only thing below 0 is negatives. And I tell you what, if the new batter comes to the crease, they might be -5 if it comes late. That will be added to the other innings. Anyway, it's 18 dot balls, 19.
I'm going to try to look at the positives here. It's only 2 wickets down.
I got wickets in hand.
Wickets in hand. Wickets in hand. And Karambir Singh, so they're up against one of the non-opening bowlers. Middle East still does send it down pretty swiftly.
Oh, well, that's a record that will never be broken. It might be equalled. I'm going to take you through some of the lowest power plays in a minute. Oh, yeah. I mean, probably let him have a second hit at this stage, wouldn't you? It popped up nicely. That's 20 dot balls. That's a third of the innings, and the score's 0. Now you've got my interest. I mean, how long can this go? And we saw some crazy scorelines from the Turkish domestic series as well. All right. Come on, Karambir. Oh, he's nailed it. He's absolutely nailed it, and they're away. So the record will be 20 dot balls to start an innings. maybe until the 22nd century. But Durmaz, credit to him. He wore one on the helmet earlier. That time he goes on, plays his favourite shot, and he gets 4.
Well, Durmaz is sitting 4 off 7, so in terms of the strike rate, absolutely no issues from his side of things. Pretty good way to get your team off the mark.
He's got his eye in now, maybe slightly further back in his head as well.
Run, boys!
When he runs are hard to come by, although that was pretty much straight to Ankush Kumar. Should never have fumbled it in the first place.
That's a stunning misfield from a good cricketer. That has gone straight through like a croquet ball.
You probably didn't hear the commentary yesterday. I'm going to ask you a question. Trivia. All right, in the air. And should be taken. It's Kokar. No, he lets it go. And it's taken by Darji. And so that will be the 3rd wicket. It's going to be 4 and out for Durmaz. And runs do exceed wickets at this stage. In the 4th over, it's 4 for 3.
Yeah, shame he couldn't get himself off strike with that last ball. Good to see the George Clooney of Portuguese cricket pouching a good catch. He struggles with the bat, but showing he can contribute to the team in other ways. So the lone run scorer for Afyon Karahisar, fortunately making his way back to the pavilion. Good little knock from him, though.
Good call from Darji as well, because he had an easier angle. Kokar was going backwards, and Darji, he made the most of it. Well, he's certainly earned a sit down, hasn't he, as Durmaz. And once again, don't see Alton coming out. Got to question the sanity of it, really. Curran Beer, the first wicket, though, has been a bit expensive compared to his compatriots. That'll be the end of the over. And just the one scoring shot of that. At the end of 4, it's 4 for 3.
Pretty good defensive shot from Eliz on that last ball.
Yes, that's the other thing about batting. When you're learning your craft, you're generally taught to defend first and then open up into defensive shots. Well, that's a worm which certainly knows the earth pretty well. In fact, it doesn't get out of the ground for 3 overs, but just poking the head out like before a sunrise in the 4th over. Hey, so most top balls in an innings, what do you think it is? Most top balls in an innings on ECN, 10 over innings.
31.
53 by the Miranda Dragons in that 14th.
Well, I guess actually
Thanks
if you're only scoring, what was it, 14? Was that off a completed innings?
Yes, it was. They lost 8 wickets. Also had the longest duck, none off 13 by Paul Stubbsy Stubbs. A record that...
if Stubbsy's watching, a big hello to the absolute legend of Portuguese cricket.
That's not a bad shot, but it's going to be gone. It's an 8-ball globe for Yilmaz. He'll stay out of the record books. And the game's tied up at 4. It's 4 for 4.
Well, Stubbsy might have been getting nervous for a moment that his record was under threat.
There's been some times. Our very own Quinton Norris in Austria actually once made a 0 off 10.
Q.
Yeah, the big Q stick. And luckily he got out before it was in jeopardy. I mean, that's not the worst shot. I like that he comes out. He's trying to be proactive. But Darji finds the ball in his hands again.
8-ball stay at the crease for Yilmaz. Played a couple of nice shots. Unfortunately, couldn't get himself off the mark, but gives the first wicket for the tournament to Ashgar.
All-time worst power plays. In that game we're just talking about, actually, Miranda Dragons, they were 3, but with 6 wickets lost.
Really?
They were 3 for 6, as in 6 wickets down for 3.
And they managed to bat out the innings
despite
losing 6.
No, they shut up shop, really. There were a few fielders hovering around the 10 to 15 yards that found it hard to
Which year
penetrate.
was this?
This was the 2021 night series.
Ah, there you go. I was actually out there. Yeah. I remember them having a couple of dreadful games. I couldn't believe that that was still in the record books.
Yeah, that's been all. Darji has a look at this one as well. Knocks it away.
Good shot from Donmez, though.
Yeah, Donmez joins the scorers board. 5-4 as Afghan Karaisa retake the advantage.
That's not the most crowded Turkish bath at the moment, those with runs on the board, but they're cracking hard.
I should mention also that 3 for 3 was also a power play United versus Prague CC. Prague CC, we just saw them actually in Group B, and that was in Czechia in a semi-final as well. Ouch. On the 11th of June 2022. And that was after United actually beat Prague CC. It's actually the last time that Prague CC lost a game here on ECN cricket until they lost their first game of this ECL. So 3 was the worst power play, and now it's 0 forever.
Ooh, I think that might be out. I suspect Elise has dragged his foot forward. Sharp bit of work from Galea.
Yeah, Elise just couldn't deal with the bounce here. Askar's come into the lineup. Does he raise it? Yeah, well, doesn't matter. He's out anyway. So Kulip Golia does well to grab that one. And yeah, that will tie up the game. I mean, if it was a football game, it's quite the contest because it was 4-all, 5-4, now 5-5. And Elise is going to have to leave the arena. And well, that will take us to the end of the 5th over. And not often you say this, but it's 5 for 5 after 5. This is one thing though, Rhino. The amount of games we're doing, we have some quite extraordinary records. We've seen a team bowled out for 6. And not often that's in play, but I suppose they really fell away here, it's possible. But look, just quickly, we'd like to spend a moment to remind you about the Share the Meal initiative as part of the UN World Food Programme. They've helped millions and millions of people in need. So you can do your bit by scanning the QR code below and donating a meal. I know that I do it every time I have an empanada. Last night, I had to donate €9. Or 9 meals, I should say.
But I'll tell you what, Vinny, I'm not going to match that. I will donate for every run that the Turks score.
That's good.
Avion Kerry-Hisar.
Oh, hello. That's a bit of National Geographic. Is that just a close zoom, or is that a giant bird that's going to devour us all? Alton comes in his favourite number 7 spot, finds himself at the non-strikers end.
Big swat down the ground. Probably won't be a single, but a good shot from Domez.
There's the go-ahead run. Has it 6 for 5 now. And Alton.
It's a good contest, that, actually.
I mean, someone needs to have a word to Gokhan Alton. He needs to open up. Okay, if he gets out, he gets out. I mean, you can't really have a worst-case scenario than where they're at in this game right now. Sachin gets a bowl. He's into the side for this one. See? Frustrating, actually, watching Alton come out so late in the innings. And I understand he wants to give people opportunities, but they can still... You can't see people being short of opportunities with the bat, no matter how you shuffle everyone else. Realistically, he needs to open the innings.
I'm not going to disagree with you, Maximo. I'm not going to disagree with you. Very capable player. Very capable.
I'm happy about that.
Goes for the charge.
He's also reckless. We should mention that as well. He's a proper renegade. He's not going to sit there and push it around. He likes to play his shots.
Played a couple of great shots.
Great on the cut.
Against Alton earlier today. Good to see Sachin get into the game.
Yep, for sure. Well, it is the time you can really throw the ball around, isn't it? So they've equalled the lowest score ever. So they won't hold that record.
Short ball. Almost plays a tennis swat over the top of it.
Yeah, does play that cut pretty well. From Karasa. I mean, I know the batting, obviously, not happening, but have they provided us with incredible entertainment today? Resounding yes.
Unbelievable.
In the field.
You cannot tell me the social feeds will not be chock full of Afion Karisa content.
Walks in this one. Just creeps over the middle stump.
He went walking out of his crease for a moment.
He was dead into the throw. But Alton finding it just as hard as his compatriots at the moment. 6 for 5 after 6.
Yeah, well, after being trumpeted by Maximo for almost the entire innings, come out with none of 4 so far. So let's hope that he can start getting his shot-making groove. Out there with Donmez, who's played a couple of nice shots, 2 of 4 so far. So he's going along at a healthy strike rate of 50. And it looks like Askar's come on to bowl his second over of a left-arm orthodox. So still 24 balls left. So no shortage of inventory to try to make a few runs. Big swat across the line from Domez.
Yeah. Askar, 2 for 1. Domez. Caught well. Can he hit well? Not this time, although it gets past Golia. So now they do pass that lowest ever mark. But yeah, no, it sounds crazy. And it is crazy, let's be honest. But we've done over 5,000 matches, so you're going to get outliers. This is an outlier innings. And
Do you think they can take some? How do you view this batting innings, Vinny, compared to their first? Because I think they improved a lot with the ball in between the first two games.
batting's harder to improve quickly. You know, I think they can improve by sending Alter out at the top, number one, because then he can take more responsibility. He can kind of even try and control the strike a little bit.
Keep an eye on him, though. He's hobbling in between wickets at the moment. I wonder if he's got an issue. The keeper has somehow lost that. It's only landed about 3 metres away from him. But in getting the helmet off, he's completely lost track of the Grizzly.
Yeah. I mean, the time he spent trying to get his helmet off, I think he could have spent taking 2 steps backwards. But, yeah. 20 dot balls to start the innings.
Lovely shot. Actually, it's gone for a maximum. Alter just steps outside off stump. Asgard drifts onto his legs and lovely timing.
At equal parts angry and elated that Alter gets this away because, again, he needs to get out there earlier. I just don't say I don't want to harp on it, but yeah, he needs to open. And now Goliath doesn't pick this, goes down the wrong line, but luckily doesn't travel too far. Oh, yes, it does travel too far. Well, Sachin not helping out his captain there. That'll be 4 byes.
Well, Sachin, who's left his surname at home, he's left his fielding manual at home as well, as that's gone straight through him. He's once again done his greatest impression of a croquet gate as ball rolls through to cross the boundary line. And my, that's not the most stunning piece of play from the Gamblers as we look ahead to should be an interesting contest between Alton and Academic Sofia.
Yeah.
Alton first up winners. Very, very powerful lineup with both bat and ball.
Battle of the Blues. The Bulgarian side, though, they did get a point out of their game, so they took something out of it. They threw a few punches. Alton, first time playing under lights, so what they're talking about out there.
I'm going to christen this the powder blue powwow.
Yeah,
Two
okay.
teams very focused on blue colour.
I like where you're going with that. Anyway, time for over number 8. They're 19 at the moment. Sachin still gets the ball. I wonder if the captain was thinking about a late veto after the misfield. Cost him 3 byes, but
Suspect he won't be posting that moment on his socials once he gets back to the hotel tonight.
everyone makes mistakes.
He's been pretty useful with the ball, though, from he's been included in just his second game. Ball's a good line, gets a little bit of shape away.
Yeah, Sachin getting an opportunity. Play we have seen a little bit as well. Hello to everyone in the comment section. Always great to have you. Stay with us for the night match. The lights are already on.
Can I make an observation,
Yeah.
Fiddy? The Turkish boys going at almost 5 and over the last 4 overs.
Yeah, true.
It's just trying to pluck out
Their
something
run rate,
positive.
I mean,
Yeah.
well, we didn't have to be Nostradamus to predict the run rate would improve. It was flatline for 3 overs. Yeah, it's a tough one. To be quite honest and to be serious, how can you improve? I think you need Alter to lead by example. Honestly, I think he needs to go up there and still try and bat in the level of like skill where they are right now in their game. No, that's a real practical thing that he could do. And there you go, he swings the bat. This is going to go 8 for 4. So he moves into double figures, and Sachin maybe a bit unlucky there. Had a fielder hovering for that, but the edge was just a bit too fine. And then, yeah, you got someone like, we already saw Durmaz, for example, get that boundary. He looks like he doesn't mind getting in behind the ball. He's courageous. Maybe he's a good choice at the top. Some of the youngsters, I can see you're trying to give them opportunities, but I don't think you're building confidence in this environment to put them at the top of the order. I just think Alter's a guy, but maybe even to save face, needs to try and take a bit more of the strike. I get he doesn't want to overdo that though. Well, this will be out of his hits. It would have been, but couldn't hit one stump. Coker. I mean, I also don't think it's good if he was to try and hog the strike from ball 1, because then it does become about him. And if they're not going to get any points out of the game anyway, then it's not really that relevant. But yeah, I think it's just a simple thing they could do. And keep working on it in the background. Obviously, they love the cricket. Obviously, they love being out there. cricket's one of those games where sometimes you have to do things that aren't your main skill set. Okay, this is in the air and it's hit pretty well, and is out of here, Maximo. Well done, Mez. First man that's not called Gokhan Alto to hit a 6. Fafion Karasa, that is a brilliant shot straight down the ground.
Absolutely cracked. Big swipe. Gets the elevation and it came sweetly off the bat. Almost takes himself to double figures. It's pretty useful partnership from these two who have combined over a number of overs now, taking the score to 31 for 5 off 8. And this partnership currently 26 runs. Keeping in mind they were 5 for 5 at one stage.
There's a few players have taken head knocks today that might have seen something approaching that, but luckily they've come back from the abyss. Anyway, Alton faces up 9th over, and Sharma gets the ball, puts it down the leg side, and they'll be pretty good with the extras. It's actually their first wide in the whole innings.
Got just an absolute battery of left-handers, don't they?
Yeah,
Sharma joining Ashkar with his orthodox spin, the 2 opening bowlers.
Got some options there. Another one that he loses down the leg side. Another run to the total.
Yeah, never know. Another 90 extras.
Could see some of the Hornchurch faithful have obviously finally woken up at about 7 p.m. European time, 6 p.m. UK, and they're into the chat. Hello to Graham Farquhar, hello to Richard Bird as well. George Clark sending me messages as well. This is a nice little Cartama Alton once again. He's going to get 4. So look, if you had, for example, stick these two at the top, maybe there's a game, because they're bowling and fielding, there's actually nothing wrong with it. You could grab a point out of a game. They'd love to take a point away from this group. And obviously when you're 0 after the power play, it doesn't get any worse than that. So let's see if they learn. I hope they do. I hope they go back and watch and maybe pick up a couple of extra tactics for tomorrow. This one slides in. Alton can't get it away.
I know you've been critical of him for not going up the order, but there's a lot to like about Alton's batting. He's got some natural timing.
We've seen him before for the national team. I've seen him before. I know what he can do. I also know what he's probably trying to do. I just don't know if he's achieving that by hiding. Is that the right word? Batting himself so low, and he just nails the 6. So
That's a cracking
shot. And Maximo for Alton. Well, Alton in Spanish, it means tall, or it means high. And I think that's a sign. It's in his name. He needs to bat high. Okay, and Tyrone, pretty happy that didn't
Not
go
sure
in
if
his
you saw
direction.
that umpire Tyrone just tried to dive out of the way of that ball, despite it going a good 20 metres in the air. Big man's tall. I'm not sure he's that high.
Oh yeah, uncomfortable one. He's the man they don't want to lose out of the batting lineup, tell you that much. And, well, that's actually got him in the hand, I think. And still works. That's lucky. He should be able to continue.
Good set of gloves that he's got there. Adequate protection. So Sharma clearly didn't enjoy being swatted straight down the ground for a Maximo. Takes that last one in.
2 to come in the 9th. This one could have been another hand buster, but he gets the bat through it and he'll get a single.
Pretty clever batting that actually. Hasn't tried to do anything particularly complicated. Just found some space on the leg side. Brought his partner Domez, who's looked more than capable.
Well, the race is on now. I mean, they scored 58 earlier on against Alton. Can they beat that?
Tell you what, if you came back from 5 for 5, score 58, I'd be fairly happy.
Yeah, again, decent contact. Doesn't beat the fielder though. They'll stay at home, and Sharma's over goes for 13. It's 44 for 5 after 9.
Continued to provide some extraordinary entertainment. Team from Avion Karahisar, Turkish representatives here, as poor Kamal Sharma, he's been absolutely slapped around compared to his teammates.
Do you go Rahman? Does Rahman get a chance? Probably doesn't, but
I hope not. I hope there's someone giving a little bit more generous.
You could have had the classic double donut. Anyway, backs away and misses as we start the 10th over. I wonder what would have happened if you had a Hornchurch or a Wimbledon run into Afion Karaisa. That's just the way it worked out. It could have happened. And he's bowled him. And that's the end of Alton for now. 23. Useful contribution from the skipper. Again, I'd like to see him maybe taking a bit more responsibility up the order, but it's a wicket for Simranjeet Singh and Afion Karaisa. That partnership bring a tiny bit of respectability to this total. It's 44 for 6.
Oh, tiny bit of respectability. 39-run partnership from those two. And credit to the skipper. Could have had red ink in both innings, but he goes on the charge trying to hit another boundary. And fortunately for him, gets cleaned up. Nice piece of bowling from Simranjeet Singh.
Did win the player of the match earlier on, making a late run for it with the 2 4s and 2 maximos. He'll have to go 44 for 6.
Early contender for Group C All-Star 11, young Alton.
Wow, interesting option. Bouncer comes in to Ozdemir first ball.
I think it's too hard to get Bouncer over. He's a plucky player. He's not the tallest man.
He's very
out
plucky.
There. Yep.
Also
got a low stance to start with too. Smart play.
Bat speed there, but just couldn't get anything on it. Well, could we have the 4th maiden of this innings? It's 1 for none at the moment. And we're going down to the last couple of balls. No, we won't. Belted. 1 bounce for Ozdemir. Says, not on my watch, and goes crack over cover. 4 carreras.
Oh, Dad said he's one of my favourite players in the tournament so far, Vinny.
I mean, he put poor Kadir Orhan out of the lineup by taking catch and busting through him in the earlier match. Now he goes the old step away swat. Last ball misses, but don't worry, you got your highlight. That's the end of the 10. Afion Karaisa are going to end up 48, and they're going to go down in this one by 86 runs.
Lovely scenes there. Kuldeep Galia recognising the efforts of his Turkish opponents, and Ozdemir gave us one great highlight with the bat, that cracking strike over covers. But all in all, pretty comprehensive win, and Gamblers, full credit to them because they have started their tournament 2 wins from 2 games. Looked pretty good in doing so, and also gave the opportunity for a few bowlers to get their arm over, but plenty more to look forward to. Alton up against Academic Sofia, so another one of the first up winners in the form of Alton. And the boys from Bulgaria need to get back on track.
And a couple of the Bulgarians need to get out of the red. Not often you see a -6. You get 4 just for playing. And Kushal had a bit of a shocker in the first game. Yeah, Battle of the Blues. What did you call it again?
The Powder Blue Powwow.
The Powder Blue Powwow. I had a question about when the Bulgarian side playing. They're playing in 25 minutes time. Well, here we go. Record shattered and stumps shattered as well. Only lost 2 wickets in the power play, but this innings started with a 0-run power play, a first on the network in over 5,000 matches, and it started with 20 dot balls. And, well, credit to Portugal. I know the inexperience in that top order of Afion Karaisa, but still you've got to execute your skills. And they pretty much did that. Also a bit of a tough one, I suppose, after that start, because even that point was kind of off the table. Darji took some good catches there. We saw Askar chip in with a couple of wickets. But yeah, 5 for 5 at one stage. And well, that is quite the hole to be in, almost down to the earth's mantle. But Golia was able to grab that 5th wicket. But then this partnership just turned things around and was infinitely better than what we saw earlier on. Getting kind of frustrated, doesn't it? Because we thought, well, if these 2 went out and opened the batting, for example, maybe that they could have the whole 10, would have had more time to play with, and wouldn't have had to be this aggressive. In there, Alton swung around one late in the piece. He went for 23 off 18. 10 not out for Don Mez there. But it will be 2 wins out of 2 for Gamblers SC and a dream start to their ECL. They take all 4 points in this one.
Yeah, certainly has been. Have a look at that. Afion Karaisa batting card, and it was most of the runs coming down in that middle order. Anil Domez not out, 10 off 10. Played a couple of good shots, including one lovely strike down the ground. Golkan Alter, once again looking the most impressive of the batters from the Turkish team. He scored 23 off 18, including a couple of super maximos before he was cleaned up by Simranjit Singh.
Yeah, well, 3 zeros at the top of the order there, and 3 zeros in the first 3 overs. The first on ECN, as Kamboj went the perfect 0, didn't he? With the ball, 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for none. Rahman with a maiden of his own, threw the ball around a bit. Karan Beer 1 for 4, 2 wickets for Askar, and 1 towards the end from Simranjit Singh. So those 2 teams will head back to Sunset Beach, but we will stay here. The lights are on, and looking forward to that next game. Alton of Switzerland to take on CC Academic Sofia from Bulgaria. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. More history will be made, I'm sure. Will it be tonight? Would it be the first golden ball of Group C? You can join us to find out pretty shortly. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes' time with more European Cricket League.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello, welcome back. Time for the night match. Lights are on, ready to roll. And this will be a battle of the blues, actually. It's going to be Alton of Switzerland taking on CC Academic Sofia of Bulgaria. I'm here at the bar. Thanks again to Victoria Surveys for their support of the ECL. Always great to have them on board. And I heard they're running a bit low after Group B, put it that way. A little bit earlier, Ian Ramage had the two captains for match number 5 out in the middle. Let's see who wins the giant coin toss.
Alton, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Yeah, Academic Sofia, you're the away team, so you will call, yeah? There you go.
European cricket.
European cricket's been called, it's come down Norcane, so you've won the toss.
Yep. We are like to bat first.
Okay, toss won by Alton, who will bat first?
So it is Shahid Waridu of the Swiss champions, Alton. He's won the toss, selected to bat. So also first time Alton have played under lights, even though we did see them play last year. They didn't actually have a night game, so first experience for them. Some of the Bulgarians do have experience under lights, and I remember Indo-Bulgarian actually dropped 14 catches under lights, but still beat former champions VOC Rotterdam. And that's just one of those crazy things that you might only ever see in an ECL. Well, I won't be hitting the Victoria Surveys just yet, but I will be throwing up to Andrew Ryan with the news from the toss in match number 5 of Group C. But it will be the Swiss batting first after winning the toss.
Indeed, big news from the toss there. Mr. Maximo, he's getting in and amongst it down there at our bar area. And good memory. It's a good thing to remind everyone. Plenty of seats out here for the group stage games at Cartama Oval. So if you are in the vicinity of this wonderful complex, and please come down and join us for some fabulous T10 cricket. And we've got one more contest for tonight. As Vinny mentioned, it is under lights, and it's the matchup between Alton, who started off their tournament with a win, and they're up against the Academics from Sofia, and the umpire's about to lead the teams out onto the field. Certainly a cool evening here. One thing that's particularly cool with these two, talked about it as the powder blue powwow. Two teams that do love a splash of blue in their uniforms, and we'll see who will come out on top. Alton, certainly favourites. Played very well in their opening contest, albeit against the boys from Afyon Karahisar from Turkey, so they've proved that they can field and bowl very, very well, but unfortunately the batting not quite up to par at the moment, so they've got some tough roads ahead. But Alton, let's see how they go against a probably step up in opposition Academic. They've got some good players, a few members from the Bulgarian national team in there, and provided a few moments in their first game. Wasn't really consistent enough with the bat or with the ball, but certainly showed some sparks. But either way, the supercomputer has Alton as clear favourite, 76% win probability. Cartama Oval looking absolutely resplendent under that night sky and the magnificent floodlights we have. As Vinny mentioned, Alton going out to bat first. Rahan Sanikzai taking up strike with his partner Yasu on striker's end. Plenty of bowling options for the Bulgarian team. Some of them more successful than others in the last game. Things could have been very different though. Some Charlie Brennan, who powered the chase for old Victorians, dropped, I think it was second or third ball by Chugtai off the bowling of this man, Ali Rasul. So let's get things underway. Big swing, and well, Stanic's Eye's taken absolutely no time to get settled in. Rasul just dropped slightly short of a length, and he's heaved over the leg side for a Maximo first ball. Oh, now Stanic's Eye is one of the men who profited a lot from that first game. He's in good nick. Rasul, desperate to stay away from that leg side. Unfortunately, sent that wide. Such a fast starting team, Alton, and when they get momentum, they're very hard to stop. And they also have a very deep batting lineup as well, so they will keep going, ball after ball after ball, even if they do lose a few wickets. Stanic's Eye, not well timed. Squeezes in between the two fielders, one converging for backward point, other from third man on the circle. Brings Yasso Tharunavigrasu onto strike. Big hitting right-hander, really likes to hit straight down the ground, so that fielder from long on, always going to be in the game. Probably not a bad matchup for them, with the left-hander pushing the ball away from his area and his hitting zone. A few field changes, bring the men in from third man on the boundary. Inside edge, goes flying away, won't get to the boundary. Fielder comes around from a fine leg. It's Kevin D'Souza. He scored the majority of the runs for the academic side in that first game earlier today. Nice come back from Rasul. Got things under control after being smoked for Maximo first ball. Big strike, and Stanic's Eyes hammered him. That's carried the protective fence, and that's a wonderful shot. It wasn't a terrible ball from Rasul, but Stanic's Eye got deep in his crease and such a clean swing of the bat. Look at that, he spotted the length early. Went hard, went high, went very handsome. It's taken them some moments to try to retrieve the ball. The umpire just checking that it's still in one piece. Pretty hardy products, the Grizzly balls. Another good start here for Alton, 15 for none. Still 2 balls left in this first over. Rayan comes down the crease, ends up yanking a full toss at chest height. It's already been called no ball. Rasul getting spooked by the rampaging figure of Rayan. Stanic's Eye coming straight at him. Loses control. Pretty good shot, given he would have been expecting to see the ball jammed in his toes more likely than flying towards his chest on the full. That one's on the stumps, good ball. Stanic's Eye aiming for the mid-wicket fence, no contact. Lucky his stumps are still in one piece. Like that he's practicing just the gentle drive out to the covers for a single. Unlikely to see him unfurl that shot. European cricket. Big swing, and he's timed it wonderfully well. The arms go up from the umpire for the third Maximo of the over. Wonderful striking from Stanic's Eye, and an immense start for Alton. 1 over down, 26 runs on the board. No shortage of Maximos here at Cartama Oval, and there'll be no shortages. We go into the Mediterranean swing of the European Cricket Series. It all starts in Portugal, in the ECS, followed by the Western Shield, the inaugural Western Shield, being played by 2 all-star teams. Definitely something to tune in there. And then first trip to France for an ECS. Plenty more action. Cricket on an almost daily basis here on the European Cricket Network. But everything within the European cricket world at the moment focused on this piece of turf here Cartama Oval, Andalusia region of Spain. And the Victorians facing up against Singh coming on for the second over. Thought that was in the slot for Yasu for a moment. Swing across the line, but Singh getting his line right. Managed to get the ball to move away a little bit when he bowled earlier today. And that's a pretty decent shot from the Victorians. Just guides it straight down the ground. Just checked it. The ball held up in the pitch. They'll just roll through for a single, given the form that Static Sai is in. Alton's probably quite happy to see the big left-hander take up strike. Reminder that earlier this evening, Alton won the toss. Elected to bat first. Move that's paid off so far. Full ball, Static Sai jammed it into the pitch, but he's got enough bat, and it races away to the boundary. When you're in form, things tend to go your way. Full pitch ball from Singh, and Static Sai, powerful set of shoulders. Bat swing comes through, driven hard into the turf. It's like a baseball ground ball. It rolls over the boundary and signaled for 31 for none. Comes charging. Oh, I thought he'd actually gotten only a thin piece of that, but he sent it flying about 20 metres over the boundary backward of point. This is a master class in T10 opening batting. Alton up to 37 partway through this second over. Well, after having just seen a game where we had no runs scored in 3-over power play, completely different on this occasion. The one's missing leg stump by about half a foot. Doesn't stop Singh from either appealing or at least celebrating the dot ball. You know, rarity in the innings so far. Moments like this though, captain's just got to get his team to keep their calm. T10 matches aren't won and lost in the first couple of overs. Decent ball, Static Sai done the splits. Looks like he's okay. And that's the end of the over. Wasn't a bad one in the end from Singh. Certainly a little bit more control. As you see, he's just maybe a little bit of that moisture on the pitch, just losing his footing. And it's an excellent time, showing the standings from Group C to bring back a wonderful Mr. Maximo to the microphone.
Yeah, well, Alton and Cartama doesn't really show on the table how much entertainment they brought us, not particularly with the bat, but definitely in the field. But Gamblers at the top of the table for now. Alton, I'll be hoping they might be able to catch him this game. Powder blue power out, as called by Andrew Ryan, and we start the third over with a big swing and a miss, as this is Issa Zaru coming into the attack.
Yeah, I don't mind this bowling change from Academics, actually. He's a canny bowler, Zaru, and the way that Static Sai is hitting the ball, actually, I think someone who's probably a little bit more medium pace, got some good variations. I think that's a smart move. On the other hand, the Victorians struggling to get moving, 2 off 4. And he's got the outside edge, and he's gone. The umpire's finger goes up. Zaru rewarding the skipper's faith in him, and yeah, so never really got into a rhythm. It's a rare failure for him. 2 off 5 and a much-needed wicket. Alton, 37 for 1.
Yeah, well, we've seen the Bulgarian clubs pull out some magic under lights before. This is a classic case of probably the wrong shot to the ball. Short's outside the off stump. He's trying to horn it away over the leg side, spins around, and as he turns around, he sees the ball safely in the gloves of the keeper, Saim Hussain. So an early strike there, and that's a dangerous striker gone without doing any damage. Yaso Victorians who goes for 2, and it's 37 for 1.
Not such an issue losing that wicket when you've got Ryan Static Sai flaying the bowling to all corners. He's joined by Malia Static Sai taking up his usual position at first drop. It's out to an outstanding catch. First game.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. He smashed it.
Rouge short of the length outside off stump. Stanic's eye just pops it down to the fielder behind point.
He's got X factor. Malia Stanic's eye joins Ryan out there. But yeah, he's amazing to watch. I remember him towards the end of that game. They ended up losing at Lasbury Lightning, but it was just the good, the bad, the ugly, the exciting, all in the one innings.
Oh, seen a little bit of in between there. Not his cleanest strike, but he's got such immense power, Stanic's eye, that even though the bat turned in his hand, he didn't get the full face, still managed to carry the boundary for a Maximo.
Yeah, that's the power. I suppose that's something that we saw last year. Nabi's a good example from Drew, but there's others. Even their mishits carry the line on an ECN field, and that just makes them so dangerous.
Oh, that ball's gone high. Fielders converge once again. Beaten in a way by Zaru, and yet he's ended up with 12 runs off the last 2 balls.
Love the approach from Alton. This is the kind of cricket they play. They're a T10 unit. They play a lot of the format there in Switzerland. I mean, you know that pretty well, even outside the ECN tournaments. They're very experienced with the approach and working at the moment.
Good ball from Zaru. It's pretty unlucky for him in that over. Goes 1 for 12. Nice little finish. Pretty good power play, full stop. Alton 49 for 1, but boys from academics will feel they've got things under a little bit more control with those last 2 overs.
Yeah, well, for sure, because they scored more in the first than the second and the third combined, but still pretty handy power play there for Alton, 49 for 1. I suppose one of the things with academic, where are the runs going to come from? And they do have lots of players there with good stats in ECS cricket. This is just something a bit different, isn't it? And we saw the opening partnership not really work. They have listed Bashir and Krishna Kumar up there again. I'll be curious to see what they go for. I mean, you kind of want to give those guys opportunities again, but also you can't afford to sit on your hands, I think, with this 4-match format.
So the restaurateur standing at the top of his mark, Mishra, bowled so well in that first game. Brings himself on to bowl the 4th over. Stanic's eye drills it straight down the ground. Another clean hit from the burly left-hander. Nod of the head from the umpire, Tyrone Peters, and Stanic's eye races along, 39 off 11.
Yeah, looks like trouble, doesn't it? He's looking very, very confident out there. He's just an exciting player to watch, like I said, and doesn't look done yet. Horns from Tyrone Peters.
Loves a good horn signal. Oh, Mishra, that is absolutely in the slot. Stanic's eye hitting the ball so cleanly. He's at peace at the crease, and he's on his way to a half century. 45, and he's only taken 12 balls.
Yeah, he looks on. Sometimes it's just such a batting's a confidence game. If you have a good start to the series, just all that nervous tension is out of there.
Swings into the legs. Stanic's eye drills it out. Fielder coming around from mid-wicket will just be the one. Mishra, a lot fuller in this 3 balls that he's bowled so far, and it actually suggests that the length that he was bowling earlier today on this slightly moist deck in the evening, probably the way to go.
Yeah, I suppose block hole's always a good idea. Look, he goes for as many in 2 balls than he goes for in 2 overs in the earlier game. I think one of the things with Mishra, and I actually think it's quite a good tactic, short run up, just doesn't let the batter get into a rhythm as you're running in.
That one is in Stanic's eye slot, and that's one of the best shots we've seen today. And it's a great aspect of Maliar's batting, actually. He's not your traditional slogger. He actually just elevates good cricket shots. He's very capable, square of the wicket on the offside, and he just has the capability to hit with such power and such loft.
Yeah, he's got quick hands, and that's why it generates a lot. You see, that's it again. Well, he's found the fielder this time, and it's dropped. Now, I can't say that's an easy one. That's Ali Rasul down there. It was cutting through the evening mist, but he can't hold on, and Staniczai dropped on 18.
Oh, can't hold on. Tell you what, he's lucky he hasn't had his head taken off. That was another bullet from Staniczai's bat, and he had to make ground to
They don't run
quickly.
so he'll have another go.
It's good bit of bowling from Mishra. Just pulled his length back. Touch Melliot. Tickles it. Decides he's going to keep the strike for the 4th over. It's 5th over. Alton 69 for 1.
Mishra goes magical. That's the thing. Bowlers in this format, you'll have some good overs. You'll have some average overs. And you'll have some overs where it gets away a little bit. I like to see Prakash bowling early, though, because he was, I think, the most effective of the bowlers in the last game they played. So has a go, but yeah, Malia throws the hands through a few. And they do get 20 off the over. Looks like they're going back to Issa Zaru here in over number 5.
A pretty good call from the skipper. It's a good first over from Zaru, despite going for a couple of maximums. Well, you're just getting a bit of attention on his shoes. There's absolutely nothing that our umpires can't do, is there, Vinny?
Well, they're trained in all types of knots and all types of situations. Tyrone flashes a smile. Sign of a job well done. Anyway, let's go back to Zaru. Got to put that floating pseudo slip in there. Over number 5.
Short ball, and there's that cut shot. I talked about it earlier, Vinny. Not a man who needs to just whack over the leg side. It's a 360-degree player. Just gets on his toes, plays it beautifully.
Yeah, I talked about his fast hands when he's driving, but also here, see how he just releases them at last moment? And he stays fairly still apart from that. He judges the bounce perfectly. Staniczai. Malia looking dangerous. So is Raihan at the other end.
Gets the opportunity to play the cut again. Too easy for a batter of his class and his range of shots. 6 and a 4 to start the over, and a few questions being asked of Zaru.
Yeah, and good cricket IQ here from Malia, because he knows there's no fielder back there, so he doesn't try and hit as hard as he can. He says, look, you've given me one that I can hit pretty comfortably down there, so I'm just going to make the most of it now. They'll push the field back. So, I mean, I don't mind that tactic if you've got the fielder back for at least protecting, but with no one back, was asking for trouble, and Malia gives him trouble.
Oh, gorgeous shot. Whips it off his pads, whips it over the hospitality area. Mighty, mighty Maximo.
Wow, that was big. And no one was in danger. At least that was in front of the tents. Don't know about if anyone behind was preparing dinner. There might be something in your salad. Keep an eye out. But this is, again, just ridiculous fast hands. It's kind of a helicopter-like follow through. Alton love it. I'm sure everyone back in Switzerland will be enjoying watching Malia Staniczai light up the night.
I thought Rohan Staniczai was on his way to a half century. Malia's trying to overtake him. 33 off 10. Zaru, good ball. Yeah, finally up in the block hole.
And the only ball I can imagine that he's not going to be able to manufacture into a boundary. So I think the bowler's going to learn a lot from that. In any situation, if you can hit that spot, I think you can win the ball. And sometimes you're just happy winning the ball. And going from there, see if you can stack up a few little wins.
Such a difficult batter to bowl to when he's in this sort of mood. Hahn gets one that he should have put away. Change of pace though from Zaru. Threw the shot too early. Alton 84 for 1. 1 ball still to go in this 5th. And that expected score up to 161. I suspect with only 1 wicket loss, they'd be disappointed if they didn't get up to those lofty heights.
Has a lot of runs, but last night at this time we saw Hidinga put 100 on the first 5 and lose the game. Don't count your chickens. Raihan on 46.
He was on 46 and now he's raced away to a half century, showing that he too has some shots through the offside. Raises his bat to the Alton faithful, and that's a fabulous finish after 5 overs. Alton 88 for 1.
A very fast start from the Swiss after winning the toss and batting here in match number 5. Want to welcome you into the Dream Box. Lights are on, and lights are on the commentary box as well. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan with you on a Super Sunday of action. Look, Yeah, the Swiss team, Alton, you know them very well. That's where you play your cricket, Rhino. I think that they're pretty quietly confident, even though there's nothing quiet about this start. And even the group, you know, not running into an English club or like a Drur or a COYMS, respect to the other teams here, but Alton, I think they feel this might be their time in the ECL.
Yeah, I'd even go as far, first and foremost, I think they're a big chance for qualifying here. And if this particular group gets the momentum that they need, you never know, they could even be the Smoky that Drur was last year. They have so much power in this batting lineup. Already seen these two, when they get going, they can play shots all around the wicket. You've got Tharuna Vukarasu, who's at the top of the order. Different type of player, but he can score at a ridiculous rate. We've seen it at Cartama before. And they bat so deep that there's nothing holding them back but their own consistency, to be honest.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I was going to make the exact same point. The confidence to go for those shots early, the confidence of not... knowing you don't have to overvalue your wicket doesn't mean you have to be reckless. One thing I love about this innings from Alia Staniksai and even Raihan, they're just making smart decisions. They're playing the right shot for the right ball. And I think sometimes we see players maybe premeditating a bit too much, having some footwork that is a little bit counterproductive to playing the correct stroke. But yeah, right now it's been a bit of a clinic so far. And really, the Bulgarians, well, they have provided some magic before, at least the nation of Bulgaria, with their club Indo-Bulgarian. Once beating VOC Rotterdam under lights here at the Cartama Oval. They'll be hoping for a miracle comeback here right now against the wall, taking a point out of the first game. Let's see if they take anything out of the second. Let's get back to the action on the field as we're almost ready to start the 6 over. Players taking their strategic time out.
Tell you what, a strategic move from the skipper here. The man who was the catalyst for somewhat of a comeback in that previous game, Zirak Chuktai. Big man being given the responsibility of the 6th over. Shani can swing the ball.
Hey, also, I want to say a big thank you to Afyon Karaisa, who've provided us some Turkish treats. Now, I'm not going to open them yet because I feel that's not right. I'm going to probably wait for tomorrow. Maybe we can do a reveal on air.
Or maybe we shouldn't. I say we open that stuff now.
If we open it now, then there's likely to be none left when Rico and Corey rejoin us.
That's exactly my point.
That's probably fair. Here's Chuktai. He's had quite the story, hasn't he, so far? On day 1, comes on to bowl over number 6.
And the big man facing a rampaging Malia Staniksai. 34 off 11 for him so far. Ah, that is cracked. Superb shot. Just inside the boundary rope, but love the way he gets high on the toes, rides the bounce, doesn't try to overhit the ball. Super stuff. Exquisite batting.
It's trouble, isn't it, when these guys get in, because you're starting to wonder, you know, what can CC Academic throw at them that they can't handle, and the answer is probably not much. Almost like you're waiting for a miss hit now, you're waiting for a false shot. Chuktai comes in again.
Yeah, good ball, good ball. Hitting the pitch hard, outside off stump. A little bit too close to cut, particularly with a little bit of the extra pace and bounce from Chuktai. It's almost that sweet spot on the Cartama pitch. Get a little bit of extra lift. Steps down the track, cracks it, but straight to the fielder. And to be honest, actually, Gagandeep Singh does a pretty good job. That ball was hit with some power.
Yeah, he's a good fielder, Gagandeep Singh. And he's a player we've seen step up in some big games, in some kind of finals day games in Bulgaria. At the Vasilevsky ground in Sofia, capital of Bulgaria. It's wonderful. It's actually got multi-sports. I mentioned that once wild horses invaded the field. Man, that was pretty frightening, but I felt pretty safe at the time from my elevated place. Lovely country, Bulgaria. I would say it's kind of all the countries I've been to in Europe, and I've been to many for cricket, you know that. It's Chuktai. Well, a bit of work for the keeper, Saim Hussain's lovely keeper. You see the way he moved down the leg side with ease. But it's just got a different vibe about it. I don't know how to describe it. It's charming. I don't know, maybe that's the word. It's just different. You know, maybe sometimes some of the modern things that have taken place everywhere else just haven't happened there yet.
That one's hit high on the bat.
Oh no, the Chuktai zone. Now it's going to be an overthrow, maybe trying to distract, but Chuktai, he knows exactly how that fields. And then we almost have a run out. The ball hits Raihan on the way back. But what is it? That is the, I don't know what we're going to have to call that zone, but it's the drop zone right now, and that was an absolute goober that goes down.
I'll tell you what, the only thing that would have made that funnier would be Rasul being the man who dropped it. Fortunately, it wasn't, but as you say, Chugtai knows that is the difficult place to field as he's decided, I'm going to do it myself. I don't want to leave it to fielders, and he manages to clean up Raihan Stanikzai with actually a really good Yorker.
I love the body language here. Everyone's a little bit frightened to go near Chugtai, but he should have simmered down. Okay, it cost him 2, but now he shatters the stumps. And to be honest, bowlers, they prefer getting wickets that way. You tell me, Rhino, you're a paceman yourself, but it will be the second wicket down, and Alton 96 for 2.
I always love to see the stumps splattered. Always love the ability to make a fielder feel guilty about not completing a dismissal. It's a pretty good piece of bowling, and against a man who played a very, very good innings, but ultimately he's dismissed after completing his half century. But good reward for Chugtai. He's actually bowled a fairly decent over here. Alton 96 for 2.
Had a good start, hasn't he, Raihan, to the series? And what those form players here, shortened format now in the ECL because we have so many sides, just 4 matches plus finals. So, and Raihan, he looks confident right now. He's replaced at the crease by players that come in, actually. New one, Batangala, coming in at number 4.
Yeah. Face a little bit less familiar from as far as this Alton side goes. Keeping that left and right hand combination.
Yeah, he's a player we haven't seen on ECN before, so let's see what he's got with the stick. Being trusted with this number 4 position.
It's no surprise to see a constant recruit of new faces into Alton, one of the liveliest, most exciting places in Switzerland.
Bit of a revolving door, is it? Perform or get out. 26 years old, Batangala faces his first ball on ECN.
Oh, good ball again from Chugtai. Coming around the wicket, he just gets the ball to tail back into the left-handers.
It's been a great over, actually. In fact, he concedes 8, has a drop catch and smashes the stumps in the 6th over. It's 96 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good comeback, so manager wouldn't say they've brought this total under control, but at least they've been pretty disciplined too. Only the 3 extras, so most of the runs coming off the bat. Key for Alton is having Stanikzai face as many balls as possible.
Still batting to come, that's the thing as well. Gnanasekara, Muridu and Johnson. The next 3 due to the crease.
Really do bat properly down to number 8.
Yeah.
This Alton side.
All right, 4 overs to go in this one. And looks like Gangadeep Singh to bowl over number 7. He just went for 11 when he bowled the 2nd over earlier on, which actually isn't too bad when you consider the first one went magical. He brought things back. Let's see if he can break through here. Bowling to Malia, 39 not out of just 14.
Not a great ball, but tidy bit of work from the keeper, Hussain.
Yeah, we didn't see the best of Hussain with the bat before. I mean, he's a guy, look, to be honest, he's probably more comfortable in the longer forms of the game. He's got a very solid technique, but I also think he's performed pretty well in 10 over cricket. And the other thing is when you come to Cartama Oval, you know you're going to have to deal with some better bowling. I think he can handle it. There's a little helicopter that comes out, a little junior copter. That's what I'm say there, as Malia moves to 40.
Doesn't mind the odd helicopter shot. Well, yeah, brings him undone occasionally, but virtue of those quick hands, able to generate pace without much swing of the bat.
And that's the other thing, Saim Hussain, player we know pretty well in the network. It's his first trip to the Cartama Oval.
Love to keep Batangala on strike for a few balls here. New man at the crease. Been under assault from the Stanikzai pair.
Got a decent one first up. So let's see.
Got to keep an eye on this clock too. The boys from Bulgaria.
Yeah, a little bit tardy.
Comes big charge down the wicket. So 2 dot balls to start his innings. Doesn't really take much to have a reassessment down from the 160 type rate down to 145, 140.
And then, yeah,
sort of scores manageable.
Think about then, CC Academic Sofia probably don't have the kind of out and out big hitters all the way down the order. They certainly have some guys that can get in.
good ball, just squeezed out by Battangala, the fielder.
Oh, didn't see
Where
it
leg
there.
hasn't seen it.
Well, Mishra took an age to go after. I think probably what it's going to be two either way. That was such a good Yorker. It swung in at the last moment. And to be fair to Battangala, he works very hard for his first 2 runs on the network.
Isn't it funny that you've had 2 guys in before who, when they had momentum, were on top, just making batting look so easy. All of a sudden, Paul Battangala's got out of there and he's faced a couple of absolute seeds in his opening 3 balls.
Oliver Pike-esque actually under lights.
Goes charging down the track, outside edge, and well, his slightly tortuous stay has been completed. Nicely bowled from Singh, and Battangala goes for 2. Another wicket down, and Alton just stuttering from a place of ascendancy. They're at 100 for 3.
Well, I might have to take his Battangala and go home after that one because just broke away, I think, a little bit from Gagandeep. Is it the cutter? Not really. I think it's maybe a bit of seam movement. Loses the front shoulder, loses his shape, tries to go leg side. Well taken by Simon, who's having a pretty good night behind the stumps. That will be the 3rd wicket down with the score at 100 for 3.
Hard to know, is it more of a pressure situation when you're coming in and your previous batters are scoring at, not far off 20 runs per over? You're almost forced to keep up that rate, otherwise you're looking like you're really putting the handbrake on the score.
I get your point. I still think it's less pressure because the costs of failure are not as dire. Here's the rock.
Dion Johnson just plays that with a relatively straight bat and continuing a pretty good over here from Singh. He's only gone for 15, which in relative terms of this innings, of his 1.5 overs, is a pretty good return.
I said it earlier, when you're losing the game and things look really tough, just try and win the next ball. Try and stack up a few little wins together, and they've kind of done that with 10 balls without a boundary. 2 wickets in there as well. That's one way to avoid getting hit to the boundary. But yeah, it's been good. And look, have a good last 3 overs. Maybe you can keep it 130s, which is about a par score, maybe a few more than that.
We saw last night, Hoodinger both won the first 5 overs of both innings in that final the group stage. Still lost the game. Always a chance to come back as that one is hit high and straight down the throat of the fielder. Bashir down there at long on takes a pretty tidy catch, and yet another wicket. Great pair of overs from Singh. He ends up with 2 for 15, and Alton 7 overs gone, 100 for 4.
Handy one to get as well. It'll be a 2-ball duck for Johnson, but Bashir down there looks like more pirate than man, doesn't he? Under lights, but it will be Dion the Rock Johnson that has to walk the plank for a 2-ball globe. 100 for 4. Well taken here. Sometimes these are the good ones. It's not hit too hard. You don't have too much time to think about it. The wind's not really a factor. Johnson, we can't really blame him. Kind of goes with the shot. Doesn't quite get the elevation. Hits it okay, but he'll have to walk back. And kind of a little mini stagger here from Alton. 100 for 4 in the 7th over.
Yeah, most importantly for Academic Cricket Club too, they've kept Malia Staniksai off strike for quite a bit of the last couple of overs. So he's sometimes defensive play is also about taking your gun batters out of rhythm as well, trying to keep them off strike as much as possible. Look ahead to the matches for tomorrow, which will be day 2 of Group C, and starting off with a big contest for the Bulgarians. They're up against Gamblers from Portugal. Yeah,
that'll be a good test for both those sides. Old Victorians versus Alton. That's a bit of a blockbuster in match 7. 2 teams without a win at this stage of the competition to do battle in match 8. Of course, 5 matches tomorrow. Rico Full, he'll be back tomorrow on deck, and so will Andrew Ryan. I think Corey might have the day off again. Still just trying to pass on all the threats and organise them in an orderly fashion for the authorities. But hey, in all seriousness, Corey, he sent a message to the Hornchurch guys, and it was him with a bit of pie saying, "I'm eating humble pie." So there you go. 10 o'clock AM GMT, 11 in Central Europe, 3:30 p.m. in India for day 2 of Group C.
Oh, shot. Well, we said Staniksai has been kept off strike for a period of time. That was a pretty good ball from Chugtai, but just whipped the hands through it, and the fielder out there at a whitish mid-wicket probably was only about 10 metres away, but didn't have a chance.
Yeah, he loves this. Look at that. That's a proper card-carrying helicopter. Get your pilot's license. Only one better than that is if it goes over the ropes. He's on 44.
Well, he tries to repeat the dose. Hits it straight to the fielder at almost genuine mid-wicket. No run.
Fairly modern shot. MS Dhoni was the proponent of it. It's not really a different shot. It's to do with the follow-through. So it's just a clip, but it's that kind of exaggerated circular follow-through that turns it into a chopper.
Yeah, the follow-through, but also the bat plane as well. It's such
Yeah.
a hard shot to execute because you're almost sweeping across the front of the pad. It really does so many things in a way wrong from a technical perspective, but such a good shot to watch. Standing by the low full toss. Keep him to just one.
Yeah, smart call from Simon Hussain down there as well. Calls keeper, just in case Stanix had visions of stealing the strike back. But I think he's got confidence in Murali Nanasekaram. He's a guy who could easily open the batting for this Alton side. Comes out at 6 with 2.5 overs to remain. Let's see if he can make an impact.
He's an interesting player, Murali. He's been around the Swiss scene for quite a few years now, and it's really the sort of last 2 years that he's broken out and had a couple of cracking seasons, forced his way into the Swiss team, was batting up the top order amongst some other big hitters. That's a shot that has gone high off his bat, but it's gone high and handsome. Great start for him. Maximo, first ball.
This is what you want out of your middle order batters, for them to come out, not have to take a couple of balls, to have the confidence to go straight away. And that was beautifully picked up, more an orthodox fashion really, but it's not the worst ball ever. It's kind of a good length ball outside the off stump, but Murali pumps it into the night.
Took tight, change of pace. Nanasekaram almost overruns it, but holds his shot just long enough. Flicks it out to deep square, and they'll scoot through for 2.
Good fielding out there, but not able to prevent the 2. He'll slide and throw in one motion from Kevin D'Souza. I'd like to see him maybe up the top. I'd like to see the Bulgarian side, Academic. I'd like to see them have a crack at this, and I think you do that by putting your form guys at the top and seeing if they click.
Took tight, good ball, driven hard, but big man gets an arm on it. I think it's probably the best description, and ends up just ensuring they take the 1. It's the end of a pretty good 2-over spell from him, and combination of he and Singh has really got Academic back into this game. Alton 114 for 4, 12 balls still left.
Alton 87% versus 13. It's about a 1 in 7 shot for the Bulgarians. I don't know. Krishna Kumar really struggled, and Bashir likewise. So I just think the idea of both of them opening up again, and then if choosing one, then which one? I don't know. I'd love to see a D'Souza kind of put out of his comfort zone, put out of there, and just seeing if they can get that. They're going to need a good power play, I think, to be competitive. So I'm guessing kind of like a high 40s, 50 kind of power play. And so you've got to put players up there that you think can deliver that against this opposition. I think that's important, against this opposition, who are going to throw some pretty decent bowling at you as we start over number 9. And Mishra comes back to bowl out.
These conditions should help Mishra if he can get his length right. He was too full earlier on and was driven down the ground hard by both Melia and Rehan Stanix. Just needs to pop it on, probably just a touch short of a length, see if he can get some zip through off the deck.
Stanix 45.
Well, big swing. Once again, didn't look like he'd made amazing contact, but sends it into the Cartama night sky and takes him to a well-deserved 50 off only 19 deliveries. That's some exquisite power batting.
Yeah, fan favourite, Melia Stanix. You can see why. This is not a slog shot. It's a genuine drive over cover. It's the right shot to play. Brings up the 50 off 19 balls, and something tells me he wants more.
Floated into his zone. Takes one hand off the bat. It doesn't matter one iota. That's a huge strike for Maximo.
What a shot. I mean, one-handed sixes. They're the flavour of the month at the moment on ECN. And have a look at this. This goes absolute miles, I'm sure, at the contact point. He's just got the top hand on the bat, but that goes over the tent. Remarkable shot. And Mishra, oh, the sun's gone down. It's been his kryptonite, isn't it? Because he's in the dirty 30s. He's still got 3 to bowl.
The Mishra recipe not working so well in this game. Under a big bit of pressure. See, you think Stanexai could do a babar and try one hand with the right hand, hitting a 6? Well, that one's... Thought he was going to put this away as the field has tracked back, and despite a despairing dive, hasn't been able to keep it in the ground. Great effort from Zulat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, he was thinking about catching it, and I kind of agree. Even at this late stage, if you can get rid of Malaga, it might save your runs, more runs than the 3 you risk. But then he bails out, and then he had no real plan B. It spun away from him, and then he had a big swing and a miss, and it ends up at the fence, and so does the ball. 4 runs. Malaga Stanexai into the 60s.
Decent bit of bowling there from Mishra, pushed it wider, and that's what happens in these later overs. Stanexai probably would have drilled that to the point boundary earlier on. Mishra trying to cut his over short, I think.
That was one to leave alone as well. It's going to be a wide, but Prakash tempts Stanexai into swinging at it like a baseball pitch would tempt a batter swinging a bad pitch. Last ball of the over.
Floats it full, and it's absolutely dispatched, annihilated over the long off boundary.
I think it does deserve a new word. I would say it was dismashed.
Dismashed.
That was dismashed out of here. It's burst through the fence. Not the first ball to do that this week, but that has gone miles. You'll need to bring your torch to find that one. 137 for 4 after 9.
Not a great over from Mishra. He tried to do a sneaky 5-baller before he was hastily called back by the umpiring corps, and that last ball has been taken.
How your day can change. Look, he bowls 4 overs for 55 in the day, which is probably about an average economy rate if I'm honest, but poor Prakash gets a bit of treatment here. Gagdeep Singh, kind of the yin to his yang, 2 for 15. He was able to keep this batting lineup at bay. But now 10th over, Alton looking for 150 and more. You can't really hide from either batter here.
You're going to Segar him?
Yeah, whacking it out of the ground.
No thought of saying I'm going to give Melia 5 balls to...
No, what it is, you're looking to hit a boundary, but if it's not quite in your zone, you're happy to hit it hard along the ground and get one.
Got to make contact.
You don't want to sky one and get caught, because that's not a great result. But, I mean, if it's in his zone, and there's quite a lot of balls that are, for example, the one that he picked up, first ball. But, you know, if he gets to Yorker, he's not going to try and hit that for 6, then you just got to try and take your one, get Stanexai back on strike.
So, Vinu with an enviable task of bowling the 10th over.
Hasn't bowled yet in this game.
Still hasn't bowled yet as far as legal deliveries go.
It's funny there, if it was like 6 or 7 out and you didn't have a regulation or a recognised batter like Murali Nanasakram there, that's one that you might run, try and hold your crease, and we've seen that creep into the game a bit more to try and get Stanexai back on strike, and it doesn't even burn a ball. But I think because Nanasakram is a genuine threat himself, they don't need to have those kind of funny business running tactics.
Oh, lovely straight strike of the bat. Hasn't hit it particularly cleanly though. Fielder comes in and bobbles it once, but takes it on the rebound. It's a pretty good grab from Manam Bashir, the man who's, as you say, looking like a pirate, but he's had a fair bit of work out there, and Gunasekaram departs.
When I see these balls go up under lights and how high they go, I'm so happy to be retired, because Bashir, again, he's had his issues with the hard ball today. It's very hard to get a sense of proportion at night. The night cricket I did play, it just looks like a little tic-tac coming down from the sky that someone's dropped out of a plane, and it's got your name on it. And I think Bashir knows it's his, checks the shot, does exactly what he said he wouldn't want to do, skies the ball, but I suppose it was hittable for 6. Does well, knocks it up, and I even like, it's good technique there to protect the ball, kind of roll, make sure that he doesn't take the ball to ground. So Murali has to go after sending one high into the night, but it comes down in the hands of Bashir. Nanasekaram out for 10, and the score 138 for 5.
It brings the skipper, Shahid Uridu, to the crease. He blasted a few bombs in the previous game. He comes in fairly decent form. 5 balls to face. Big swing, ball wide of off stump. bit less comfortable there than he is when swinging to the mid-wicket side.
Yeah, it's well bowled. I suppose the new batter, maybe not knowing the exact pace he's going to get. I think Mally's got to try hard to get back on strike, though. That could have been one to run on.
Reedy charges down the pitch. Doesn't get a great piece of it, so they'll keep it to 1. It's been a pretty good final over here from Vinu. He's only given up 2 runs, 3 balls into it.
He's one of the key bowlers, but had a bit of a rough one earlier, so hasn't bowled the innings. They're using him now. Yeah, but I think he's an important member of this bowling lineup. Danexai puts the big stop sign up for Reedy, who was considering it too. Malia wasn't.
Oh, he stepped away, and well, Malia doesn't want to take the run, and I don't blame him, but Vinu has seen him shift to the leg side and bowled that a long way.
Fake footwork, and to be honest, it works once a year. I haven't seen bowlers falling for this, but he follows him, and the old sneaky tactics from Danexai steps back in. Pretty good stop from Saim Hussain there. Vinu just needs to go Yorker at the stumps.
Yeah, it does go back to the stumps, and it's collected Danexai in what might be a slightly uncomfortable spot.
It's a really good over. Saim Hussain has the smile of someone that wasn't just hit in the leg. He could be an important player in this chase. Oh, they've done well to bring it back here, haven't they? Because at one stage it was looking very, very violent from Alton. 88 in the first half, so that's got a 176 pace. Looks like it'll be in the 140s. 2 to come.
Oh, smash! Gotten a hold of that one, and Danexai's obliterated it into the Cartama night sky. What a shot and what a sound off the bat.
Yeah, it could be 150s yet. It's not a good ball, really. I think you got to know your lengths at this stage. I think you got to try and go block. I know if you miss just short of a block hole, he might just drive you up into oblivion, but I don't know. He plays that shot very well. It's been a good innings from Malia Danexai, 73 off 25, almost 3 a ball pace. Vinu, still not the worst over. It's gone for 9 in the last. Let's see if he can keep this ball on the field. Last ball to come.
Oh, he's gone huge. That should be worth 12. That's a giant strike from the Swiss superstar. Danexai takes himself up to 79 off only 26 balls. Wonderful display of power striking. He's barely broken a sweat. And that little flourish at the end has taken Alton to a score of 152 for 5 off their 10 overs, and powered by a pair of Danexai half centuries.
Yeah, that was huge. And I suppose that 140s was wishful thinking. I should have remembered who was on strike. Malia Danexai goes bang, bang, and hits 6s, 8 and 9 of his innings. He does finish above that 300 strike rate. Vinu, I'd just like him to go back and look at that last over and see what worked and what didn't. I think that's one of the real benefits of these games being televised. But right now, Alton, they won the toss. They wanted to bat. I'd imagine they want 150 plus, and they get it thanks to a couple of very, very entertaining knocks from Malia and Raihan Danexai. And the Bulgarian, they'll be out to chase that target of 153. It'll be 107 for a point as well. I think they'll at least start out thinking that they can get the whole hog, as Assad and Tyrone led the teams onto the field for the powder blue powwow. There was a fair bit of pow, wasn't there, from Raihan Danexai early on?
Yeah, certainly was. The big burly left-hander. He's in great form in this tournament so far. Fortunately, his opening partner, Iaso Tharuna Vukarasu, not quite striking it with the same effectiveness, but that brought Malia Danexai to the crease, and it was a Danexai slugfest for the next few overs, as both the left and the right-handed batters obliterated this poor academic bowling lineup to all parts of the Cartama Oval. Nod of appreciation there from Tyrone, and Raihan even brought him 50 up in a non-traditional fashion for him, thrashing one through the covers. Lovely shot and plenty of support from the teammates. Malia stood tall, both literally and figuratively. A couple of great cut shots. But speaking of big wicket for Chugtai.
Yeah, Chugtai has looked at him out. It's been through the ringer today. He's had the whole gamut of emotions. But yeah, I mean, they're a dangerous team. Arana, you know that all too well, playing in that Swiss competition. And, you know, in the mould of like a Hooniger that we saw last night, they're a team that have a lot of confidence in their skills, a lot of natural ball striking skills. Sometimes the faster you bowl, the quicker it disappears. So then at those times, as we saw the chopper come out, that was probably the shot of the innings for me as far as the style points. But yeah, I think you really need to be accurate. Any little mistakes are pounced upon. We saw Malia Stanik's move to his 50. Little cameo there from Nanasakram late in the piece. Puts one miles high, but she did really well to hold on to that one. As Redu came out, wasn't really able to contribute too much with the bat. Malia for a curtain call. He went bang, bang, took him from 140 to 152, and these were monsters, weren't they, at the end? Alton sitting pretty after the first half of match 5.
Yeah, there's an unidentified flying grizzly somewhere in Cartama at the moment. I'm not sure that last shot has landed. Some superb striking from the young Swiss superstar. Having a look at that Alton card, it was almost all Stanik's runs there. Rayan at the top, 52 off 17, where he was castled by a good Yorker from Chugtai. And then Malia undefeated, 79 off 26. And finished the innings with a flourish. Maximos off the last 2 balls. And that told the story of Alton's innings, 152 for 5. So probably par with what they were aiming for, I suspect. Helped along in terms of academic, keeping them under control. Only 6 extras, so good performance from them on that front.
Yeah, and it could have been more if it wasn't for the likes of someone like Gagandeep Singh, who, you know, kind of covers the sins of some of his teammates. 2 for 15 for Deep Singh. Well bowled. Wickets for Zaru in there, as well as Chugtai and Vinu. Mishra didn't have a very good time in his 2 overs this time after bowling well earlier on. He goes for 43 in his 2. Don't forget Rasul had a bit of a tough start as well. I don't think it was the worst over, but it did go for 26. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. 153 for the win, 107 for a point as well. Keep that in the back of your mind as CC Academic Sophia will finish their first day of ECL cricket under lights with the bats in hand. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan, and we'll be back very, very shortly for the conclusion of day 1 of Group C in the European Cricket League.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And well, we've had some fireworks on the field here already today, with Alton scoring 152 for 5 in the first innings of this final game here on day one of Group C, the European Cricket League for 2024. We've also had some fireworks in the commentary box in the last few moments as Mr. Maximo has refused to open the delicious confectionery that's been given to us by our Turkish friends. And we'll see how that discussion goes in the next 45 minutes as we see the boys from Bulgaria, Academic, try to chase down a pretty hefty target. In fact, achieving that target in 7 overs is a bit of a stretch, but their better option is to try to get to 107 before the end of their 10 overs, and at least that way they will retain the single point, whereas Alton will be trying to do the opposite and keeping them to 106 for less. So, Maximo, Academics, how do they go about this?
You start out thinking that you can get the 153 until logic tells you otherwise, and then you at least try and get the point. But I still think it's worth a crack. It's going to be difficult, but interesting for me, they have stuck with Krishna Kumar at the top of the order, and they've put Bashir as well. So they've given them another opportunity. 2 players that have scored centuries in ECN cricket, so they're certainly very capable. A different kind of gravy, I think, against this Swiss attack. We saw earlier when the Bulgarians were first catapulted into the action, Krishna Kumar 2 off 9, and that was reasonably bad. Probably worse for Bashir, who caught one in the head and had to retire hurt on 5 off 4. Anyway, here we go with the chase, and it starts with a wild delivery, and it's going to be a wide. That's well past the stumps, but 10 points for pace and 0 points for accuracy first up.
That's about the worst delivery I've ever seen Ali Usman bowl. Normally a man in such good control of his line. Coming around the wicket to the left-hander. It's an absolute shocker to start the innings.
It sure is.
Oh. He comes back with a bit of juice, second ball.
Oh, the old 2-card trick from Usman. He puts one so wide we almost had to zoom the camera out. Then the next one is towards the nostrils of Krishna Kumar, who needs a bit of a confidence builder. I don't think that was it.
Well, let's see what's going to happen on this third delivery. Licorice all sorts so far. Oh, it's pretty quick, just skating inside the wide line. So.
He's getting it through, isn't he? How would he compare, pace-wise to some of the other bowlers in Switzerland? He must be right up there.
He's up there. I mean, he's not quite Andrew Ryan pace, but as he continues to develop his craft, he might get it. No, he's pretty sharp.
A lot of yours is momentum.
He's got quite a slingy action, so it's actually probably quicker than you anticipate. I tell you what, that's a tough call.
You know what? You ran straight in front of the umpire, so that doesn't help you out. And I actually have a feeling this was probably just inside, but needs to get out the way. Needs to run off the same side of the wicket that he's bowling from. Having said that, I've got good old school test match vibes about this first over right now.
It's a bit Wahab Riaz versus Shane Watson at the moment, isn't it?
Oh boy.
Just missed the off stump.
Oh, Krishna Kumar, if you want to try and build his confidence, I don't know if this is helping under lights. Just plays this 1 to 2 seconds after the ball's in the keeper's gloves, really.
Challenge for you, Vinny. What's his aggregate runs and balls so far?
He's now 2 off 12, and he had a friendly wide call that went his way there. Striking at 17. Close to my average, actually.
Well, gets one off the pads and actually times it pretty nicely. It's being pursued with vigour, but despite the big slide from Battangala, himself had a few troubles with the bat earlier in the Alton innings. It's actually a nice shot.
Yeah, but Battangala decides to kung fu kick the Cartama oval to hold himself up. Hey, great shot by Krishna Kumar. Give him credit. Takes a lot of guts to get back and get behind this kind of stuff after you've had one whistle past your head, you've had one whistle past your stumps. But he gets right in line and he flicks away for the first boundary of the innings.
Takes his aggregate strike rate up to probably about 45 now as Usman charging in. That one's right in the block hole. Unfortunately, can't do much with it. Yeah, you're saying, Vinny, no, he's pretty sharp. Ellie Usman probably enjoying bowling on a pitch that's giving him a little bit of bounce as well, but with that slingy action, and he actually delivers the ball from sort of tricky spot where you don't get a great read of it early on.
Yeah, it's a weird angle of attack, isn't it?
Good flexible wrist. Really imparts some acceleration. Oh, he struck Krishna Kumar. Well, his tournament's going from bad to worse. That is an awkward spot to be hit.
Oh, the sun's gone away, but the solar plexus is still there. And watch this. Bang! Oh, that'll take it right out of you. You know, he's going to get checked out here, but he probably could just use a minute. That's gutsy stuff from Krishna Kumar. It was Test cricket. He survives the over. It's still very good television. It's not great for his rib cage. Right now, it's 6 without loss after 1. He took every bit of the impact of that and just popped out like it just kind of shot a pellet into a pillow. It's 30 matches now without a golden ball as we hit the end of the first over.
I'll tell you what, this powder blue powwow, there's no holds barred activity. Pace bowling of Usman. He's a pretty big weapon for Alton to have at the top of their innings. Well, a pretty good weapon here in the form of Stanixai. And he's taken a fantastic return catch. Well, Alton putting on an absolute show here as Bashir, who copped one in the noggin in the first game, and then he goes first ball. Magnificent stuff from Malia.
I'm happy to see Bashir back out there after he was forced to retire hurt earlier, but he's not out there for long. It's a great catch, isn't it? It's a really, really good catch. Let's check it out in the replay. I thought for a second they might want to check this for a bump ball, but I think it was pretty clear. Check it out here. Yeah, into the left hand.
Just makes the difficult look so easy. I mean, it wasn't a great ball, but just so well balanced at the end of his run up.
What a player. I mean, you might think that's kind of taking the mickey a little bit going one-handed, but you're in your follow through, and you know, if you're really balanced and you can go one hand, sometimes that's easier than trying to bring the other hand across your body. So it's an unfortunate one for Bashir. He's dismissed for the first time of the series, a ball that never hits the ground as he departs at 6 for 1.
Probably not the start that Academic Sphere would be after, but got to keep fighting hard here. Krishna Kumar, who's battered and bruised, but still has his wicket intact at the non-striker's end. And I'm saying the wicketkeeper did a good job with the gloves earlier this evening. He's come out to face the music.
Yeah, this will be a good contest as well. I mean, that's the thing. I think Simon is saying, technically, probably the best of the batters, if I'm completely honest. How's it going to go here?
Oh, good ball. Just tails in late, and he's ratcheting up the pace here, Stanixai.
I love some of the interaction we're getting as well. I love this. Terry saying, Vinny, you have to remember the rare Swiss Rhino is fueled by chocolate. Now, we did have as close as we've ever come to a disagreement in the commentary box. We've probably done, must be close to 100 games together by now.
Don't get in the way between me and high calorific high sugar products. That one struck him on the pad, probably just in line with the leg stump. Tough call because it wasn't a great ball, but as it is, Hussain, I think that's probably the right call, just not the sort of ball that you typically see an LBW for.
Yeah, well, it hits him on the full, so it takes out the kind of pitching elements. We're looking at hitting in line, and where's it going on to? Sim has a long walk off. That's just good pace. Yeah, it's good fire. Let's try and work this out. Oh, yeah. That's back pad. Hits him in line with leg. It's not missing leg. It's hitting leg. And Sim, unfortunately for him, it's time to go. And it'll be a 2-baller. So 2 ducks already. Derek's had a bit of a workout, but just done by the speed of Malia Stanixai. He's got 2 to go with his half century. 6 for 2, halfway through the second.
Yeah, Derek might be asking for a bit of loading, the amount of work that he's had to do today. Shedding a few kilos out here at ECL 2024. Same as Sam, he looks like a dejected figure walking back to the dressing room. As you said, Vinny, one of the well-credentialed batters in this academic side. Needed a few runs from him. As it is, now got the skipper Mishra stepping up to the plate. 2 wickets down, only 6 runs on the board. Things going downhill very quickly for the boys from Bulgaria.
Mishra, he'll be up for the fight. Tries to fight fire with 5, but misses out. Also interesting, Paul is in the chat. Hello, Paul. Good to see you, as always. Said he has Alton favourites for the group, but he thinks that Old Victorians might be favourites to meet them tomorrow. To beat them tomorrow.
Be a tasty clash, that one tomorrow.
Interesting.
Real contrast of styles.
Yes. Kind of clash of cricket and cultures, if you like. A lot of people enjoyed the slow motion of Krishna Kumar. He'll probably enjoy it later on. Not straight away, as Stanikzai goes upstairs on Prakash, the master chef. But yeah, keep the interaction coming. Yeah, so to explain, Rhino in the break, we got a gift from Afyon Karasa, which is wonderful. It's beautifully wrapped up. I would rather unwrap it during one of the games tomorrow, but Rhino senses that there's sweets around, and let's just say I'm glad that the second innings got underway, because we might have come to blows had it been 2 or 3 more minutes. Rhino was very aggressive. Like some
absolutely no good reason to keep this thing wrapped up as Stanikzai comes up with a slower ball. Well, I'll tell you what, you said it was Mishra the master chef. It's more like Hell's Kitchen for him at the moment. He's been beaten all ends up on 3 consecutive deliveries, and this is a super start from Alton. Aren't they looking $1 million at the moment?
It's a double wicket maiden in that over. Yeah, he's been more maidens than Farmer wants a wife, really, through day 1 of Group C. CC Academic 1 single point with the win. I'm probably not going to overhaul all Victorians on that run rate, but I think now, considering this start, you're refocusing on that 107 and picking up points along the way. We saw Hoodinga actually lose their first 3 games, but then be able to build a run that ultimately went all the way to the final. In fact, be leading in the final, even with 5 overs to go in the match. But
can I ask you, as the stats guru, Maximo, and I'm not sure you'll have an immediate answer to this
I'll
one.
try.
Alton, looking like coming up with a pretty decisive win here. Could they be in the position where they have the highest net run rate ever at an ECL after this game?
Do you mean ever or after a day?
After a day. So at least playing 2 games.
I think they got some... Well, ECL's an interesting one. That's fast, by the way. And Krishna Kumar, once away from his body, it'll be a top ball. Again, when do you yank him here? Or do you just try and say, look, now you're building confidence or you're breaking confidence? You can come out and bat 6 next game and face some sort of medium pace and feel like a millionaire. Right now, I don't know. Tough place to be. Usman. Before that even reached him, I knew it was going to be trouble.
Tell you what, that's a well-directed short ball from Usman, and Krishna Kumar's only just got that battered solar plexus out of the line of the ball.
Louise.
My legs are shaky just up here.
I mean,
in the
Krishna
commentary
Kumar,
box.
he's watched his partner be carted off earlier on. It's a bit of the old facing Lillian Thompson or the West Indies quicks of the 70s at the moment. Anyway, credit to him. Again, I love the way he comes back, though. He's battling. I mean, it's not great for the run rate. That's the thing. But I do love the contest. You know, he's battled. He has hit a 4 off Usman, don't forget. He gets 1. I was going to say the only difference I can think of the higher run rate might have been Carlton, who took on the Turks 2 years ago, Carlton of Scotland. I do have the highest net run rate a team ever was. I'll give that to you in a second.
Another decent ball, but that's a cracking shot from Mishra. Punched out to the point boundary.
Well, I hope Mishra's got his affairs in order, because I don't think the next one will be pitched up as much. This is a great shot from Prakash, though. Just gets bat on it, and of course, with the pace of the ball, it flies. Hits it into the pitch, kind of checks the shot. Yeah, well played, though, by Prakash. Gets 4 runs.
I reckon Usman might have seen him stepping out the leg and suspect this one might be rammed into his chest. There you go.
Mishra, smart. Play for the Bulgarian dodgeball team there, the way he got out of the line in that one. 11 for 2 with the ball to go in the 3rd. Yeah, so Malta Super Kings in Malta won 200 to 6 all out, and their net run rate was plus 19.4. So that was big. I think it was 11.5 earlier on for Alton. Not quite as the biggest. This one somehow misses the stumps. End of another quiet power play.
Good umpiring.
Yeah,
Good umpiring.
Prakash doesn't break stride. And Still a dangerous one to do. But it'll be the end of the over. It's 11 for 2.
Yeah, tell you what, Mishra had every intention of getting to the non-striker's end.
I mean, he does pause, and maybe they call over. So he does at least pause. Probably should have been looking as well.
Yeah.
But also, Usman doesn't really want the stumping. I think that's a case. Shahid really feeling like Usman deserved another wicket and was willing to manufacture it.
I mean, he's one of the most cheerful, well-liked players on the Swiss scene, Wilridu, so I'm sure he had no hesitation in attracting the appeal anyway, despite the desire to get his fast bowler yet another wicket.
Yeah, 6:05. If you dial that number in America, you'll get South Dakota. And that's the power play. Going back to static side here. No. They'll make a change. It's Dion the Rock Johnson to bowl the 4th.
Rock on the button straight away. 112. Wasn't that an R&B band back in the day?
Yeah, it might be. Hey, I don't see the sense of leaving Krishna Kumar out there when you consider if you could get something out of this game. I guess they'll be hoping, look, new bowler. He survived the opening assault, but I just don't think you're doing him too many favours leaving him out there.
Oh, well, he's managed to time that.
Never doubted him. I never doubted him. Well, I say some of those blows only make you stronger, and he puts this one up and away. Maximal. Well, that will give him some confidence. I'd hate to see him stuck out there while the game drifts away, and then kind of denting his confidence when he could play another role in this team. You could shuffle him down to 5 or 6. We saw that with Lala in the Czech team, for example, Prague CC. Oh, wow.
Doesn't it show the difference? I mean, Dion Johnson is not slow by any stretch. In fact, he's actually quite zippy, but just saw on that previous ball that just that extra 5Ks of pace that the two openers
doesn't
had.
help it again. He's on the front foot.
Yeah.
Probably not. It's those habits which you can't really change straight away. And yeah, he's kind of on the forward press there, and he kind of makes his own bed and has to line it.
Very hard to adjust when all your body weight is moving forward.
Yeah.
Johnson spotted it, and it's a good piece of bowling.
Yeah. Bring the fine leg up now.
Still got a slip in place, albeit that deep slip. I like the attacking mindset. Slower ball, and the slip almost comes into play.
Clever bowling, because I wasn't expecting that. I mean, we're living in Spain, the home of the bullfight at the moment. All the neutrals all around the world that have that kind of bloodlust. They're hoping for more.
Despite the scoreline, it's
been a very entertaining 3.4 overs. Oh no, he's charged him. Oh, and he's put him out of the park as he has. Maximal. Very well, KK. Actually, probably shouldn't say the 3rd K, but it was a pretty good shot up and out of here. Oh, Kushal, Krishna Kumar. I'll have to edit that one
Just
out.
K.
Yeah,
just
special.
K.
That was
K.
special K. Oh, wow.
Let's turn to the YouTube chat. We've had Big John Gray has said hello to both Maximo and Rhino. So big hello to you, John.
Hopefully you're well. Special hello to all our American viewers out there.
Special something, just the immensely exquisite chat that we've had today from the YouTube
Where's
fans.
this one going? Johnson's got one more at him. Oh,
short ball, pretty poor one.
Oh, this is great. I mean, if you could wear 2 helmets, and if we had the Grizzly Bear chest pads, it's gonna be a no ball. Johnson, with all the theatre of his namesake, the Rock Johnson, he's out there to try and kill the fight.
Yeah, well, let's think through this one. I think Krishna Kumar's seen his slower ball in the earlier over. Does tend to bowl when he's bowling these free hits or needs to get a dot. Loves that change of pace. Wouldn't be surprised to see. There you go.
Very good. Gets none of it.
That's why they pay me the big bucks, Maximo. Reading the game like a book, and Jesus, so
I think
much drama.
I gotta say, yeah, he's gonna retire out here. I think either that or he's.
I think Tyrone wants to be informed.
No, he's getting a new bat. I gotta say, this is not good to keep him out there. I know he got one away there, but look at who's on the bench, and look at D'Souza, who was good earlier. Someone like Gangandeep Singh or something like that. I just think he's had 4 overs. I know you're hoping he can turn it around, but meanwhile the point's slipping away. So we've seen it done. Okay, he's cracked his bat and he's going to get a new bat. And by the way, I'm a big fan of Kushal Krishnakumar. Really enjoyed his 100. I watched it. Know what he's capable of. And right now, I think he's not the best option to be there. With 8 wickets in hand, 6 overs to go. Look, it can backfire. We saw that with Davitsi. They retired him after a spell where he only scored 22 off 18 in 5 over period. And then no one else stepped up. But you'll never know unless you get them out there. Anyway, here's Mishra on strike. Spots a wide first up from Ryan Stanikzai, who's on to bowl over number 5.
It's been a Stanikzai fest at the moment.
And also, he could ice his ribs quicker if he gets off the field straight away.
Yeah, I suspect he'll be in a bit more pain tomorrow morning than he probably is feeling at the moment. When he gets to the Sunset Beach, he might be heading to the level 6 bar to get some ice cubes.
Maybe.
Oh, Stanikzai's come up with a couple of shockers to start his over.
Well, yeah, pretty good backing up or fronting up, whatever you might call that. Him and Bashir will be able to compare bruises and be able to compare tales about their opening day in the European Cricket League.
That's some social media content for the academic feeds. Well, might just seem like an innocent over here from Rehan Stanikzai, but Alton trying to search for what their best combination of 5 or maximum 6 bowlers is, particularly with him bringing the left arm pace. They'd love to see him in good form. Bowled very well in the earlier game against the Turkish team. That's a much better delivery.
Alton, this is a term we coined in the Barcelona series where teams would play 2 games in a day. They're chasing the octopus. Of course, an 8-point day.
Oh.
If you can get to 4 pointers, might be calamari on the menu. We'll find out.
Favourites for it at the moment. Stanikzai gets another one to go through. Reasonable pace. Krishna Kumar continuing what has been a fairly torturous day with the bat, this young star.
Well, Birdie is in the chat. Hello, Richard. Saying he's enjoying having a great Antipodean duo in the comms box for a change. Of course, he has listened to me and Corey. But feels this is the right combination. Right now, they're searching for the right combination. They think Krishna Kumar's part of it. He swats the boundary leg side.
He's clearly got some capability, Vinny, as you said. I mean, you don't hit a century in ECS without being able to wield a bat. He's played some nice shots when he's had the chance, but it really struggles when he's
4 runs.
when he's facing anything with a bit of zip short of a length.
Yeah,
When it's on his front foot, he's okay.
Yeah, look, I learned this the hard way as well, because if you go up the levels of cricket, you might be disproportionately good at one level over others, but there might be others that can handle a better level better than you. And that's very, very true with batting. Very true with batting. I'm not saying he can't handle it. It's just had a tough day, especially this kind of format you expected to go at 2 a ball minimum. So it's not just about surviving, it's finding a way to score. It's a nice shot though.
Oh, that one's popped up. Might have been put out of his misery, but unfortunately hasn't made good enough connection, and even the athleticism, Dion Johnson can't create a catch.
Yeah, look, had the good jump on that down there, Johnson, but never carried to him. Over to Prakash, who does have 1 boundary to his name. Couple to come in the 5th over.
Rehan goes for the change of pace. Mishra
overrun
swings
it.
down the ground. My goodness, that is a dirty bit of fielding from a very good fielder. Dion Johnson just showing the downside of frankly being too fast for your own good.
That's exactly right. He's off to the races and then just couldn't reverse his momentum. We've seen this happen. It bounces, the ball slows down, the fielder doesn't slow down. Mishra moves to 8.
Stanikzai gone for 12, 1 ball left in this over. Short of a lane, cramps Mishra for room. Goes through to Waridu with the gloves, and it's a pretty successful first batch of overs. So halfway through this innings, 36 for 2.
Well, welcome back into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Now, this is what was causing controversy earlier. Big thank you to Afyon Karaisa, who have given us some Turkish treats. We're not going to open those tonight because we'll do that tomorrow, Rhino. But I've got to say, Alton, very, very kind. They've gifted us some Alton merch. So I think they've got one for me. They've got one for Rico as well. Oh, I've got one for me to share. I know that you're a Costco man, so I'm not going to spend that one on you.
See, I did wonder whether or not this was taking the mick and trying
thank
to
you very
get me
much.
to
But
wear an Alton shirt.
listen, I am going to give you a gift. It's not permanent, but I'm going to introduce you, because it's a bit chilly at this time of night, to my
saw you
my
playing with
USB hand warmers. By the way, I bought Corey a set of these.
Yep.
He left them in the Netherlands because he said he didn't think he'd need them, and he's begged me every night. And these will change your life.
That's quite a nifty. It almost feels like an iPhone that started to get overheated.
And so far, we haven't had one start on fire. Tell you who was on fire was Usman in the power play, really giving the old-fashioned working over of Krishna Kumar in particular. But I've got to say, it's gutsy stuff, these contests. I know it's not great on the scoreboard. We talked about a few things tactically, such as do you retire people out, where do you bat people? And they've decided the same opening combination here. It's a tough one, but I think when you're faced with tough decisions, if you're not sure, humans will normally revert to not making a decision. So I think you see there, probably thinking, look, do we, don't we? Okay, we're not sure, just let the game drift. But I think, meanwhile, you've kind of let the game, okay, game's probably gone, but the 107, the point, has drifted out as well. And I think, I just hate the idea of not obtaining a result while there were tools that you haven't used. And someone like a D'Souza sitting on the bench in the first half, it's just criminal for me, because he really lit it up. And now, don't think about it from Krishna Kumar's point of view, because it's a bit harsh on him. What about D'Souza sitting on the bench? It just doesn't sit right.
Him the opportunity.
Yeah, we're starting to see it come more and more. I think it's hard. It's a hard one to swallow, I suppose, if you've faced the music, and obviously he's worn a couple of blows. But I think Bulgaria hasn't been the right strategy so far as who to get to the crease. Look, Mishra's out there at the moment, the captain, and he might be having a word to Krishna Kumar, such as, let's go for everything now, because 36 in the first half, they need 71 off the second half to get a point.
So, back to the game, a little bit of strategy.
Yeah.
I'm actually really curious to see Jamal Stanik's bowl tonight.
Yes.
Because he was very good in just slowing the ball down, giving you a bit of flight in the early game. I suspect he's going to be really useful in these night games where there's probably a little bit of moisture floating around on the pitch, probably quicken his speed up and just get the ball to shoot through off this Cartama deck. And thinking ahead, if Alton can make their way through the final, I think his leg spin could be a big factor.
Here he is now. Gone really well before. I love actually the super slow-mos of just the spin on his stop delivery.
The revs.
Yeah, the revs. Watching it really talk. He'll enjoy the bounce as well. Krishna Kumar really got to go for it now.
There's that one, you can just see it kiss the surface and not grip quite as much as it did during the daytime as the throw comes in from mid-off. But he's a tricky customer in these sort of conditions. Stanik's eye. Some good young leg spinners around Switzerland, actually. You would remember Tahir Khan Ahmadzai from Kosnay, who's sort of in the batch with Jamal Stanik's eye for sort of that next crop of leggies coming through.
Very good bowler.
Great to see. It's such a bonus for a skipper to have a leg spinner with good control and wicket taking ability, part of a T10 unit.
I don't know. This is an annoying innings to watch for me. Just got to think of what they've got up their sleeve that they're not using. A little push there. Hey, yeah, maybe you want to take a ball to look at Stanik's eye, but you need 14 and over to try and get a point.
Indeed. Krishna Kumar, will he use his feet to try to get out as it is? Drops short, but shoots through on him a touch, so he can't control the pull shot as well as he would have liked, just for the one.
Because
so
I'm
what do you
generous,
actually call these, Maximo? These heaters?
I've actually put the link in the comment section. I do not have a commercial relationship, unfortunately, with this company, but for places where it gets chilly, it's pretty handy. I think we just called these USB hand warmers. Well, a member of our crew who should remain nameless. Now these ones, they go for about 30 euros, probably about 50 Australian dollars. Member of our crew who should remain nameless, who's notoriously cheap. Yes, that could be anyone. Anyway, this is going to be swept away. It's going to be 4. Mishra moves in double figures. Nice shot. Just actually has a bit more intent with this compared to the other ball that he faced earlier in the over. And he'll finish it with the boundary. It's 43 for 2 after 6. Yeah, but he bought some off a website for, I think, about a tenth of that price, about maybe €5. I believe they may have caught on fire.
I wouldn't be messing around with this sort of product.
No.
I would think it's worth a bit of premium payment to not have something that would spontaneously combust on me.
Yeah. Well, not burning to death is pretty important to me.
It's very hard to be an effective member of the Blue Crew.
But isn't it very Corey
up in flames.
that I've given it as a gift? Don't remember the last time that Corey gave me a gift. Gave a pair to Rico. Rico loves his, of course. Very responsible. A few questions to think about Rico. He's off today. He'll be back tomorrow.
Missed the dulcet tones of Rico Full.
He'll be back
today. Jeez, that's a good ball. Johnson just getting one to hit back off the deck.
We have to stagger our efforts a little bit in the commentary box here. Probably don't have as many commentators as some tournaments around the world. Not quite as big as some others as far as the budget goes, but actually bigger as far as the amount of games played.
Tell you what, the bang for the buck in terms of quality and entertainment, though, is something else.
We hope so. Often say, we'll give you double your money back if you're not satisfied. Keeping ECN free throughout the year.
Oh, good change of pace for Johnson, and Warridu keeps it in front. A good piece of keeping, and Johnson, he's got a very good slower, but we saw him use it previous over to get rid of the free hit.
Jordan O'Brien is piping up. I think we'll see him in Group D for Empire. Saying, come on, Vinny, it's probably plus 10. I'm not saying I need them. I'm just saying they're making my life a little bit better.
Short ball, cannons through. Jordan O'Brien, I've never met him before, but we're connected on social.
Lovely guy, Jordan.
Good Brisbane boy. So the fact that he's from Brisbane, he plays for Finland, that's ticking a few boxes in my book.
Yeah, your partner's finished, right?
Yep. Quite looking forward to exchanging some broken finish with him during the course of the coming days.
Can I just say, Krishna Kumar, love you, but you shouldn't still be out there.
Let's get out.
Oh, there we go. Up in the air. Going, and he gets 6. Well, maybe I should keep saying that every ball, because every time I've said he's come to the party with a boundary. He's 30 off 27. That one almost brought the rain on a fairly starry night here at the Cartama Oval.
I'm going to christen that a Maximone. The groans in the commentary box. The ball eventually going for 6, but we thought there was a decent chance that Krishna Kumar might be on his way back to the pavilion, but even the athleticism of Stanicsai can't keep it in the field of play.
Maximone. I mean, I wish him well while he's out there. I don't know.
Oh,
yeah.
Tell you what, he's timed that, but he's cracked it straight to the fielder, who I think may have actually put his foot on the rope. In fact, that's great sportsmanship, already signalling the boundary. Yeah, he does. So he does just step on the rope. Yeah, that's good sportsmanship down there. Redo here. You're not trying to stump him, are you? He's getting 7, 53 for 2. You tell me, I'm just getting grumpy, and it might have been my 7th day in a row, and even God rested on the 7th. Let's have a look. You know what I think could cure that?
Go on.
A bit of Turkish confectionery.
For tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, we got CC Academic up first against Gamblers SC. Battle of the O's. It's Old Victorians versus Alton in match 2. And then what could be a battle for survival, the way things are piping up at the moment. Afyon Karaisa, SHS versus CC Academic Sofia. It's a mouthful. It'll be an eyeful as well in match 8. Join myself, Rico Full, and Andrew Ryan tomorrow as we take you through day 2 of Group C, the start of week 2 of our ECL 24.
Battle of the A teams in one way, shape or form there. That third game as Jamal gives the ball a bit of air and Mishra steps across the off, swings hardily, makes good contact. It's boundary.
Everyone's into me. You've started something now because Mr. Maximone is trending.
Is it trending on the chat?
I'm a positive person, and by the way, I'm definitely not against Kushal here, but they've just let this game die. I mean, you only get four games potentially, and it can be adios.
Where is Kevin D'Souza?
I just don't think
that should be trending on
right
the chat.
for the other players in the lineup.
Oh, lovely ball, bit of air. Judged that it's just drifting down the leg side. I'd love to see a replay of this one.
Yeah, it looked like it was drifting. I'm not so sure it was turning back. It goes late. Look at this. And hits him actually on the full, and it's on the back leg. Good decision from Tyrone Peters.
Really did get a little bit of drift down leg, showing the revolutions that Static Eye's putting on the ball. That one's actually down leg side, and well, skipper will redo. I'll probably give him a minor death stare for that one.
Well, one thing that Krishna Kumar has on his side is the left-handedness, and Static Eye just doesn't make the adjustment. Now it'll cost him 5. To give you an idea, they need 44 off 16.
Not impossible.
For the point, right? 44 off 16. But they shouldn't be in this position. If you replace him with what you'd imagine would be an average strike rate, they'd probably have maybe 32 off 16 or 30 off 16 at this stage. That's what the point I'm trying to make. He's just got to kind of read the game.
Oh, uses his feet. Lovely shot.
Oh, you know what? Krishna Kumar, you can thank me later. Every time I've tried to hook you, you've bit back. Look, credit to him. He keeps playing his shots. He's trying. Thumbs up from the dressing room. He moves to 38.
Tell you what, I think it's more the length that troubles him, and he's got some lovely shots where he can get onto the front foot and play straight down the ground. It's more just the bounce and pace that he seems to be less comfortable with. Bit of a challenge being thrown down Stanic's Eye. Gotten after him this over. It's a good ball. He's managed to get that one popped up. Thought Dion Johnson was going to run in for a spectacular catch. Probably not the amount of effort I would have expected from him.
49 balls, the most ever faced by one batter in an innings. That was Syed Shafat Ali. I suppose the difference was that he scored 150. This could be a 40 plus, the way things are going.
Nice ball, bit of air from Stanic's Eye, but dragged across and just be the single as Mishra gets Krishna Kumar back on strike.
Hello to Adrian Dunbar. I think we'll probably see him for Stari Grad, the Serbian qualifiers, a bit later in the tournament.
Great to have the Serbian team.
Serbia, Isle of Man, and Slovenia, the 3 countries added. Who were
Thanks,
part of ACL last year.
That one's just not well controlled by the left-handed batter, but
if he was Super Mario, he's flashing right now. Can't get out. He can't get him.
He's trying to.
He's resistant to all modes of dismissal. That's the end of the 8th. He's still there. It's 70 for 2. Could have been caught. Maybe could have been run out. Neither.
Yes, luck is on his side in one way, less so in others in this innings. But fair play to Academic. After a tough start, they fought their way through. 70 runs on the board against a powerful Alton bowling lineup.
So 37 off 2 then for the point.
And I'll tell you what, if Krishna Kumar thought it was going to get easier, they've decided to bring the velocity of Malia back for his second over.
One more in, one more.
Wouldn't be surprised if part of this is actually, or I wouldn't be surprised if Malia launches about 4 slower balls in this over, just a bit of practice for bowling at the back end.
I'd be saving the slower balls for another game. I'm going for the kill here. Give me 1-800 Kevin. You need 37 off 2.
All
right.
Where is D'Souza?
All right, here we go with over number 9.
Right in the block hole. It's a good bit of fielding. Yasso shies at the stumps. Excellent work from the opening bat.
Look, your opening batter out there. He's the one guy you'd want to take on the pace. That's what you should be feeling. All right, and this ECL, well, tonight at least, or today, just hasn't been able to conquer the paces, has he? Krishna Kumar. Till now, as he puts it out of the ground. Well, I'm playing Krishna Kumar into form, 1 moan at a time. Maximum for me, and 46 for Kumar.
He's going to end up with a half-ton here, despite your sledging.
Tell you what, if he had the commentary on his ear, he'd be raising the bat towards me and probably another gesture, but look, he's still there. 46 off 34.
Are you trying to turn Academic into your version of Rutgers versus Hornchurch?
Not trying to. I just want to see people have a good time. It didn't seem like he's having a good time, but obviously he's now. 77 off 10 for the game. Certainly, 31
certainly
off 10.
faced enough balls to get his eye in.
We hope so. Also had his ribs caved in a couple of times, but here's the comeback from Stanik's eye.
Oh, swung straight down the ground. Pretty decent shot.
Oh.
And, we'll have a look at a replay there. It looks like he's high-toed it around the boundary.
Not just that, the other field, it was like a car veering off the road. He's caused the other traffic to run off the road as well. I don't think he ever touches the rope here. Fine, fine, fine. But look at this. Whoa, please don't throw it. Good fielding. Mishra gets the strike back.
Mishra 18 off 14. Dare say, he's probably the man you should be calling to be retired more so than Krishna Kumar. He's really struggled to find the boundary.
True.
The skipper doesn't seem too inclined to retire himself at the moment.
Pull the ripcord.
Short ball, gets it upstairs. So one for the over.
Yeah. Static side, what a game. He's played so well.
Definitely one of the more dominant performances in an ECL contest.
It'll be the bouncer for the over, it won't be a wide.
Oh, full ball. And he gets punished. Mishra swings it away, backward of square. It's a boundary for him. And Academic just chugging their way towards 3 figures here. 81 for 2. 1 ball left in the ninth. But actually, we've made an error here, Vinny. We should have said it all happens in the ninth.
It does all happen in the ninth, yeah. And everyone in the chat, Adrian talk about some of the teams he might meet. Include the German team in there. Slower ball. Here went bouncer. Bouncer. Then full attempted Yorker. Didn't quite get it right. Slower ball. So now 81 for 2 off 9. Again. Can I have one more moan? And then I'm done.
Go for it.
They need 26 off this last over. And that's a lot. And they haven't batted guys like D'Souza's the obvious one, but even Gagandeep Singh, Sulat, guys that are out and out hitters, haven't got a chance. And to me, it's
criminal.
It's criminal. I wouldn't say criminal, but I'd hold them civilly liable. And
negligent,
yeah,
maybe?
I want to see them go as far as they can in the tournament. So when I see them not using resources, then that's what frustrates me. It's not against anyone personally or anything like that. It's just purely from a cricket point of view, because they should be in the frame to get this point. And I mean, look, if he lights it up now, what does he know? They need 26. If he launches the next 5 out of the ground, then order me an extra slice of humble pie, because I'll say I was wrong all along.
Might be making a trip to the same bakery that Corey Rutgers was after Hornchurch took the group last night. Rahan Stanik's eye. He had a great day with the bat. Plenty of lusty blows.
All right.
Big left-hander.
Time to be a hero. Krishna Kumar off 47.
Oh, well, he's hit it high. Not controlled, though, and should have been an easy catch.
The guy is flashing. He's Super Mario flashing.
Got the immunity cloak.
There wasn't 1 second I thought that was going to be caught. Class A goober stuff. And he'll move to 48.
That might be a worse drop than Chugtai's earlier in the
It might be. You can always blame the lights, but right, I don't think Rahan Stanik's eye is too thrilled about it. Mishra gets the strike back. 25 off 5.
Steps away.
Oh,
wide. Oh.
I reckon that was a wide, you know.
Would have kept it interesting.
Yeah, Tyrone. He's been too cold.
A bit cold.
I mean, if he wants to move the arms, he could have always moved them to the traditional wide position. He backs away. That grabs a fair bit of the tram line. Redo frames the pitch. Tyrone, the look of a man that wants to get back on the bus.
Speeding, good bowling from Stanik's eye. Mishra just continuing to back away. Touch just not really giving himself a good chance on those offside balls.
Yeah, you know, I love all these guys. I know them pretty well, but it's probably one of the most disappointing innings I've seen in the ECL. To only use 4 players and to fall so short. I know the guys out there have tried their best, but sometimes you've got to make the tough calls, and they haven't here. Be a wide. Tyrone can be bothered signalling. This time he can.
It's good to see he stretch the shoulders on that occasion. A wry grin on his face.
Chris Webster, good to see you in the chat as well. And Adrian Dunbar and Chris Webster have some experience with Indo-Bulgarians. We'll talk about the Finns that are coming. Empire CC, hello to Non-Carrot. Yeah, Finns got some good players in there. 3 to come.
It's a good line from Static side. The Dharma coming around the wicket. That's if you can get it in that spot. It's just tailing back into
Combine their stats. Combine it. 70 off 56. 70 off 56. At a strike rate of 125.
I'll leave you to guess Maximo's feelings on that topic.
7.5 and over.
Oh, Mishra has gone the big swing across the line. He's going to survive again. This is incredible, this partnership.
Well, look, Krishna Kumar, he needs 2 here. He's going to end up raising the bat. I don't know. They might cheer him off. I don't know. It's been a long day. We've done five matches. I don't know what to believe anymore. And Prakash, he'll get a cheeky little red inker here. Just 69 required off this last ball. 2 if Krishna Kumar. I mean, is it a win? All right, here we go, last ball.
Moral victory.
The one time. Oh, Tyrone!
It's called wide.
He's calling it wide now. Well, he's squared it up good and proper, hasn't he? He's saying...
Gee, that's good officiating.
Sense of theatre. He has a glance up at the scoreboard. Says Krishna Kumar. He knows it's not a wide, Tyrone. He knows it. And it's a square up fair on the over. And he's saying, look, this guy, he's brought 2 or 3 cracked ribs. You've scared him silly. Let's give him a crack at it. He knows what he's doing.
It's great.
Last chance for Krishna Kumar. He's living a charmed life.
Oh,
and he gets ripped.
Cleaned him up. Well, Static side. He'll love that one for the switch. Look at the look on the big man's face.
What a finish. Oh, it just keeps on coming. Even in a game when they need 60 odd to win. Raihan, might give Tyrone a kiss on the way out because he provided an extra ball that probably should have never happened, and he'll end up with a wicket. 1 for 16 off his 2. But it's a disappointing chase. Look, it's one thing not to make it. I just think it's really, really disappointing that they don't get someone like Kevin D'Souza. He's made a lot of runs for this club to get them here, and he doesn't get a bat. And in the end, 67 runs will split these 2. Alton, 152. And CC Academic Sophia, 85. And Alton, they do grab an octopus on their first day of ECL 24.
Yeah, things couldn't have gotten much better for them today. A lot of their stars really getting a good hit with the bat, and Paceman looking sharp with the ball. Malia, he's got some momentum for his tournament. Such an important player. But all round, they've looked very, very good and have set themselves up for a play on day 2 to put themselves in pole position for finals day. Unfortunately for Academic Sophia, they are now none from 2, and despite playing some pretty gutsy cricket at times, having to put up with the barrage of sledging from Maximo in the commentary box, they still haven't got a point on the board.
Yeah, I think I'm missing being behind the stumps. But look, yeah, gutsy is one way to put it. That was a brilliant catch. Let's not forget that by Malia Stanikzai. And 1 would become 2 very, very soon after. Simon Zayn just misses the ball that hits him in line with the stumps, and he had to go without scoring, but then it brought together. I don't want to call them the slow bros because maybe that's a little bit unkind, because they were trying to get something going. But you want to talk gutsy cricket, a couple of balls in the guts as well. Prakash just uses every available second. Shahid Waridu, that's a little yelled sneaky. But I tell you what, be careful what you wish for, because these 2, to be honest, they let the game drift out of hand. They weren't prepared to make the hard call. They weren't prepared to bring a bit more of an X-Factor player out there. And Indo-Bulgarians walk away with 0 points from match 5.
Or even Academic Sophia walking away.
Yeah, Tyrone.
Maximo just so focused on Indo-Bulgarian.
He's getting too tired to signal a wide, but then he got the old sympathy pangs off the very last ball when he would not call a wide. He would call a wide, give him 1 more chance to bring up the 50. Krishna Kumar uses every inch of the 10 overs to score 48. And Alton, well, they'll be pretty happy. Can't do too much better than 8 points out of 8. Tyrone might need those hand warmers down there. He looked a bit chilly towards the end, didn't he? And went cold with the bats, didn't they? CC Academic Sophia, after having to face some fire early, they come up well short in the chase.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you look at that lineup in the middle order: D'Souza, Zaru, Sulat, and Chugtai and Singh. There are some boys who can hit some big balls in there. And yeah, I tend to agree with Maximo. Mishra and Krishna Kumar have soaked up a lot of deliveries there, but to be fair, they fought hard. Took that total to 85 for 3. Unfortunately, not able to get to the bonus point amount. So ultimately, an unsuccessful day for them, but they will be back to fight another day, and they're still in the mix for the finals day of this group.
Yeah, and for the Alton attack, they're out for a mixture of kind of aggression and wickets as well. 2 for 11, including a maiden for Malia Stanikzai. Took a great return catch. 1 for 16. Raihan Stanikzai finally broke the partnership, if you want to call it that, off the very last ball of the night. But everyone pretty tight there. Unfortunately for the Bulgarians, they just could not really get anything going. And look, maybe the extras, something to be a little bit concerned about with the 14 extras in there. But that's a summary of match 5, with all 4 points going to Alton, the Swiss champions. Well, let's welcome you back one more time into the commentary box. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan with me. Been a great day of cricket. I mean, every group's going to bring a different flavour. It's all, I suppose, a rich tapestry of this ECL. We're seeing a side like Afyon Karaisa, SHS, the Turkish champions, and their enthusiasm in the field. I know they're batting, obviously, setting records for the wrong reasons, but I would love their enthusiasm. Obviously, great to see Alton back in their 3rd campaign. Can they kind of even push to the group final this time? They haven't actually made a group final before. And, you know, you've got other teams like the Old Victorians, their first trip here. Gamblers, their first trip as well. Not into Bulgarians, I should say. Academic Sophia. You know, some players we've seen before, but as a team coming for the first time. Pretty interesting first day.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, as you said, the rich tapestry, the boys from Turkey were so impressive. And I don't think we're just talking it up for the sake of it. Their work with the ball and in the field was actually really, really good. And obviously, they've still got a little bit of work to do as far as the batting. It's tough technical skill to learn how to bat in cricket, but so much potential in their group. But I think we've learnt a lot from the others. Old Victorians will be much better tomorrow. I think we saw some improvement from them from the first to the second game. Gamblers, they started off very well. Plenty of power in their lineup and some good left and right arm pace. But Alton, geez, they look like the most dangerous side here. And if they click...
Early bolters haven't qualified in either group so far. There's the fixtures for tomorrow. 5 more matches coming your way. Join us from 10 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 3:30 p.m. in India. Just quickly, I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there for being so interactive. It's been great to have you with me for the first time. Not the last time, though, because I know we've got you here for Groups C and D. So settle in, Rhino. Rico, hope he had a great day off. He will be back. And I also want to say a very happy Liberation Day one more time to everyone in Bulgaria. I know it's a big day on the calendar. If you are watching on YouTube, it'd be great if you like the video and also subscribe to the channel ECN European Cricket Network. It's free cricket all year for 49 weeks on the calendar. Maybe more soon, who knows? The rate we're going, it might be more than 52 weeks before you know it. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket. Actually crashed the Facebook page because of the interest in this ECL. But the others, they're still up and they're still available. Finally, don't forget our website, europeancricket.com. And that's where you'll find all the fixtures, stats, squads, and standings. Last word, Andrew Ryan.
Yep, big day tomorrow. We're going to lose one of these teams. I'm not sure who it is at the moment. I think the Turks could surprise the Academics tomorrow in the battle for that 4th place.
Well, it's still to be written. That's the great thing about this tournament. And don't forget, after this, there's still 4 groups to go and the Championship Week. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, stay happy, stay safe, and the most important thing, stay here. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket League. Here's the best bits of Group C, Day 1 for now. It's hasta mañana.